Welcome to the second edition of the Polish Institute of International Affairs Strategic Ark. The world is facing an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape, with multiple flashpoints and shifting power dynamics. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is in its second year of full-scale fighting. The people of Ukraine hold firmly against Kremlin's war of attrition. We are witnessing the rise of China, a power with global aspirations. The consensus that Ukraine must prevail influenced the awareness among Chinese decision-makers that a war in the Pacific would not only stop global trade, but also would be met with overwhelming reaction by the global community relying on peace. As we look ahead, the upcoming U.S. presidential elections in 2024 are sure to have a significant impact on the global stage. The outcome of these elections could shape U.S. foreign policy for years to come and have a ripple effect on the rest of the world. In this complex geopolitical landscape, the role of Poland cannot be overstated. Poland, a proven consensus-shaping state and advocate for the winning strategy, has a vital role to play in designing the course of international affairs. As we come together for this conference, let us take a moment to reflect on the challenges and opportunities facing the world today. Through dialogue and collaboration, we can work towards creating a strategy for the free world to follow and win against all odds. This is the Polish Institute of International Affairs Strategic Ark.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Sławomir Dębski, Director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Mr. President of the Republic of Poland, Your Excellency Andrzej Duda, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland Zbigniew Rau, Supreme Allied Commander Europe General Chris Cavoli, Chief of Staff of Polish General Staff General Raymond Andrzejczak, Secretaries and Undersecretaries of State, Excellencies, representing heads of state and foreign governments, governmental and administration officials, representatives of foreign and security community, members of academia, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and proud to welcome you all on board the PISM Strategic Ark 2023 edition. We all learned last year that time is a strategic asset. Tempo in war, tempo in supporting Ukraine is of the essence. It determines our success or failure. So first and foremost, I want to thank you all present here in Warsaw for contributing your precious time to think about common free world goals and how we can help achieve them in the near future. The role of the Strategic Ark is to stimulate strategic thinking and help decision makers by narrowing any uncertainty they are constantly dealing with. Over 2 days of discussions, we are going to debate the path we should take and the free world should take for the coming months. Let me stress very strongly, with Russia's aggression on Ukraine and the worrying prospects of tensions in the Pacific, the time for strategizing is back. This rings true for strategic thinking. One may say that most of our countries have strategies, all sorts of them. Libraries and government archives are full of strategic documents, ones often never implemented. It is one thing to publish a strategy that reflects specific aspirations in usually general terms. But it is completely another to set the strategy when war has already erupted or is just around the corner. Simply put, strategies quite often do not survive the confronting with reality. They need to be adjusted and supported with appropriate tools that enforce them. With Russia's aggression on Ukraine, major threats have materialized that influence our societies. People are concerned with the risk of escalation and are worried that about the economic well-being. Decision makers are under immense stress and pressure. On the one hand, they must respond to the internal political realities. On the other, this is a time when their decisions will define our security and prosperity for generations. The consequences of procrastination and mistakes can limit our freedom in the future and generate even bigger costs for our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression on Ukraine gives us a new context for strategic thinking. Its main features are the following. First, Ukraine is a part of the free world, which will not be secure and free without the security and freedom of Ukraine. So not only should we not be afraid of winning, as I underlined last year in my opening remarks delivered from this podium, but we should be aware that after a year of the ongoing war, ending it without being defeated would mean victory for Russia. It must be clear that Russia has achieved nothing by using force, and Russia's war led to its strategic failure. Only this outcome of the war will strengthen our global deterrence. Second, the war showed that it was a strategic mistake to assume that Russia ceased to be a threat and the European states do not need the resources to fight the large-scale war. These mistakes narrow our room for maneuver today. Our resources are limited and we have troubles to increase arms and ammunition production fast enough. Third, the war revealed that not only the quality of our armed forces will be decisive on the battlefield, but also the quantity. Fourth, the war demonstrated that tempo is of the essence. You need to have the necessary resources while also being able to make split-second decisions. Fifth, the war proved that our common strategic goal should be to secure long-term peace in Europe, which means helping Ukraine to defeat Russia and simultaneously deter aggression on other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to protect our vital interests in the long term, we must be able to coordinate actions undertaken by the entire world. This is why it's so vital to coordinate our strategic thinking in the coming months. And Warsaw, Strategic Ark, is a perfect place to do it. We should give Ukraine the necessary tools to fight and win this war. We cannot repeat mistakes of the past which seem to have encouraged Russia and its aggression and may provoke conflict in other parts of the world. It was our weakness as well as lack of potential and clearly defined goals that encouraged the aggressor. Now, Ukrainians are buying us time with their blood, sweat and tears so that we can correct our mistakes. Let's not waste their sacrifice and let's be grateful. The credibility of our alliances will also be a foundation of the long-term security and prosperity. When NATO adopted a new strategy and is refocusing on collective defense, every member must provide the necessary capabilities for its own defense and joint missions as stated in the Article 3 of the Washington Treaty. This will be crucial if we want to further burden sharing, maintain a strong transatlantic link, and make the security guarantees enshrined in Article 5 credible. Our broader strategic goal should not be to cease cooperation with China, but to deter war in the Pacific. But this part of deterrence also requires strategic foresight and wisdom. Russia's aggression on Ukraine shows that the peace through trade approach doesn't work. That could even speed up aggression, not deter it. There are some tough decisions to be made if we want to avoid paying much bigger costs in the future. We need to diversify our trade and supply chains to limit the risk and deter war in the Pacific. And in the end, I have bad news for you. We are not sailing in the Inuit kayak, unfortunately. The free world is like an incredibly big ship facing an ocean storm on the horizon. We must change our speed and direction. Orders must be clear and delivered quickly, from the bridge to the engine room, because the changing course of that kind of ship will not be quick, but will take much time. So, ladies and gentlemen, all hands on deck, and let's set sail on the 2023 Strategic Ark. Ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in history when nations need to rise to the challenge or live in shame for doing what is right, not doing what is right. I'm proud that Poland rose last year to the challenge supporting Ukraine and continues at this path. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome and introduce to you one of the great heroes of this Polish pride, President of Poland, Andrzej Duda.
Dear Director, thank you very much for this introduction. Distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome a distinguished group of politicians, experts, military officers, diplomats, and opinion leaders from around the world. You have gathered in Warsaw for the second time on the initiative of the Polish Institute of International Affairs. This conference, Strategic Ark, is designed to help chart the course of the free world through the meanders of our recent history. And I think no one has any doubt how necessary it is at this difficult time. I would like to begin by asking a quick question. How can Western unity and solidarity be consolidated to help Ukraine to put pressure on Russia as a whole and to confront other challenges? Firstly, by action, by continuing the campaign of military, political, and humanitarian support for Ukraine. Secondly, by imposing further tough sanctions on Russia in the European Union and G7, convincing the undecided, minimizing dependence on Russian energy resources, completely withdrawing capital and investment from Russia. Thirdly, by making the entire international community aware that the fate of the world is being decided in Ukraine. Because Russia's success would be an incentive for other countries to conduct aggressive policies. Hence, the need to gain support for the defense of global peace. We must prove that aggression benefits no one. So we need to create mechanisms that will provide long-term financial and defense backing for Ukraine. This will send a clear signal to the world that justice can prevail and that any attempt to undermine the international order is doomed from the start. Our aim should also be to secure Ukraine's accession to the European Union and NATO. This would encourage Ukraine to carry out the necessary reforms, which are already underway in wartime conditions, and to modernize the country. I hope that the upcoming NATO summit will take decisions that will bring Ukraine closer to the membership of the alliance. In the meantime, we should be ready to provide Ukraine with professional security guarantees, because a sense of security in Ukraine will determine the will of millions of Ukrainians to return to their country and to rebuild it with success. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also prepare ourselves for Russia's continued aggressive policy in the long term. That is why, in line with its new strategy, NATO must strengthen its defense and deterrence capabilities. It's essential to increase the presence of allied forces on its eastern flank. This will send a clear signal of credibility to our societies and to a potential aggressor. At the same time, we must not forget to use the instruments of NATO and the European Union together with our main ally, the United States, to uphold the rules-based architecture of global security. After all, effective deterrence of Russia and reducing the risk of other conflicts demand US involvement and US-European cooperation. Therefore, the priority of the Polish presidency of the European Union in 2025 will be to further boost cooperation with the United States and NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland will continue to support strong US leadership in Europe, bolstering NATO's eastern flank and territorial enlargement of the alliance and the European Union. This is the only way to ensure that Russian imperial ambitions do not come true. Because Russia must lose this war and understand that the united free world stands and will stand against it. I look forward with great interest to hearing your views on this matter. I am delighted that such a distinguished group of experts will be debating in this room. Let me also take this opportunity to thank you for all your analytical and advisory work, which I recognize and appreciate. I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your support for the Strategic Ark. Ladies and gentlemen, last year we had invited the president of neighboring country to be with us and attend Strategic Ark, and he was unable to do that. War kept him in his capital. This year we repeated our invitation. And again, war is ongoing. He's unable to come. But he was very determined to be with us. And even coming late in the night, he recorded a special address to us, to the members of Strategic Ark 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear the address of President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, to the Strategic Ark 2023.
The message by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, will be delivered in Ukrainian. Please turn on your translation devices.
Ladies and gentlemen, at any moment, the recording of this address may be interrupted by an air raid siren. This one sentence briefly and accurately describes the state of global security and the level of threats it faces today. I welcome all participants of the second strategic arc and the important dialogue on global security of the world. The decisive battle for future of this world has been going on for 449 days by now, and today is a special day. This forum is taking place on a significant date, 18th of May, a day on which history has left us with many clues and lessons, warnings and mistakes that we cannot repeat on the path to our global security. Today, on the 18th of May, 1792, a Russian army of 100,000 soldiers crossed the borders of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and invaded its land. The Russian-Polish War began, the consequences of which we all remember. Today, the enemy is the same, the goal is the same, the price of defeat is the same. We have no right to lose. We do not have the right to weaken resistance, opposition. We do not have the right not to put pressure on evil, not to lose unity among our allies, to lay down our arms too early, not to fight till the final victory. We have no right to be deceived when Russia starts actively talking about peace and diplomacy. Russia is not concerned with the end of bloodshed, but with the end of money and resources to continue it. Russia does not need peace, but time for new missiles, new plan, a new attack. This is the formula of Russian politics. It has been unchanged for centuries. The 21st century should be the last century of such Russian politics. The mechanisms for implementing this are contained in the Ukrainian formula of peace, security guarantees to ensure that this will never happen again, so that 18th of May 1944 does not happen again, the genocide of the Crimean Tatar people, forced deportation and the loss of their homes for decades. All that which modern Russia, calling itself the successors and followers of the totalitarian regime, repeated in Crimea in 2014. And repeated it 8 years later in the Donbas region, in Mariupol, in Kherson. Unpunished evil always returns without an international tribunal, without bringing all Russian war criminals to justice. This evil will return soon. We have often heard such sayings as the destruction of the international security architecture, and on 24th of February they were translated into very clear visual forms. Destroyed houses in Bucha, Borodyansk, Uman, Hostomel, Mariupol. This is how security architecture looks like today. Kinjal missiles are flying at our security architecture every day. We need to have our sky protected. We thank everyone involved in this process and the formation of the fighter jet coalition. We will definitely see fighting falcons in the Ukrainian skies. For our ancestors, the falcon has always been a blessed by heaven's symbol of intelligence, courage, youth and strength and light and victory. 100 years ago, the son Hey Sokoli led Ukrainians and Poles into a joint battle for our freedom and yours. And today, our ranks are much more numerous. And just like 100 years ago, we will see the parade on Krещатик again to our victory and yours, to the victory of Ukraine, of Europe, of the world, of humanity. And finally, I want to mention another 18th of May. Last year, 18th of May, the day when NATO received application of 2 new candidates, future members, the speed with which Finland has passed this way, and the high prospects of Sweden give Ukraine confidence and allows us to have hopes on the eve of the NATO summit in Vilnius. We have faith in the alliance's determination and will to reaffirm its choice in favor of the values of freedom and security. We believe that in July we will see a new important stage on Ukraine's path to NATO membership, on the path to a common and secure future of Ukraine, of Europe, of the world and humanity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful to President Volodymyr Zelensky for this address. Ukraine, the war, and how to defeat Russia. will be one of the main topics of Strategic Ark this year. Thank you very much for your attention, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your contribution to the Strategic Ark 2023. Let's sail the sails and let's go. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the welcoming remarks and the presence of President Andrzej Duda at our conference. Please remain seated as the first panel discussion will now begin.
I'm with the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, and I will be one of the MCs for this event.
And I'm Peter Duran, the Senior Adjunct Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in the United States. And it is our honor and pleasure to welcome you all here to Warsaw in 2023 for the second convening of the Strategic Ark. Jillian, I'm psyched. That was an incredible speech from President Zelensky. Rock solid, and I noted once again how he was able to tie powerful historical events to the questions of our own time. He did it just again today.
Yeah, it was incredible, and I know he can't be here in person, but I think this is a great way to kick off this conference. I wanted to start with a personal story, and this is actually the story of my suit jacket. Maybe a strange way to start it, but it turns out this suit jacket I bought at Retroville Mall in Kiev exactly 1 month before the war. I was there interviewing people, pollsters actually, about Ukrainian public opinion. And that day, one of the things that I learned is that 1 in 3 Ukrainians said that they would be willing to take up arms to defend their country. And that is before the Russians began slaughtering their families and stealing their children. I bring up this suit jacket because a month after I bought it, the war broke out. And 55 days after I bought it, the Russians bombed the mall that I bought it from. 8 people died. But Ukrainians, I think, their courage really shone through. So you had that 1 in 3 statistic. But the other thing the polls revealed was that other Ukrainians were willing to help volunteer and use their creativity and their ingenuity to help support this war effort. And we've certainly seen that. I mean, I remember before the war going and watching the territorial defense training, seeing a mom who is a distance runner, weightlifter, in her early 50s, spoke to her a couple weeks ago. She just returned from the front line in Bakhmut. I've spoken to drone operators. I've spoken to people who are using their technological prowess to figure out how to outfit drones with grenades. $2,000 drone flying up takes out a Russian tank worth millions of dollars. And I bring this up because I think that the moment that we are in, we're reflecting on 1 year of war and 1 year of crisis. And unfortunately, the global threat environment has only grown more complex since then. We see a China that threatens Taiwan, that uses economic coercion to bully smaller countries and to try to force them to align its foreign policy. We see an Iran that is arming Russia and aiding in this. And I think we see the formation of what is potentially a new axis of evil. But I want to bring you another image from Ukraine, and that is from Maidan, from the revolution when they ousted Yanukovych. And I remember speaking to this artist, and he gifted me this image. He had a helmet, and that helmet had been painted in a really individualistic way. It was reflecting the pride of Ukraine, and he was talking about wearing that helmet on Maidan in the revolution, standing up to armed police who looked uniform, and everybody had a slightly different helmet. And I think that that symbolizes the West and the ingenuity, the value for human life, the respect for the individual, and the creativity. And Ukraine has shown what that will for freedom and what that respect of individuality means in a fight. I think as the West, in this globally formative moment, we're in the same position. And it's our chance to stand up and think strategically about how we respond. So that's our opportunity this week.
Jillian, I think you hit the nail on the head. And as you were talking, and as I heard President Duda speak and President Zelensky speak, it really struck me. Here in Warsaw, this day, this year, we have entered into a very unique moment in time. We thought about it last year, and I think it is so much more powerful this year. This is a period of extraordinary politics. Periods of extraordinary politics rarely occur in anyone's lifetime. We can think back to 1945, the period of 1989 to 1991. During those rare moments of extraordinary politics, the world can be remade. And it falls to all of us here in this room and in our transatlantic community to ask ourselves, what kind of world do we want to live in? Because once that period is over, once that era of extraordinary politics ends, you are stuck with the world that you have. And so for us, the question is, will it be a world that we create, or will we live in a world defined by rogues, revisionists, and restive powers? This is the challenge for us in our time, and this is the challenge for our strategic arc in 2023. So Jillian, let's get started.
Let's get started. I am so excited. Are we set to introduce our panel?
Let's go for it.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we're going to have a discussion about helping Ukraine. This is a conversation with General Raymond Andrzejczuk, Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces. He's joined by General Christopher Cavoli, Commander of the United States European Command, Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. And the moderator, whom you know, Sławomir Debski, the Director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Let's welcome them.
Hey, cheers.
Well, so generals, thank you, General Cavoli, General Andrzejczuk, welcome on board the PISM Strategic Ark 2023. And the first question, very general one, after hearing the speeches of President of Poland and President Zelensky, I think we should start from the question where we are in this war. We are following this war quite closely, as probably nobody else in this room. Where we are, where Ukrainians are in this war, how this war is going in your view. In your view, you are professionals, you are fighters, you are soldiers. You know what's happening. You know, President Zelensky is saying that, you know, his speech, his recording, can be interrupted by the missiles coming in Kiev. They have, you know, a lot of work to do to fight with them. So, how this war is going? General Cavoli.
Let's solve that. Let's go first. Yeah, so, I mean, the arc of the war has been not entirely surprising, but brought some moments that did surprise. So in the beginning, it was clear that Russia amassed a very large force, invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine staged what can only be described as a valiant defense, and succeeded in pushing the Russians back from their initial gains. We settled into a long period last summer of stasis along the front, and then the Ukrainians undertook an offensive that was quite successful in liberating large parts of the Kharkiv region, as well as half of Kherson Oblast. And then things settled into the winter, and Russia clearly adopted a strategy of protracting the war and endeavoring to enter into a war of attrition with Ukraine, which, in their opinion, would favor Russia, not Ukraine. Ukraine, on the other hand, has built additional units and has generated offensive capability. It has been done with the assistance of a remarkable voluntary coalition of countries, Poland chief among them. More than 50 countries attend the Ukraine Donor Coordination Group, or Contact Group. And all of these countries came together and supplied arms, but more important, training to our Ukrainian colleagues, and those Ukrainian colleagues now have an offensive capability, and I think we'll see what they do with it.
Thank you much. General Andrzejczuk.
Well, we see and we feel the decisive point of the operation is coming, and I hope it will be soon and it will be successful. But always like Clausewitz on theory, the fog of war, and we have to be very, very careful. Militarily, I was mentioned, Chris, we prepare great power and good composition of military instruments to prevent Russian actions and also to take initiative for offensive operation. But also the very important is that we are in decisive point politically, morally, economically. So it requires a lot of efforts, not only military one, and I move the attention more widely to everybody, absolutely, who cares about the results of the war. So this is a decisive point of this war, I believe.
General Jędrzejczyk, Poland was the first country that started to send hardware to Ukraine. So I said in my introduction speech the tempo is of the essence. What we have learned about our armaments, our weapons, from Ukraine, are they using our stuff in efficient way?
Oh, they're using very, very effectively, and this is a good signal. I'll always say the half of my heart is crying when I'm sending equipment, but the other one is very happy because my equipment is extremely effective, and this also the Ukrainian opinion about the equipment they're receiving. But the lessons learned taken a very long, list of the things we see every day. I would say that first lessons learned is that the war is still natural Russian instrument of making politics. So this is the good reminder for us. And Russia still is doing the politics that way. So we have to remember. Second thing is not only about equipment mentioned by you, but entire Ukrainian nation. Resilience as a state, resilience as a nation, resilience as a culture is absolutely crucial and critical. And we have to think widely how to improve our resilience in Poland, in Eastern flank, and also in NATO and Western civilization to be much more effective, not only in the kinetic, physical aspects, but also information domain and many others. So I see this war as a much more important and for not only for Poland but for region and for the future. So list of the lessons learned taken is fortunately and unfortunately very long.
General Kavoli, Ukrainians are getting more and more modern US equipment. Are we satisfied with the way how this equipment performs until now on the battlefield?
Sure. I think when we look at the employment of weapon systems in Ukraine, we can divide it up into the quality of the weapons themselves and then the way that they are employed. With regard to the quality of weapon systems themselves, I think the main lesson is if you own Russian-built equipment, you should get rid of it as quickly as possible. It's simply not as effective. Western arms have proven far, far superior. The method of employment, though, is really the key. And the Ukrainians have proven unbelievably adept at quickly adopting new technologies, to include technologies maybe not familiar to them or procedures not familiar, and employing them almost immediately on the battlefield. The training periods to train up on Leopard tanks or on the M1s that they're starting on this month, or even the Patriot system, the training periods were not long. They were quite abbreviated compared to the way we train our own soldiers. So I really think it's not just the quality of Western arms, it's the combination with the ingenuity and the and the skill of the Ukrainian soldiers.
We have just learned that Ukrainians managed to shoot down Russian supersonic missiles, Kinjal by hypersonic missiles using Patriots. Were you aware that we are able to do that before the systems had been provided to Ukrainians?
Right. Well, we know that the system is very good. We're extremely happy that Poland has chosen the system along with some others. But we can't really speak publicly about exactly what we know about its exact capabilities. But we were very pleased to see that report come out of Ukraine.
General Andrzejczak, we know Russian way of war very well. I mean, sitting in the Central Europe, it is something we are very much familiar with. Russians perform in Ukraine exactly the same tactics based on quantity. How we should think about our own defense? Does it quality trumps quantity still? Do we have enough equipment? Do we have enough ammunition? How we should think about defending ourselves against this kind of tactic, against the Russian way of war?
So first of all, Poles, historically, we are not surprised about the performance of Russians because in being in the space for a pretty long time, 1,000 years, we remember everything. Not only 1939 and then the cutting, what happened, the performance of Red Army in Berlin, and the same is in Afghanistan, Chechnya, Syria, the poisoning, NH-17 and entire list, including a very symbolical Smolensk. So we're not surprised, and the Russians respect only power, and this is no question about it. They're talking about the quantity and quality. First observation that I have from Ukraine, not everything is ready to translate into what we're doing because Ukraine still is not yet in NATO, but I hope will be soon. And also it's a slightly different geography and situation. So talking about quality and quantity, there'll be a couple of interesting observations on fifth generation airplanes. They are not in the combat. We are on the way. So in the very short time, Poland will receive F-35s, the same Patriot, which is really interesting, what we discussed with Chris. Space, cyber, autonomous platforms, robotic, fighting. And so not everything is the same. So we carefully observing situation in Ukraine and trying to design army capable and also fit to the situation. But in the end of the day, really, no matter how many modern technology and the cyber issues and satellite pictures you have, in the end of the day, you need a tank, you need the infantry, you need artillery to prevent. So the combination of quantity and quality is a critical, that what we'll say.
General Kavoli, it's no surprise that Poles know very well how Russians are fighting and how Russia's way of war looks like. But what about other allies? You are, the commander of allied forces in Europe. So what about those nations sitting away of this conflict?
Well, I think just like Ryman said, Poland is doing, all allies are studying this conflict extremely closely. And truth be told, most of our allies had been focused on the Russian military and the Russian way of war since 2014. It may not have translated out into dramatic policy all the time or something, but the militaries have been fairly focused on it. I think to build off of what Ryman just said about quantity and quality, it's a very important question. Our Western theory for defeating Russian mass has always been to use precision to defeat the mass. And we do see in the Ukrainian use of high-end systems that it works. However, it takes time. And to gain that time, because if you hit the logistics system with precision weapons, it doesn't produce a change that day on the front. It's a downstream effect. And in order to gain the time to let the precision beat the mass, typically you have to trade space. And when we see what's happened to the space that was traded in Ukraine, that's not something we want for our allies or for anybody. And so I think there has to be a good balance of mass against mass combined with precision and quality to fight a deeper fight and erode it more quickly. One without the other does not work very well.
You mentioned time, precision, but what about range? Brits have just provided Ukraine with very precise long-range missile. Do you think it's going to be a game changer in this war? How exactly this weapon system can change the battlefield?
So I think this is a super important question because we sometimes get very fixed on the exact weapons or what has been given, what has not been given. There is no such thing as a game changer, right? I mean, everything has to work as a system. You have to be able to strike the enemy deep, middle, and close. You have to be able to do it simultaneously. You have to be able to find, otherwise it does no good to be able to strike. You have to be able to do everything. And it is much better to have pretty good capabilities that are holistic and integrated than it is to have one excellent capability that is not combined with other things. So I think that there is no silver bullet. There just has to be good, solid combinations of the equipment available.
Yes, talking about holistic approach, Ukrainians are getting ready for their counteroffensive. Can they be successful in this effort without air power? The question to General Andrzejczak, because they are lacking air power, and Russians still have superiority in the air. So how to think about the holistic approach in counteroffensive without air power?
It's not easy question. I would say the war is not only about equipment. I totally agree. There's no Wunderwaffen. We know it from history. Although it's very well known, the V1, V2, Tiger tanks, and including elephants of Hannibal. So it doesn't work that way. So the strategy matters. And to defeat an enemy, going back to Sun Tzu, I'm not sure whether it will be a good quote because the quote is made in China. But he said, you have to break a will, you have to destroy alliances, and then you have to beat the army. So Russians are not successful in breaking Ukrainian will. Whatever we do, we should support this element. So empowering the will of fight and imagination of victory. Second thing is breaking alliances. That's the good lessons they're taken. You cannot survive if you are alone. And I think Greece will never, in a couple of good years, the examples that presenting alliances matters. Support matters, friends matters, credible neighbors. And the last is breaking army. And I still believe that we sent enough for this certain operational, situation. And I have a fully trust for performance of Ukrainian soldiers. But again, I would like to emphasize is more about the financial issues, economy, social aspects, and the support should be much wider, not only considering the military domain.
General Kavoli, President Zelensky mentioned in his address to the Strategic Ark fighting Falcons, F-16s. Do you think that Ukrainian fighters would be able to use it quickly? Or because, as we read assessment that actually to train fighting pilot, you need 2 to 5 years. They don't have so much time. When this fighting Falcons can do the difference on the battlefield in Ukraine?
Yeah, well, clearly it's much easier for the Ukrainian side to adopt MiG-29s from Poland or from Slovakia because the pilots are already trained. But much more important, The maintenance systems, the logistics systems appropriate for that airframe are already in place. So to use modern air power, it's an entire system of systems that involves highly trained people on the ground, not just in the cockpit. There are a lot of things. So it's not an easy thing to put together. It's much easier to add to an existing system, which has been the approach so far. But I'd like to go back to the question of what's the point? The point is that in a war, a side needs to control its airspace so that its airspace can't be used to attack its soldiers. And there are many ways to control the airspace. You can control the airspace from the ground. In fact, the Russians have never, not one day during this entire conflict, established air superiority. That's because of ground-based air defenses from the Ukrainians. You also want to use the air to strike the enemy. The Ukrainians have been doing that in unbelievably innovative ways with drones, many of the drones produced by themselves. So it's, the question is part of a much larger complex of how to wage the war. And it goes back to the fact that there's no wonder weapon. There's all systems that have to be employed as systems.
Next question is about the adaptation of your structures. I mean, your headquarters, your command chains. So, General Andrzejczak, how Polish armed forces have adapted to the experience of the battlefield in Ukraine? What has changed in your headquarters?
There's a lot of changes and still dynamic. We're observing, very important. In a couple of weeks, we're going, politically, we're going to the Vilnius NATO summit. There will be a lot of important decisions, and then going to the Joint Cavalry Office as well, and the new force model, so the executability of the plans. So we're considering most of the issues are classified, so please give us a time. But we see a lot of good dynamics, how to improve the structure in the strategical level, but also going down to the certain national domain and Polish army, what we're doing, just related to the range you mentioned and our ability for long-range fires. We're just receiving, the F-35s coming soon, and the Prime Minister Morawiecki was in States and talking about the long-range, systems. So it's absolutely going in a good direction, but momentum and speed is critical. So I'm really touched that most useful word to last night and today is speed, is momentum, is time factor is critical. It's not everything about what we're doing and how big the support is, numbers, but the proper timing is crucial.
Talking about time, how much shape has changed? How much time you devote to follow?
A little bit more busy, I think.
Follow the battleground and what's happening in Ukraine.
So, wow, it's very hard to overstate the changes in the military structures of the alliance right now. So coming out of Madrid last year, there was political direction to SACIR to complete a family of plans. And so we have just turned in regional plans that are the first time in more than 30 years that the alliance has objective plans, militarily sound plans to defend every part of the alliance. This is a huge advance because it allows us to drive many things.
Every single inch.
Every inch, Poland.
Or centimeter, we say in Poland.
So this drives a lot, right? First of all, it drives a force structure requirement. Once you have plans in place, you know how many forces easily. So we've talked about 2% for years. Now we actually have plans-based capabilities targets that we can develop that will help nations guide their national defense investment plans. And so we can be focused by the right things, combine current possibilities and current capabilities with future capabilities in the right right patterns. So that's the first thing. The second thing is it drives new readiness requirements, right? If you have plans and indications and warnings, you have different readiness requirements and a different regimen of studying and evaluating readiness. The third thing, it'll bring changes in command and control. You asked about what's changed in SHAPE. SHAPE is changing back into a warfighting headquarters that is capable of managing and directing operations through three major subordinate commands, the Joint Force Commands in Brunssum, Norfolk, and Naples, to deliver military effects inside areas of responsibility that are established and approved. These are just massive changes, and they will have a very, very good effect on national defense planning too, because they combine with national defense plans. So there's a huge amount changing inside our headquarters and every place else. But as you know, General Andrzejczak said, speed is everything, right? So we need to get these plans into place and executable with assigned forces, properly manned headquarters, and all of the systems exercised before Russia reemerges from this conflict and decides to threaten NATO again.
I will come back to the planning thing. But General Cavoli, you mentioned that SHAPE is actually in a kind of the war mode already. What we are hearing from the Russian leaders, from messages coming from the Kremlin and Moscow, is that Russia is at war with the West. Russia is at war with NATO. So I would like to ask General Andrzejczak first. Are we at war with Russia?
Well, Russia is permanently at war. Russia is in war in high intensity, low intensity, new generation, cyber, hybrid, political energy. So this is the state of mind of Russians to be at war and using any kind of assets with predominantly military instruments of power. The question is, you can answer both way. Let's say, and according to law, not. This is not NATO war with Russia. And if you're going a little bit higher with the much more philosophical question, I would say, well, my tanks and my artillery pieces are fighting effectively. 8 million Ukrainians crossed the border, and some of them still living in Poland. A lot of investments we're doing. So this is a very good question for everybody. How do you feel? How do you really feel? Do you really want to win? I was really touched last night when Professor Cohen, he quoted the John Paul II, being here in Warsaw and being American. He said, "Do not afraid."
At the square.
Absolutely, and that was the sentence. And I said, well, do not afraid to think about the victory. Do not afraid of fight, and do not afraid to win, because Russia is beatable in that way, in that war.
Just a comment for the audience. Don't be afraid. You didn't attend the speech, the lecture given by Professor Cohen. The speech is going to be published. Is going to be available for the general public. So don't worry. You will get it.
No, I'd like to answer the same question from the alliance-wide perspective, however. The answer is no. NATO is not at war with Russia, and it's a mischaracterization from the Russian side to claim that. All of the plans I just described are defensive plans because NATO has always been a defensive alliance. So SHAPE is not at war. SHAPE is in the business of conducting active deterrence measures. That is what I'm instructed to do right now, is to provide deterrence across the entire alliance.
So the one sentence, Sławek, Russia would like to have such a narrative that we are in a war because it works for Russians. So in that context, we say no. But still, it's very much important question how much we supporting Ukraine and all of those efforts. If we morally are engaged and supporting in every kind of activity, there'll be good intellectual exercise for everybody.
Talking about defense, NATO is moving from strategy of deterring Russia by the punishment towards the strategy based on deterring Russia by denial. How much difference does it make for shape, for you generals, for you, Raymond, to move from one strategy to another? What's the difference?
Well, if I could start, the difference in a military sense is you have to move forces to the point of need faster, right? They either have to be there, but that's very difficult because we now have more than 3,000 kilometers of frontage with Russia, which is a named adversary of NATO. So it's hard to predict exactly what the correct location to forward station forces is. But you also have to have them able to move to the point of need very quickly at the time of need. And that time distance factor is the biggest challenge of moving from one modus to the other. It's got a lot to do with things like military mobility, which we've been talking about for years, improving the trafficability of our routes, improving the procedures to get from one country to another, making sure our ports are owned by friendly corporations or governments and not adversaries or potential adversaries, and all of that feeds into this.
The simplest answer would be not Bucha anymore. No way. So we don't want to wait until any kind of the Russian forces penetration and going deep into Poland and then defending and preparing counterattacks. The change of philosophy is to build as effective, as credible system that attack would not be possible. That's the most important message we would like to send. No Bucha anymore.
Okay, but what does it mean in practice? How close to the border you would like to have your forces? Because it's about range, it's about the time. But both criteria are interconnected. Closer they are, faster you can react. So, is it enough to have them, I don't know, in West Germany, or you would prefer to have them somewhere in the Baltic states or in Poland?
Well, there has to be a balance, and when I talk about my forces, I'm talking about all the forces in the alliance. There has to be a balance between forward defense, and typically that's going to be accomplished by nations, right? Article 3 comes before Article 5. And so typically nations will establish the forward defense, and other nations that aren't on the front line will need to be in a position where they're very ready, highly mobile, and placed for agility. And so it depends plan by plan where exactly that is, but it's a combination of a balanced stance.
So the answer is easy: more troops closer to the borders, credible forces with the capability to engage in the big distances, but also new capabilities, space, cyber. But then again, I would like to emphasize it's not only about the numbers of brigades and tanks, it's also about the production of ammunition, it's about resilience of a state, awareness, and the peacetime orientation, crisis, effectiveness, and then finally we're going to the military. But it's much more important, and Ukraine is effective not only because the brave performance of Ukrainian soldiers, but the entire nation is fighting.
And the alliance and nations have moved forces farther east in response to this conflict. Poland, of course, creating the 18th Armored Division. That's going to be a very big deal. There are 4 new multinational NATO battle groups since last year in frontline states. Other nations have increased their force structure and placed it closer to the borders. So I think there's been a significant movement. To fight a large fight like we see in Ukraine, though, it's going to require a large reinforcement, and it's my job to make that fast in conjunction with nations.
Okay, but it's also about the size of the force you would like to have. It's about time, about range, but also quantity. So how big force you would like to have to effectively deter Russia, to effectively implement the strategy of deterrence by denial? Because this deterrence can be credible and can be not credible.
Right.
So you need to convince the opponent that first you will be quick enough, you will be precise enough, you will be close enough, but also that you will have enough troops, enough ammunition. So how to do that? How big force you would like to have, General?
So if you're asking soldiers, the answer will be never enough, more. But of course, we have to keep the balance between 3% of GDP we're investing and money. and all of the implications with the economy and demography. So to keep in balance, that's what I said in the very beginning. It's not only Poland. It's the alliance is NATO, and we would like to be inspiration for everybody else. And I think we should consider not only numbers, but also capabilities, the coming, multi-domain concepts, space and cyber. And also, it's important to understand that defense of Poland starts in the education of very, very young, the people, Poles, about awareness, about the support, relations, trust, and alliances. So I will keep for a while the numbers of brigades, and finally, with John Cavoli, we synchronize the plans, but soldiers' answer will be never enough. Give me more.
So we have delivered a force structure requirement based on our plans. It's not public, of course, yet. Nations are considering it, but it will be one of the drivers of the NATO defense planning process, which establishes the capabilities targets that nations then use to help design their forces. It's entirely doable, the size of the force structure requirement we have. We can do it. The alliance has a big military force when it assembles it all together. Part of the question is making it available to Allied command operations for operations. This is one of the reasons that the regional plans began with host nation defense plans so that we could optimize and maximize the use of troops across the alliance. But I think we'll have some growing to do in some areas especially. I think if we look at our logistics and sustainment capabilities, nation by nation, we have some work to do. I think if we look at our ground-based air defense systems, we'll probably grow a lot there. But all these will be decisions that nations have to take as we go forward. But they're all entirely doable.
Okay, General, you mentioned capabilities. So let me mention General Bonaparte. We both know his way of war very well. We mentioned his name in our national anthem, that Bonaparte showed us how to fight. I know that Anglo-Saxons have a different view about him, but just for...
I'm actually of Italian heritage.
but just for as a point of departure, Bonaparte says that three things he needs to fight the war: money, money, money. General Zaluzhny, who actually was invited to join this panel, but last week he told us, "Sorry guys, I have a war to win," so he was unable to be here. But in one of his conversations, public conversation, he said that he needs three things: ammunition, ammunition, ammunition. So about our capabilities. Are we doing enough to have enough ammunition, ammunition, ammunition? Because money, I think money is the issue of money is getting better and better. I mean, countries at least in NATO eastern flank are spending more than the pledge adopted in the world. So what about ammunition? How we could convince the public that it's not only about precision, it's not about weapons, it's not about quantity of troops, but about ammunition, about logistics. How to do this?
Well, I was studying close to Brno in the Czech Republic, and there's a small village called Slavkov u Brna, which is Austerlitz. So I studied carefully, and Napoleon also said the morale factor is multiplicates the physical aspect. So money is important, but he said as well what we have in our hearts and minds is even more important. But anyway, going to the material world. There was a huge change right now. It's not about money. We got the money, but it's the time, again. Time, how to change production and our effectiveness. It was a huge discussion. I've been to US, and I was talking to General Milley as well, how to change our effectiveness in production, because war in Ukraine is a war of attrition. Russian army, the speed of attrition is too slow, and the speed of attrition in Ukraine as a state and as an army is very high. We cannot accept. So we change a lot of things. You can find in the programs of Mr. President and Prime Minister many governmental decisions about to invest and to increase our capability in the production, as well as European Union efforts, but also in the bilateral relations as well. So there was a huge change, I think the biggest in NATO. But still, again, time is crucial. So send of time is running low.
So the promises of money are largely there, the intention to spend, the money's beginning to flow in most nations, but it's got to go someplace. And industry is not absorbing the investments and producing as quickly as we would hope. I can say that pretty evenly across the Western world. So this question of industrial capacity as an essential part of our ability to wage war is fundamental. And it is something that has atrophied and needs to come back. And a case in point is ammunition. Our plans are also driving a new ammunition stockpile requirement. But I have no illusions that it will be like a light switch where we declare the requirement, somebody pulls out a checkbook, and now it's fulfilled. It's going to take some time because industry has to reestablish capacity. The capability's there, but the capacity in some cases is not as elastic as we would hope.
Just one housekeeping comment. Both our speakers, generals, have agreed to take few questions. So on the topic, on the helping of Ukraine. So you can start thinking about your questions. Now I would like to come back to my great panelists, generals, and ammunition. There is a lot of talk in the United States, in public, that U.S. Army, U.S. Armed Forces don't have enough ammunition to help Ukraine, that this assistance should stop because there is a contingency in the Pacific, and you are running out of stocks, and helping Ukraine to march may expose the United States to the other challenges, other threats. How you read this kind of debate?
Yeah. Well, first of all, that debate is not limited to the United States, right? I hear it in many other nations as well. Well, in the United States, I can't speak for all other nations, but in the United States, we work very carefully to examine the Ukrainians' requests, their needs, their requirements as we understand them, and also the readiness requirements of U.S. Armed Forces. And based on sort of that three-way combination of factors, we determine how much and what we can give. But I would say that up to this point, using those three criteria, there is still ammunition flowing, and there are still weapons flowing. So we should take some confidence from that.
General Andrzejczak, we have just heard that there are plans to build a new factories, for production ammunition in Poland, also for HIMARS and other stuff. Do we think only about NATO, NATO Eastern flank, or we think about these new capabilities in more as our contribution to allied effort, allied capabilities, free world capabilities, because there are other contingencies that these capabilities may be needed?
Well, what we see in the Ukraine right now is probably bigger thing that we could imagine in a couple of months or a couple of years before. If we're losing Ukraine, which is absolutely out of my imagination, can you imagine our investments when the Russian army will be, in Belarus and Brest and Lviv and anywhere else? So for those that don't believe and they have a slightly relaxed mode, I would say, well, let's imagine such a situation. This is everybody's business. And talking about the U.S., I'm not, responsible for Taiwan and all of those challenges you're facing every day, but certain and critical Polish capabilities are coming from South Korea, tanks and artillery. So if we're not helping, collectively, U.S. solve some of the problems, there will be a huge, change in that kind of geometry. So this is the people say the regional conflict, but I would say it's a global challenge. Everybody's in the business, and everybody has something to do concerning, for example, ammunition.
Okay, NATO summit in Vilnius is ahead of us. So I will ask both of you generals, what do you expect? What do you like to hear from the leaders gathered in Vilnius in beginning of July? What kind of the directives and decisions would like to see there to help you to build this deterrence credible enough to mobilize our potential and to protect our societies? Because you are doing this job on the first line. You are not doing this job just to train troops. You are on the first line of shielding our societies against the threats coming from the East. So what you would like to hear from our leaders in the Vilnius summit?
So I'm not a politician, active duty soldier, so I'm waiting for mission and for tasks from my subordinates, but I would say we need decisions, the common decision to sending message to Russia that enough means enough. Of course, all of the elements supporting mentioned new force model, the adaptation of NATO. Our guidance is clear. We need more authority to the SACEUR, which will be a measurement of our effectiveness. If he knows what's going on and he got authority to observe indication and warnings, we will be much more effective in deterrence and defense. So that's our message.
Well, obviously, like Ryman, I don't want to get ahead of our political leaders. They have enough on their mind. They don't need an amateur to help them. On the other hand, I think one of the important things that could be done at Vilnius is the full adoption of the plans, the family of plans, and all of the consequential things. This is all about adapting NATO. I think it's clear that there are other more political decisions that are going to be on the table. Defense investment pledges, our relationship with Ukraine, Sweden, and other things like that. But the one that matters, as a purely military matter, is to get the plans into place, to get everybody to agree that they're going to fulfill the plans and make them executable this year.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I open the floor for questions. Please introduce yourself first.
Thank you very much indeed. Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you, Generals, for an enlightening conversation. I want to push a little bit further, though. The function of the alliance traditionally has been at least twofold. One, to provide capabilities. The second, to ensure our collective will to fight. I think it's fair to say that in both fields, which are interconnected, it's an unevenness across the alliance. It's stronger in some places than others. How do we ensure, taking what General Andreychuk said as a whole-of-society approach, that we actually stiffen that collective will to fight in order that we don't have to? We may argue if deterrence is successful, but how do we increase that, and what would be good indicators or demonstrations of that? Thank you.
Well, I think Elliot Cohen pointed out a couple of good things last night. The role of public intellectuals such as yourself in persuading nations and populations of the importance of a will to fight. You might describe the will to fight as uneven across the alliance. I'm putting words in your mouth, but I think that's what you're saying. But I look at it again as the glass half empty, half full. There is a more unified will in the alliance than I have seen in 36 years of service. I have never seen the level of unanimity and unity as we see now and for the past year. And I really mean that sincerely. As I travel around, I hear people fear about it, but we could lose the unity. But when I go to capitals and consult with political leaders, when I sit in Brussels, I just don't hear the lack of unity. It's an amazing thing. So I'm very gratified by it. But of course, building more unity and sustaining unity is always critical. And I think sessions like this have a lot to do with our ability to do that, because it's about persuading our populations of the importance of the issues.
Well, a good question, but if you ask in Polish here in Warsaw, I would say in any kind of level. So what the President Duda is saying, you saw a couple of seconds before relations and his contribution and an effort to do. Also government. In the social domain, you saw the Polish performance from the very beginning. In the military domain, training, maintenance, and sending equipment. So that's what we're doing, and we are second donator. What we would like to do is, as Chris mentioned, is much wider discussion for intellectuals, for media, for those who are active in the debate, to just to take care about what we're doing and what we see. Not only is a good question, but probably not only for me.
Thank you very much. Anton LaGuardia of The Economist. General Andrzejczak, you spoke about this being a decisive moment, a decisive point in the war. Can you explain that in clearer terms? And what do you see, what do both generals see coming afterwards? Which side, what happens after the counteroffensive? Is there talking and fighting? What scenarios do you envisage? And which side has the advantage in a long war if this drags on beyond this year?
Well, decisive point of the operation of war, but I would like to mention again, war starts as a political act and ends as a political act. So this is a part of the bigger mechanism. If the operationally and militarily they are successful, then we need some translation into the political language. So probably not a question for us. And well, that would be my answer.
I would agree with him.
Okay.
Thanks, Slavik, and thanks, Generals, for a great panel. Mick Ryan, a fellow at the CISIS and a couple other institutions. I want to talk about people. We've talked a lot about the 30 years of degradation of defence industry in the West, but at the same time we were doing that, we're actually making our military forces smaller and exquisitely professional. Now, that's been a good thing up until now. Has Ukraine shown us that we need to move beyond the all-volunteer, all-professional forces to an expandable, mobilised organisation in Western military institutions? And do you think military institutions and the political class are up for that shift?
I think it's a great question. I would never dare to answer it in front of a chief of defense who's actually responsible for things like that. I am blessedly just the beneficiary of the forces that chiefs of defense produce. I would simply observe that across the alliance, a number of allies have examined this question of returning to conscription or a broader basis of providing manpower, and many have adopted, or some have adopted, non-voluntary systems.
Well, I wouldn't be so reactive if we see any challenge to immediately we're going back to some points of reference from history and implement Cold War time 2.0 structure. In Poland, we have a fully professional operational troops as well as a territorial defense, new form of linking the social activity, working and being a soldier, as well as voluntary conscriptions. One of the reasons I've been to Finland and Sweden was also observing how they approach. But again, it's not only about the numbers of the troops, but the awareness of society. So I would say the good combination of active component and then reserve forces or active reserve, territorial defense, volunteers, and any other elements would be the answer. I wouldn't go back to the 70s and conscription and 500,000 of army will be solution for combat effectiveness.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time, so there is nothing to do more. But I would like to all of you to join me in rising applause for our great leaders, great soldiers, and great protectors of our freedom and our values. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Well, that was a great conversation, very well moderated. I wanted to follow up on a couple of the themes that you hit on. I know you've been talking a lot about timing and tempo, and I'd actually seen an interview that General Andrzejczyk gave in December talking about how this is not a matter of money. I've got big money. We just took our suitcases with money and are going around like hell around the world trying to buy. And I want to hit on that point about supply that you touched on. I know that Poland has bought more than 12 billion in weapons from South Korea. But can you tell me a little bit about what you're learning about accelerating defense industrial technology and the capability to produce quickly? What is Poland learning about that?
I think doing this, from this conversation, we learned that timing, tempo is absolutely crucial thing, and capabilities. And the problem is that if you think about how to deter Russia effectively, you need these capabilities not tomorrow, not 2030, but you need these capabilities now. And if you go to the, there is no kind of the store, and you can pick whatever you want in any time, but our industry needs time to produce it. So I think that the Korean direction came up exactly because there are limits what our industry can produce quickly. And the frontline state, and Poland is one of them, the country which carries a particular responsibility for the capabilities on the eastern flank, simply doesn't have time to wait. And these capabilities have to be filled as soon as possible. So that was the solution. And coming back about timing, what I heard, I think there was somehow hidden lesson of Ukrainian side we are learning. Can you imagine what Ukrainians could have achieved with the quality and quantity of weapons we are delivering them now, had they have it a year ago? So actually, perhaps this war could have been already ended. So it says something about tempo. It says something about timing. If you want to win the war, you have to be quicker than your opponent. So absolutely timing and tempo is of the essence.
I agree with you about the sense of urgency here. And one thing I think is really commendable is how Poland has pushed Western partners to be quicker about this. It's been an ongoing negotiation within NATO, an ongoing talk. What has Poland learned about communicating that urgency to other Western countries?
Well, I think, that I had a chance to briefly chat with the president, who has just come back from Reykjavik, from the Council of Europe meeting, and he said that actually he feels to be jobless there. Every Western leader speaks now as a Pole, because usually there were Poles who were preaching and raising the alarm bell that Russia is coming, the threat. So actually, all leaders gathered in Reykjavik were on the same page. So I think now the Poland's role is to speak more about timing, not about the pledges themselves, because it's one thing to pledge something. Another thing is to deliver. There are a lot of countries which are very good in pledges, but much less in delivering stuff on time, because time is of the essence.
Great. Well, with that, we're going to kick it off to our next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to be talking about, in session 2, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the transformative moment. And we're joined by Malcolm Davis. He's a senior analyst with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Justyna Gakowski, Deputy Director of the Center for Eastern Studies, Julian Lindley-French, Chairman of the Alphen Group, and Ulrich Speck, Independent Foreign Policy Analyst and columnist for Neue Zürich Zeitung. This is moderated by my colleague on the news side at the Wall Street Journal, National Security and Foreign Policy Editor Sharon Weinberger.
Hi, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I was here last year and really delighted that the Polish Institute for International Affairs invited me back here a second year to moderate. And I also, it's very poignant for me because I think it was about 25 years ago that I was part of about a dozen students at Yale University in a rapidly shrinking area known as Russian and East European Studies. And it was during the 1990s, the end of the 1990s, the peace dividend, there was falling interest in the area, but there were very good students there, including an Army officer that we always knew was going to go on to great things, and sure enough, Chris Cavoli did. I think I had less idea of what I was going to do with an East European Studies degree. But I think what united those students at the time was the idea that even as there was falling national security interest in the region, it was an area that we needed to stay involved in, that we needed to pay attention to. And I think the events of the past year, as unfortunate as they are, have reinforced that belief. I also really want to recommend the Polish Institute of International Affairs' latest publication, Point of No Return. This was my nighttime reading last night. Has a great collection of essays about the Ukraine conflict and beyond. I wanted to thank the panelists for being here and start off with a broad question that each of you can address, which is we're now over a year after the invasion. How has the security landscape in Europe changed, and how has it changed between different countries? It's obviously been transformative for some, but perhaps less so for others. And I'll let each address.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we are in Warsaw, and the security landscape in the perspective of Warsaw and the frontline countries who border to Russia or have been on the other side of the Iron Curtain during the Cold War has, I mean, dramatically changed. For them, it's obviously an existential war that Ukraine is fighting also on behalf of them. And then you have on the other side, former Western European or still Western European countries who are wondering what the meaning of this war is for them and their own security. I mean, there's a lot of sympathy for Ukraine and compassion, and the images of Bucha have really shaken the conscience of the world, at least in Europe very much, in Germany certainly. But security-wise, I mean, it took a lot of time to realize that we are moving towards a new landscape, and relations with Russia are going to be dramatically different after this war and still starting from now. And this is a realization that took time. I think Germany on the last Sunday has really demonstrated that it is moving on with the visit of Zelensky, the Karlspreis in Aachen, and also the promise of new military support. But to me, the most interesting part of that was the promise to deliver 8 billion military aid worth 8 billion until 2032. So there's a long-term perspective for support of Ukraine, and I would say Germany has switched, clearly positioned itself on the side of Ukraine right now, and there's no way back for the foreseeable future towards a kind of idea of partnership with Russia. So this has changed, but each country is a bit different.
Thank you, Sharon, and good morning, everybody. First, some good news. Today, my latest book, The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is published. It is brilliant and very reasonably priced, and I fully recommend it. But I am not in the mood to be self-congratulatory. Yeah, the landscape may be changing, but when I'm in capitals, particularly in Western Europe, I don't think the right lessons are being drawn. i.e., I don't think the right lessons are being drawn in terms of the strategic ambition that we Europeans collectively require in the world into which we're moving, the order of European security going forward, the implications thereof, the technical lessons we're learning from the war about the nature of future war. Chris and his team with the Family of Plans are doing a great job. But whatever they produce can only work if it's grasped politically at the highest levels in our capitals. And I still see, when I go to London, for example, although there's been a significant increase in the UK defence budget, most of the defence investment is going towards the nuclear side, towards the maritime side, not much more the army. And I also find a government that's wrestling between three camps, those like me who believe geopolitics is back and we have to invest in deterrence and defense, but also keep America strong where America needs to be strong to make the global community of democracies a valid deterrence globally. But also those who believe that they can return to some kind of globalization supply chain dream before the COVID pandemic with China, and those who are much more concerned about climate change and net zero. And what I'm not seeing is the creation of what I call complex strategy to understand how we manage all of those. So Ukraine is part of that. And as for the Bucha effect, I feel that many people in Western Europe, Balkans and other great tragedies around the world in recent years have become a bit inured to it. And so yes, they're very sad as it happens, but it's not driving policy in the way that it should. And I think, you know, the question I'd put to my leaders, and I'm in London next week with ministers, is what will it take for we Western Europeans to really grip the pace, the scale, and the extent of transformation which we need to grip if we are to be credible in our role as defenders of democracy and deterrers of autocracy?
I think we are similarly, that we are in a strategic transformative moment for European security architecture. But this is being felt differently across Europe. Of course, for the Eastern flank countries, especially for Poland, for the Baltic states, but also partly for the Nordic states, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has serious implications. And it's existential, since from our perspective, this is only the first, or this might be only the first step of Russia in the quest of undermining European security architecture as we have known that after post-Cold War. And I'm not sure, similarly, that this is widely understood, especially in Western Europe. And when talking about Russian goals, I always try to remind people of what Russia is publicly saying and what Russia has publicly presented to the US and to NATO in December 2021, the two draft treaties in which Russia has clearly stated its goals. Generally speaking, the first one is, of course, subordinating Ukraine and putting Ukraine into the Russian spheres of influence. But the second goal is to to make Central Eastern Europe a security void, getting rid of US and NATO military infrastructure and presence, making the region prone to Russian interest and pressure. And the third goal is to push out the US out of Europe, to make Europe in general susceptible to Russian interests, goals, and foreign security and economic policy. And if Russia will not be stopped in Ukraine, Russia will go further. And this is a clear understanding here on the eastern flank. And therefore, the actions the countries of the eastern flank are taking are answer to the urgency of the situation, and this means huge investments in own national defense. This means increasing resilience of the societies. This means more regional cooperation, and this means also activism and active policies towards the US and towards Western Europe to convince our partners and allies that the situation is grave, that the urgency of action should be understood widely, and on part of the Western Europe, I think many still does not want to understand the urgency of the situation and the seriousness of the situation. And we can clearly see on the attitudes and actions towards helping Ukraine militarily. We see this on Western attitudes on where Ukraine should be in the European security architecture after the end of this war, and we see this with regard to Western investment and the willingness to invest in own armed forces. But on the other hand, I see also positive signs, and much has moved in Western Europe and the institutions. As the NATO and the EU, and we have heard in the last panel that the NATO is structurally changing, that the collective defense is the priority, and now this is the time to invest in own defenses and to help Ukraine as much as possible.
I'm going to come at this from an Australian perspective. Shortly before the war began in 2022, I was coming back from Brisbane, and the discussion up until that point was very much, well, the Russians wouldn't dare do it. They wouldn't go into Ukraine, and of course they did. And I think the key thing that I take forward over 12 months later, after the Russian invasion, is this has been a huge blow to the confidence of many in liberal democracies that somehow major power war is a thing of the past. Major power war is here, and it's here now. And it's not just about Russia in Europe, it's about China in the Indo-Pacific. And it's about a prolonged, decades-long period of strategic competition and the risk of major power conflict between autocracies on the one hand and liberal democracies on the other. We have a determination on the part of the autocracies, the authoritarian states, to essentially bury the liberal democracies and to end liberal democracy as a system in the international arena. They want a world by 2123 that is safe for authoritarianism. So what we see now with Ukraine is the beginning of that process. And we see the same process occurring very much in the Indo-Pacific in relation to Taiwan. And so we're having to shift gears in terms of how we deal with that prolonged period of strategic competition, how we deal with the risk of major power war that could include potentially the use of nuclear weapons, but it will certainly potentially include major power use of force like we're seeing in Ukraine, where we need to actually think about how we shift our societies and our industrial processes and our manufacturing capabilities and our approach to warfare away from short, sharp, low-intensity conflicts to prolonged, protracted war between major powers. And I think from a European perspective, from my vantage point in Canberra, there's an awful lot of actors and commentators who get it and who understand the challenge and the inflection point in history that we're in. But there's still too many people who are thinking, well, surely if we can just get a peace process going, if we can get a negotiation going, that will solve it and we can go back to where we were before. There's no going back. We're in this for the long haul. And we better get ready for it. And we better basically settle in to try and defend liberal democracy, because it is under challenge across all borders, not just in Europe, but also in the Indo-Pacific.
Perhaps picking up on that point in the long haul, what does Ukrainian victory look like? And does it look like for different countries? There certainly have been hints at different times from the US that they would like to see some sort of negotiations after the counteroffensive. But in the eyes of the different allies, what does Ukrainian victory look like? Does it look like when there's an agreement for fighting to end, when Ukraine retakes pre-1914 territory? What might it look like for different countries?
I think there's now an agreement between Washington, Paris, Berlin, London, probably, that there will be an offensive, and this offensive is meant to put Ukraine in a good position for negotiations. So I think the perspective now is negotiations, and I also assume that Washington, the Biden administration, would be happy if this kind of wouldn't spill over into election year, next year, presidential elections. I think at the moment everybody's waiting what's going to happen in Ukraine, and the battlefield will shape what comes after. But the broader idea is that at some point there will be negotiations. It's also what we hear from Macron. There's now a lot of talk about involving the Chinese to put pressure on Russia. So yes, now it's Ukraine offensive and then negotiations. I pretty much doubt that this is how it's going to look like. I mean, we hear from the military experts that nobody really knows how this offensive is going to turn out and what the result will be. And I don't think that the Russian side is ready to negotiate whatever is going to happen in the next weeks or months. So for Putin, this is a war that has started in 2014, and we're just in a new chapter, and this is the long protected war that you talked about, and it's probably not going to be over this year, next year, because it's about Russian aspirations. And Justina just laid these aspirations out. Putin has clearly talked about it. So this is just one chapter in a very long fight for order, international order, liberal order versus autocracy, however you can call it, great power competition. But it's all about the challenge from Russia and China to the existing international order. So this is just going to be one chapter, and we really need to prepare for the longer fight. And I think this is dawning in Western Europe as well, so that there's no way back to I wouldn't say business as usual, but to a relationship with Russia which is based on a mutual understanding about the contours of European peace order. This is not going to happen, not this year, not next year. So we will see potentially tactical concessions on the Russian side in order to ease the Western pressure, sanctions, military pressure, support for Ukraine. But I think support for Ukraine is now pretty solid also in Western Europe. There's a lot of sympathy. In my country, there are many Ukrainians, civil society, the body politics has very much moved behind Ukraine. So I think we are moving towards a longer-term readiness for confrontation, which is, I mean, not what we wanted, but what we get from the Russian side. There's a realization that there's no way to get back. And so I think this short-term talk about, this year and peace negotiations, it's based on the illusion that Russia may understand that the war didn't go well and that they have to rebuild relations with the West. I think this is still part of the old mindset that is going to be taken over by events.
So you think the negotiations are pointless at this stage after the counteroffensive?
I mean, we don't know how this offensive will play out and what's going to happen in Russia, but I think with Putin wants to dominate the region, and this is an imperial war or an imperialist war, and it's not going to stop as long as Putin is in power, and the longer he's in power and the longer this war continues, the more he will bring Russia behind in this kind of warrior mood. And this is the biggest danger for us. And that's why also Ukraine is so crucial for us to teach Russia the lesson that we don't accept your neo-imperial vision of yourself. And this has to be underlined, and I think this is why we support Ukraine every day. Russia needs borders, and we have to make Russia understand that we're living in a Europe of nation states and secure borders, and this struggle will continue.
Let's cut to the quick here. Russia has war aims. We need war aims. Cut all this theory of victory nonsense. Our war aims, because the Russians think they're at war with us, are a return of Ukraine to its 1991 borders. That's it. Whatever it takes. At the Vilnius summit, given it's taking place in Vilnius, there'll be lots of complicated talk in the declaration about membership action plans and enhanced opportunity partnerships. Ukraine should be offered eventual membership, accelerated membership. It'll take some time, but it should happen. But the fundamental thing I want at that summit is a clear statement from the allies of what our war aims are, so that Moscow is under no illusion that we will do whatever it takes for however long it takes to achieve that objective. This is going to be over several campaign seasons, there's no question of it, but this campaign season is the critical moment right now. We are Ukraine's strategic depth. We, this coalition of supporting countries. The level of support that we give Ukraine now, whether it's in capabilities, capacity, training, political support, intelligence, or whatever, this will dictate the extent to which the Ukrainians can make progress towards that goal that we've set. So no illusion in Moscow's mind about our commitment to that goal. Do I sense it's going to happen? No. I think there's still too much prevarication in too many countries, and such a clear statement of intent would, I believe, have a huge impact, not just on the Ukrainians who are fighting this proxy war on our behalf, but also on the Russians. And it's vital that the Russians right now understand that resolve.
I would put the question differently, because it's not the question about what is the Ukrainian victory, but it is the question about how to guarantee peace in Europe in the long term. And that should be the question that we should put to ourselves and that we should answer. And this is, of course, that means, of course, Ukraine coming back to borders from 1991, but this is also Ukraine becoming NATO and EU members. Because we cannot allow ourselves to let Ukraine and other countries to stay in the gray zones, and we cannot, because gray zones will mean further attempts of Russian neo-imperial ambitions, Russian expansions. So I think, first of all, we should understand that we should draw a clear border between Russia and the West and state that the Ukraine should be a member of the West. Ukraine has deserved that. That might be a longer way, but Ukraine should be given credible path both in the EU and in NATO to both organizations.
Yeah, I think we're all saying the same thing. Look, there can be no negotiations until Ukraine has retaken control of all its territory back to 1991 borders, and that includes Crimea. So we cannot permit a negotiated settlement process to basically give the Russians time to rebuild their capabilities, nor can we permit a negotiated peace settlement process to allow the Russians to hang on to illegally annexed territories. So the first point is there's got to be a complete Ukrainian victory, and we have to do everything we need to do for as long as it takes to ensure that the Ukrainians actually do retake their entirety of their territory, including Crimea. Second point, they have to be brought into NATO and the EU as fast as possible, much faster than the traditional process. So there needs to be something similar to Finland and hopefully Sweden that basically brings them in to ensure that they are covered under Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and we have to take that responsibility seriously. And we have to make it clear to Moscow that any future attack on Ukraine as a NATO member would bring in a full military commitment by NATO. There can be no prevarication whatsoever in that regard. The third point is that we must keep Russia isolated politically and economically until they pay reparations, and ideally until Putin is in The Hague. Because if we allow Russia, or if we give in to the temptation to try and talk to the Russians again and bring them back into the system, then they will just see that as weakness and they'll exploit it. So these are really tough conditions. These are basically saying that we have to be in it for the long haul, and we have to do what we need to do to ensure Ukraine wins, and that victory has to be total and it has to be long-lasting. There can't be any sort of quid pro quo here or uncertainty. We have to win.
So given what people have mentioned here about the path to NATO and the EU, it still appears that Ukraine's ascension to NATO would be that there is a lack of support among the members for that right now. Are there any sort of security guarantees? People have talked about different models. Is there any way that negotiations could take place and that Ukraine would feel comfortable that there's a security guarantee from the West, absent NATO membership, that would work?
So I think that this talk about security guarantees is a little bit, ridiculous, because if you are afraid of escalation with Russia now, imagine this war winds down and there are security guarantees for Ukraine, and next time Russia attacks, you think they all will have disappeared? Russia will still have nuclear weapons, and there will be still a lot of concern in the Chancellery, in the Elysee, and in the White House about a major war with Russia. This is not going to go away. And I think we have to factor this in always. It's a main driver of policy in the West. So written security guarantees will, and there's no way that they will be something different from the Budapest Memorandum if it's just written security guarantees. Of course, there's the Rasmus Security Compact, which basically means everything without Article 5. Bringing Ukraine to the level of a NATO member state and doing exercises and demonstrating the willingness to support Ukraine in its defense. But I think the dividing line is it's our war or it's not our war once Russia attacks. And we are in the West, I think the view is it should not be our war. So it can't be NATO right now, but of course, Ukraine should get anything it needs to defend itself, to deter Russia credibly. Then we talk about Israel and so on and so on. So yes, NATO would be ideal, but I'm not sure whether the US is there, and I'm not sure whether the Biden administration wants to bring this up in an election year. After Trump has just made in his CNN interview, just told everybody that he can end this war in 24 hours, and that this is an issue of burden sharing with the Europeans. So I'm not sure whether the Biden administration wants to make Ukraine a major contested issue in the American election year. So I think we should aim for NATO, but we should also be very, put a lot of pressure on policymakers to draw up long-term plans for military support for Ukraine. Then whether it's NATO or not, we'll still have to deliver weapons and training to Ukraine. And I think the plans should start now also to signal to Russia that this is about a long-term commitment for Ukraine and that we are determined to make sure that Russia can't attack again, whatever way it will be. Of course, there will be in Vilnius, the Bucharest formula will be repeated, maybe improved, Bucharest plus. But I think at the same time, we should not only focus on NATO and guarantees, but also on material improvement and long-term planning for Ukraine. If there is a plan that is very visible, communicated publicly, the Russian side will understand that we are in for the long haul and not just supporting Ukraine until this war is over, and then there is a kind of fake peace or whatever, so that their calculations, that we understand what they want and that we are ready to push back against that.
Look, there can be no effective policy without risk. And that is the curse of Western Europe in particular, risk aversion. That somehow this can be managed without risk. It can't. But at the same time, what are we afraid of? Russia is not going to go to nuclear war with us because it would be nuclear suicide. Their conventional capabilities are rubbish. And they revealed that to the world, even the Chinese, who, by the way, are contemptuous of the Russians, even though they instrumentalize them for their own grand strategic purposes, understand that. We have the Russians on the back foot. We need to drive home that message. Now, I have the honor of chairing a group of 70 senior practitioners, policymakers, mainly retired. We call ourselves the Jurassic Park of grand strategy, called the Alphen Group. And we're launching a major Ukraine strategy at the European Parliament on June the 6th, D-Day. And in there, we spent a lot of time as part of the annexes looking at mutual commitments of security with Ukraine in the interim period before membership, but also redesigning the membership action plan, specifically for Ukraine to gain NATO membership rapidly, but in the interim, to follow up the work of my colleagues Ian Brzezinski and Sandy Vershbow on a defense and deterrence partnership as part of the transition to membership. And it's vital that we make the various instruments available to us across diplomatic, information, military, and economic. We clearly establish them now. We clearly establish a roadmap, because that is part of deterring Russia from going any further. And we need to have that clarity of messaging, both to ourselves and indeed to the Russians, that that is our intent. Anything less will simply spin this war out. Russia started this war on their terms. We will end the war on our terms. And by the way, for those who say that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine, I was warning in September 2022 onwards, the invasion was coming. And it was amazing how many people who now said, yes, they always thought it was coming, but didn't, are now somehow reinventing themselves, because we were in denial. So risk and denial have been our curse. That's our problem. We have to overcome it. Once we overcome risk and denial, then I'm convinced we will shorten this war which the Ukrainians are fighting on our behalf.
Personally, I do not believe in credible security guarantees other than NATO membership, whether it's conventional and nuclear dimension. If we do not draw a clear line between the West and Russia, Russia will not cease its attempts to conquer Ukraine, as it perceives Ukraine as key in its neo-imperial agenda and key with regard to domestic developments in Russia. So if there will be no NATO membership and EU membership of Ukraine in the EU, if the West will not continue the strategy of isolation of Russia, if it will not be ready to contribute to Russian defeat, I think we should prepare ourselves for long-term conflict, crisis, war in eastern neighborhood, and possibly also Russian provocations or aggressions against NATO eastern flank and hybrid warfare against Europe and the West in general. I also don't believe in security guarantees because they basically imply that the country that would give security guarantees to Ukraine would step into the war if Russia would attack Ukraine again. And I think this is what the main actors and our main allies are trying to avoid now. I do believe, however, that knowing that there is no consensus right now on on NATO membership for Ukraine, I think that step by step we can go into this direction. And NATO summit in Vilnius should be the first step in the strategy. The strategy should base on mid and long-term concept of arming Ukraine beyond the current military deliveries. It should be based on increasing political and military cooperation between NATO and Ukraine. And further, it should be based on strategy on how to win this war and not on how to lead to a kind of truce, because that will be only temporary. The strategy should be based on isolating Russia and understanding that Russia does not want a peace with us. Hence, I hope there will be a growing understanding in the West of that. And we might go into this direction with smaller steps if we are now not united in our strategy.
Look, I think we've all seen that the Budapest Memorandum was not worth the paper it was written on. So I think that we need to avoid making the same mistake again with just further security guarantees. It needs to be full NATO membership with Article 5 protection and everything that goes with that. If Russia were to attack a NATO state, say the Baltic states or Poland, then NATO would respond under Article 5. Ukraine needs to have the same security, and it needs to happen fast as possible in terms of Ukraine achieving its victory and then being brought in to NATO. So I think anything less than NATO Article 5 is just inviting another war. We can't afford to make that mistake again. We need to have Ukraine as a full NATO member under Article 5 and a full member of the EU as fast as possible. That's the way to avoid a future war.
Thank you. Let's talk about the role of China for a moment. We went from just a little bit ago of the U.S. saying that China was on the verge of sending lethal assistance to Russia to then sort of the peace proposal or the position paper, and then the U.S. saying, well, maybe there could be some role. What do you see as China's role in this conflict?
I think basically for China, Russia is useful. I would call it even a useful idiot, because this war and the Russian behavior tries to undermine the liberal international order, or however you want to call this order. And so they are very useful because China wants, someone said climate change in international relations, so they want a different order, and they go out, they say this publicly, and the US is the problem on the path towards that Chinese-centered order. Von der Leyen, thankfully, has laid this out, Commission President, in her de-risking speech. So I think the picture is pretty clear what China wants. And now they try tactically to play with the Russian war in order to achieve other goals. I think one main goal is to split the transatlantic alliance. So playing now with aspirations for peace in Europe, responding positively to Scholz or Macron whenever they go with a big business delegation to Beijing. Then it's easy for the Chinese side to give them some nice words about peace in Ukraine. And so they can go home and say, well, look, the Chinese are playing a constructive role. I think this is a trap. And I'm not sure whether Western European leaders all are aware of this trap. The Chinese want to use, they want Russia to be weaker than China, certainly, but not too weak, because they can't stand alone against the US and its allies. So to have Russia give them a much bigger, kind of better position, and I think this war presents them with the opportunity to present China as peaceful country, constructive player on the international scene. So that's very welcome to China. And there is now a lot of activity with just the Chinese envoy in Ukraine. I think the US position is, let's see, and Blinken said this is in an interview to the Washington Post, let's see if they play, if they move things in the right direction, why not? So the US doesn't want to be seen as an obstacle of bringing China in. And the argument that I see is that China is the only country that has a certain leverage on Russia. So if the Russians sign up to something and the Chinese are on board, it's much harder for the Russians to break this new contract, or however you want to call it, agreement, and then frustrate the Chinese who were in the process. But I think this all is based on the view that there's going to be, grand-scale peace negotiations anytime soon, and I think this is just not the scenario we're moving towards. So China wants to use this for its own goals. I think there's why not? And Ukraine, Zelensky pretty much is interested in this China link. So if we bring them in, if we accept their presence in those diplomatic negotiations, but without being naive, without giving them the opportunity to play the Europeans and to split the transatlantic alliance over that. So why not? But I personally doubt that the Chinese really want to, get their hands dirty and play, spend a lot of capital in getting this war to be ended. I think this is based on a wrong analysis of what China wants and the broader Chinese ambitions and the Russian-Chinese quasi-alliance, which has been laid out in February 2022, just before the war. So it's all on paper, it's all on record, and they can participate, but in a framework that has been set by Ukraine, by the Europeans, and inside the transatlantic alliance.
The Chinese are coercion freaks. I mean, any autocracy with power, they just can't help it. I mean, when I left Oxford many, many years ago, I was sent to Hong Kong. And my apologies to the Yanks in the room for what I'm about to say. But I attended a dinner with the then governor of Hong Kong, who was an old-fashioned British diplomat, and we had ThinkPack with us. And we had 3,000 Gurkhas and Royal Marines in the new territories, facing 800,000 PLA. And ThinkPack said to the governor, he said, well, Governor, you know, what will you do in the event of a Chinese incursion into Hong Kong? And the governor sat back and he said, well, probably a withdrawal. And then kept on eating. And after about 30 seconds of silence, ThinkPack said, and your second contingency? He said, oh, an extremely rapid withdrawal. And the reason that he said that was because we actually knew they weren't going to do anything, because they were laundering money through Hong Kong like mad. The Han Chinese culture of leadership is manipulation, is instrumentalization. And that's what they're doing to the Russians right now. They are instrumentalizing Russia to make life hard for America. And that is where the linkage between what's happening in Ukraine and what's happening in the Taiwan Strait becomes clear. Because Beijing's wet dream, if they do attempt an invasion of Taiwan, by the way, the distance from Taiwan, from mainland China to Taiwan, that the closest point is exactly the same as that between southern England and Normandy. It's 110 nautical miles. It took the Allies 4 major maritime amphibious operations to get that right. And we were blue water navies, the Royal Navy, the US Navy. We knew this stuff. But we still had to practice Torch, Husky, Avalanche, and Dieppe was a disaster beforehand. We learned the lesson. Chinese have never done this, so I'm not that immediately concerned about an invasion. But should they do it, the idea is to stretch the Americans thin the world over. And then the question becomes for us Europeans, given the Chinese instrumentalization of Russia, what do we Europeans do if the Americans find themselves fighting 3 theaters simultaneously? Well, by 2030, for once we Europeans have to mean what we said in the NATO strategic concept, in the military strategy of 2019, and indeed in the NATO Agenda 2030. By 2030, we Europeans need an allied, mobile, heavy, rapid reaction capability that can act as a high-end deterrent in and around Europe, even if the Americans are busy elsewhere. That's the single most cogent military message from what's happening in Ukraine. Am I seeing an ambition to achieve that? I'm seeing incremental hikes in military expenditure. I'm not seeing what I would call coordinated planning. In fact, if I had power, which probably wouldn't be a good thing, but never mind, I would give NATO's defense planners and say, guys, ladies and gentlemen, go off, come back with the optimal defense plan for NATO, work out how much it will cost, and then we'll work out how much we can afford, how we afford it. What we've got still is a culture in Europe of how much threat can we afford. You cannot build credible deterrence and defense going forward if your culture is built on how much threat can we afford. That's completely the wrong way around this. And given the changing, transformative, changing character of war, the nature of war will remain the same. But the changing character of war by 2035, 2040, I think we don't even begin to realize the scale of the challenge that we Europeans face, not only to maintain credible alliance, deterrence, and defense, but to ensure that we fully share the burdens with our American allies, given the growing pressures on their national security interest.
From my perspective, the conversation about China as a possible mediator is a bit detached from the war Russia wages against Ukraine, and is rather a conversation about Western approach to China. And especially biggest countries in Western Europe that do not agree with shaping the narrative and the policies in terms of great power competition, try to present China as an actor that can be and should be integrated and engaged in the crisis and conflict regulation within the existing international rules-based order. From my perspective, these are illusions of China playing a constructive role between Ukraine and Russia, where we clearly are in the situation where China sides with the fellow challenger of the regional and world order as we have it. So I perceive this is the attempt from Western Europeans to include China and engage China. And from the US, what we have all read in the media, I perceive it rather as a tactical maneuver of trying to dissuade China from supporting Russia militarily in Ukraine and trying to put China, or since it wants to present itself as a mediator, so this mediator role is and should be then linked with a kind of neutral war with regard to any party of this war.
Look, in terms of the Chinese peace plan, it's not talking about the Russians withdrawing from Ukraine and recognizing Ukraine's sovereignty to 1991 borders. So it's dead on arrival at that point. There should be no embracement of the Chinese peace plan until it accepts the fact that Ukraine's sovereignty at 1991 borders is sacrosanct, and it enforces Russia to do that. So we should not be, shall we say, having a dalliance with the Chinese in this regard. Secondly, we have to recognize that from Beijing's perspective, Russia is a useful vassal for Beijing, in the sense that they can use the war in Ukraine, they can use Russia to keep the Americans tied up in Europe, to keep Western military production sort of stretched, so that when the Chinese do make their move against Taiwan, potentially as early as the second half of this decade, but maybe later, we don't know. But when they do it, the Americans won't be as ready as they should be. So we should see through China's plans. And I'm sounding incredibly cynical about this, but I'm sorry. The Chinese objective here, their grand strategic objective, is to end US strategic primacy globally and to create a China century, and to essentially create a China dream of a rejuvenated China, the return of the Middle Kingdom with vassal states in the Indo-Pacific that pay tribute to Xi Jinping. That's what they want, okay? And there are ways to achieve that, and one of those ways is to keep the Ukraine war going, to keep the Americans and NATO tied up there so they don't have the means to prepare for a Taiwan contingency later this decade. And at the same time, Ukraine is a very useful learning experience for the PLA. They're learning a great deal on how the Americans and Western systems fight, what not to do in terms of how the Russians are doing things. They're gaining a great deal from this. So when the Chinese talk about peace plans, I'm sorry. I don't take them seriously because they are not genuine. And they have to be seen through that broader context of China's grand strategic ambition, which is a China century, a world safe for authoritarianism and democracy on the ash heap of history.
Great, thank you. Actually, I wanted to turn now to any questions from the audience. I think there are perhaps microphones.
Glad you could see something.
I can't.
Lucas.
Oh.
Lucas.
Great, please.
Stand up. Yeah. A mic down the front, please.
Logistics, always difficult.
I'm sorry, I think I robbed Paul Schulte out of microphone. Sorry about that. Łukasz Kulaca, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I would like to come back to the first part of the discussion when I heard a lot about Ukrainian victory, Russian defeat, and doing everything that we can to actually make it happen. But we're not doing everything that we can, right? And one of the logical conclusions to what I think most of you were talking about is to actually move to the next stage and commit troops and weapons to fight with the Ukrainians. As NATO, maybe not, but as a coalition of the willing, if indeed there is nothing to be worried when it comes to Russia because their nuclear intimidation is not credible, their armed forces are in retreat, then actually we are not risking that much. And if we want to win the war, indeed, then committing troops to Ukraine to fight with the Ukrainians seems like a logical choice. There's a question there, whether you agree or not. Thank you very much.
Malcolm, sure.
Okay. Look, I agree. We need to be doing a lot more, even within the constraints of what we're doing at the moment. You know, we should be sending ATACMS, we should be sending F-16s, we should be sending the Ukrainians everything they need to carry out a successful counteroffensive and to retake territory. In terms of going that next extra step, one of the things I've been thinking about in regards to the F-16s is a flying tigers approach. So rather than a NATO intervention, volunteers, pilots flying F-16s. I don't know the legal implications of that, but we do need to think outside the box. And of course, if NATO does intervene on the ground, then we are in a different situation. We're in an escalatory environment. And I disagree with the notion that somehow the Russian nuclear threats can be dismissed out of hand. I think that's dangerous because we simply don't know what Putin's thought processes are going to be if he's staring defeat in the face. But Elliot Cohen said it very well last night. We should not be constrained by the fear of him crossing the nuclear threshold. So there's a really fine balance there in terms of how do we go further, potentially risk that nuclear threat, but at the same time avoid being intimidated by it. And I don't have a good answer for that. Maybe someone else does. But we should not just dismiss it out of hand and say, oh, it's never going to happen. Because he does have nuclear weapons and, they could very well use them. What we need to do is deter that use, and if he does use them, have a response that basically brings about war termination as swiftly as possible. But yes, at conventional level, we ought to be able to think outside the box and start thinking about what we can do beyond sending Ukraine additional weapons such as ATACMS and F-16s.
Lukasz, there are already personnel from certain NATO countries actively supporting, advising the Ukrainian forces. There have been 3 phases thus far of our support for Ukraine, our support being the coalition of countries supporting the Ukrainian armed forces. There is a further range of escalatory steps that could be taken given Russian escalation therein, before we would even consider deploying troops under NATO command into Ukraine. A phase 4 development involving a whole host of technical intelligence, equipment contributions to strengthen the Ukrainian forces going forward. The danger for NATO at some point is that if it ends up being a coalition within the alliance that's consistently driving this port forward, over time, coalitions kill alliances. And we have to understand the implications for NATO for not being extremely clear of what the implications saying of our determination that Ukraine is restored to its 1991 borders. because they have to understand there is a point at which this war reaches where we are willing to consider the risk of those very questions because we believe them to be fundamental to European security and defence and our security and defence. Now, if we're not willing to take risk, we're bluffing. And it's going to come down, I fear, like all these crises, is to who believes whose bluff. I believe the Russians have reached their culminating point. I believe that there are those inside the Frunze embankment who are extremely concerned about any talk of the use of nuclear weapons. I mean, my one appearance on Russian television during this process was in the form of a tweet, because I was watching 60 Minutes, and there was one of their dunderheads talking about nuking Britain because of our support for Ukraine and how long it would take a Russian nuke to hit Britain. To which I replied about the same time it would take a Trident II D5 to take out Moscow and St. Petersburg. Let's not go there. So I do think it ultimately comes down to, are we willing to back our stated war aims with a willingness to bear risk? If we're not, then I'm afraid the Russians will win, because it comes down to that.
If I may, I think that in between of what we are doing now and sending troops to NATO troops to Ukraine, we have a lot of possibilities that we should exhaust. And the first one is to get rid of self-imposed limitations to the military aid we are providing to Ukraine. And let's be honest, before the hopefully beginning spring counteroffensive of Ukraine, did the West provide Ukraine with enough weapons, enough equipment for Ukraine to succeed and to push out Russians out of occupied Ukrainian territories? Or do we bet on some kind of Ukrainian offensive going forward, but not to the extent Ukraine and we, the countries on the eastern flank, would wish for fear of escalation. So I do believe that between the current situation and sending troops to Ukraine, we have a lot of, we can still do much, much more. First of all, get rid of fear of escalation, get rid of self-imposed limitations, and provide Ukraine with what it needs to push out Russian forces out of its territory.
I think we have defined what this war is. It's a Ukrainian war, it's defense against Russia, and the West is, and NATO is supporting Ukraine in its self-defense. And so there have been, rules have been established in this situation, and they have changed. I think every month or so, self-imposed limits have disappeared, but this is something where the West has wanted to explore the Russian reaction side, the quasi-annexation. It looked suddenly like they put parts of Ukraine under the Russian nuclear umbrella. And then, how serious has this been? We didn't know that, so we went, step by step, or the Ukrainians went step by step. And now there is a kind of limitation, which is not to attack Russian territory. But I just heard the German defense minister saying yesterday, of course, the Ukrainians shouldn't target civilian targets in Russia, but military facilities is legitimate, and it's according to the rules of war, it's legitimate. So I think we are extending the range of things that are possible under the headline supporting Ukraine in its self-defense. And if we would bring in NATO troops, this would completely change the nature of this war. It would be just a very different war. It wouldn't play out just in Ukraine. And I think nobody wants to go to war in the West. I think this is, and so of course, if Russia had no nukes, maybe it would look very different. But I mean, it's just a nuclear world where the nukes are defining the playground of international politics and conflict. And so I think this question is it's quite out of question, I would say.
Let's be clear, our support of Ukraine is legitimate under Article 51 of the UN Charter. It's not Article 5 of NATO, it's Article 51, which, frankly, the Chinese have signed up as well. So it's not that we're being illegitimate in our support for Ukraine, it's entirely what the UN Charter was established to ensure.
Thank you. Oh, well, we have a bunch of questions over here. Let's go to front row.
Thank you so much. My name is Alexandra Ustinova. I'm the member of the Ukrainian parliament. Thank you so much for all the support that we've heard today. But my question would be, when I keep hearing the word escalation, especially when it comes to F-16 and ATACMS, and we are not asking to come fight our war. We don't need your boots on the ground, honestly. We can do it ourselves, but we need your weapons. And I remember at the beginning of the war, transferring MiGs from Poland was escalatory. Then receiving HIMARS was escalatory. Then the Patriots, everybody was telling us, forget about this word. And the next step was the tank coalition. And nobody wanted to do that because he would start the nuclear war. Now you're telling us that the F-16 or ATACMS might be an escalation. Can you please tell us what has changed with the other type of weapons that you think now that this is escalatory and the HIMARS or the tanks were not? And what we should be doing to actually receive the F-16, because I think it is clear for everyone in this room that we cannot win the war without the air superiority. Thank you.
Please.
I think you saw a very important meeting at Chequers between your president and my prime minister this week with the creation of the Jet Coalition. I think that's the first step towards, shall we say, giving you the air defense capabilities that you will require. I don't think we need to focus on specific systems. We need to focus on the effects you need to generate in the field to prevail. And those effects include adequate air defense. At some point, that will, to my mind, include fast jets, now whether it's F-16s or whatever. But then you come across a particularly European problem, is that most of our air forces have been cut over the last 20 years. And to give you fast jets will be a very major commitment for air forces already under pressure. I mean, I take the Dutch with their F-16s. If they give you some Dutch F-16s, the Dutch haven't got any left. That's the essential message. The other thing that worries me, and there are people in this room with far more knowledge about this than me, I see you being provided with all these different systems and platforms from all these different countries, all requiring different logistical tails, different maintenance requirements, different. I would like to see, probably in Poland, a NATO maintenance hub to support all those systems that we're giving you, so that we take that pressure off you and ensure that you are the teeth, that we establish a strong tail that can ensure you maintain operational effectiveness. But what I'm impressed by with the coalition is the shared appreciation of a picture of your battle space and what you require to prevail, and a willingness to go over those red lines to give you that kit. So the precedent has now been established where you will be reinforced. How far that goes, well, that's open to negotiation and, frankly, our defense budgets. But the precedent that we will give you what you need has clearly been established.
Yeah, look, I think you should get everything you need. Simple as that. And I think what we need to do is get past this fear of escalation, this fear that the fact that the Russians could use nuclear weapons. I'm not saying, as I said, I disagree with the notion that they would never do it, but we can't allow that implicit threat to stop us from supporting you. So I think everything that should be on the table. should be on the table to you as fast as possible. And I love the idea of a logistics hub in Poland. I think that's excellent. The ability to take some of the burden off you so that you're the tip of the spear and we're behind you, supporting you, the ability to use that is the way to go. So I think that the key point is getting political leaders to look past those Russian nuclear threats and that fear of escalation and say, if we want to avoid a much larger war down the track that probably would involve the use of nuclear weapons, because it would be an attack on NATO, we need to ensure that Ukraine wins now, rather than essentially sort of hoping for the best in the future.
I do believe we will cross next lines. And what has contributed to changing over time the Western strategy of sending military aid to Ukraine was Russia not escalating, Ukraine fighting, and thus the West gradually getting rid of own mental limitations. But at the same time, the human resources of Ukraine are not unlimited. And the sad story of this strategy is that the West probably has not included this factor in its calculation to the full extent. And that might have implications for further capability of Ukraine to wage the war, and then put questions to the West of how to support Ukraine in the future.
Just wanted to address one issue, risk awareness, and what is the narrative and what is the strategy. I think there is still in many quarters in Western Europe and maybe the US is the idea that either we go in or we stay out. So it's our choice. It's not our war. And I often said in Germany, this is not charity for Ukraine, but there's a sense of, well, we give them what we don't need, or but then what do you need in Europe? Why do you have your military hardware? What for? It's exactly what the Ukrainians are doing, diminishing the Russian threat. But the thing is that people still think that they can, that they can either go into this risk, and then they go often for moral reasons because of Bucha, because what they saw, but they don't go into this risk for strategic reasons so much. Strategic reason would be Russia expanding, threatening, undermining the European peace order. So people in Western Europe often don't understand that it affects them, their security. It's not a moral issue, it's a moral issue as well, but it's also a security issue. And so they think, well, yes, poor Ukrainians, we need to help them, give them a little bit, but they don't think it's, well, poor us if we get attacked. I mean, in Poland and in Baltic countries, it's a totally different view. But so what we need, I think, to clarify is that it's a long-term threat. A Russia that is belligerent, a Russia that sees itself as an empire, a Russia that wants to conquer territory and thinks war is a way to get there, is the biggest security risk to Western Europe as well, because there will be one moment when you will be involved. So we need to think more about the long-term threat. That is a higher escalation, a much bigger war with Russia in Europe, and I think people don't understand that this is not, it's not a fantasy of think tankers. It's quite a possibility. This is where we are moving if Russia is not being stopped right now. And so the strategic case for help, for support, is rarely being made. It's rather that Zelensky is a good, he's a good speaker, we need to help the Ukrainians, but we should think about helping ourselves. And so this strategic case, I don't see much of it still in Western Europe.
Just for the record, President Putin, Mr. Patrushev Sr., General Shoigu and General Gerasimov, they think we're already in.
Great. I think, is that third row, fourth row? Right there with the gentleman with his hand up.
Thank you. Tomasz Smoraka, Polski Foundation. I've got a question, in regards to all you said about China and Taiwan, and especially that there is a link between Ukraine and East Asia and Taiwan. I wonder, how do you comment the words, the famous words of President Macron from the interview a couple of weeks ago, that, to put it simple, Taiwan is not our business, and European autonomy is about keeping trade with China regardless of tension between the US and the PRC. Just I would like to hear your comments. Thank you.
Look, if in the scenario where China has invaded Taiwan and the US has decided to intervene in support of Taiwan and thus called on its Indo-Pacific allies such as Australia and Japan to support it, which I think it's inconceivable that any government of the day in Canberra wouldn't support the US at that point. Seriously, can you see Europe trading with China as US and Japanese and Australian people are dying in a war? I don't see it. I see President Macron's strategic autonomy concept as baffling, because if we're talking about a major power war between the United States and China, between the US and its allies and China in the Indo-Pacific, I really cannot see any European government of the day in good conscience doing trade deals with China. It's just a nonsense. And I think that, to put it bluntly, Xi Jinping has played Macron like a fiddle. He's manipulated him, he's exploited his personality, and Macron has fallen for him. And P.T. Barnum said it, there's a sucker born every minute. I'm sorry. This strategic autonomy concept is a nonsense. It's really important for NATO and for Europe to work together with the United States and its Indo-Pacific allies to deter China from launching that war in the first place. Only if we stand together, only if we work together and present a united, resolved front, will China think twice. The goal, the objective of Western democracy should be to send the message to Beijing such that when Xi Jinping gets out of bed each morning and brushes his teeth in the morning and looks in the mirror, he thinks, not today. That's what we should be doing.
Are you calling President Macron a sucker?
Well, yes, I said it, so there you go.
Yeah, I think Taiwan is very much our business, not because of China, but because of Russia. Because if deterrence in the Pacific and in Taiwan fails, then we will have a spillover to Europe. And Russia will seize this chance to not only further attack and subdue Ukraine, but try also to challenge security architecture in Europe and probably stage an aggression towards NATO members here on the eastern flank. And I think this is the worst case scenario that many people in the Baltic states, in Poland and in a wider region fear, that US that will be focused and concentrated in the Pacific in case of the war there will not be present in Europe. Europe might be divided. Russia might find or decide that it's a window of opportunity to attack. And I think, therefore, there is a clear link between Taiwan and Europe, and therefore Europe should do everything possible to uphold deterrence in the Pacific.
L'autonomie stratégique, the Gaullist wet dream. After he made that speech, I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a very senior French politician. And I put this question to him. I said, why do you always have to make these things so anti-American? I mean, why? Why do you have to kind of present this as somehow there's a kind of moral equivalency between the United States and China, given the United States support for Europe over the last 80 years? I said, if you presented an argument that said, in 2023, given the growing pressures on the United States, it is surely appropriate that Europeans took on more strategic responsibility. That meant building more capabilities, military capabilities more capacity. That's entirely logical. Because if you really want strategic autonomy, it will only come as a function of relative military capability, not words. When we Europeans build up a sufficient capability, we will influence Washington. If you are, was asked to advise on the integrated review a couple of years ago, the UK, you asked me the #1 objective of any British defence review. It is influencing Washington. That's it. Most important thing, have enough capability of the right kind across intelligence, across deployable forces, across et cetera, to have influence in Washington. The more we Europeans build, the more we will have influence in Washington and therefore begin to shape American security policy, which is actually what Macron wants. He just goes about it in a ridiculously ham-fisted way.
Wanted to address another aspect. I think it's not only Macron in Beijing, it's also Kishida in Kiev. We see a growing awareness in the Indo-Pacific and in Eastern Central Europe that Ukraine and Taiwan are linked, not only because Russia and China are linked, but because it's an issue of global order and the rights of small states exposed to pressure from big imperialist countries. So we see that more and more countries are looking forward to have closer relationship, European countries with Taiwan. I mean, Lithuania stands out in that regard, but also the new Czech president, Pavel. I think one of his first calls, I mean, he's really interested in building this relationship. And so we see more and more awareness that we have a similar problem and that Central Eastern Europe and the Indo-Pacific are very similar battlefields about the shape of the global order of the future. Those are the two theaters. And I find it very positive and interesting that inside these regions, people start to link up to each other. The Czechs are very active, as I said, the Lithuanians, and I hope there will be more of that because it's really a matter of principle and of international order. So, yeah, Macron was, I think, exercising, it was an exercise in self-damage. And I think also, for example, in Germany, this has further, brought home the point that France is not really the kind of leader we would hope to see at the moment, but I think it just confirmed points that we have already, seen before. And so there's now the G7 meeting in Japan, and they very much hope to get a statement where they bring Macron back in line. And we had a lot of communication coming out of Paris that, well, the French are serious in the Indo-Pacific, but let's see how this plays out.
Okay,
I don't think any of us are going to get an invitation to Bastille Day in Paris anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. We have time for one last question. Highest bidder in the center there.
Konstantin Agate, freelance journalist living in Vilnius. I would like to get the panel back for a sec to the NATO summit in Lithuania in July. It's clear that Ukraine will not get anything approaching a formal invitation to the alliance. This will be definitely seen in Moscow as this kind of moment of triumph and of weakness. What do you think should be done in Vilnius? What would be your advice? The question is to the whole of the panel.
Yes.
Thank you, Konstantin. Good question, as ever, my old friend. We should offer them what Brzezinski and Vershbow proposed in the Atlantic Council last week, a defense and deterrent partnership. But they won't, for the very reasons that you highlight. But that is the choice that we're faced with. We've made it perfectly clear on this panel what we think. And I've made it perfectly clear what I think Vilnius should seek to do is make that kind of statement. But I think that the alliance would be damaging itself not to make that kind of commitment. And at some point, decisions will begin to be taken outside the alliance institutional framework by those powers who need to go further than those powers that do not. I will leave it at that.
I do agree. We will be partly disappointed from the Vilnius summit with regard to the language on Ukraine. There will be no membership action plan offered. But the language probably that the NATO Vilnius summit declaration will open a path of further strengthening political and military relations with Ukraine. This language...
What does that mean?
That means that there is not time for discussion on membership action plan, and that will be disappointing. But still, I think there will be an opening for having more substantial relations with Ukraine, such as Sweden and Finland had with NATO pre-accession in case of Finland. So I suppose we should head into this direction with the Vilnius summit. As much as I would wish for MAP being given to Ukraine, but simply for political reasons, that will not be the case. But I see three areas where we should look closely, where NATO, after NATO Vilnius summit, it's not only how NATO wants to shape relations with Ukraine, it's also the issue of regional defense planning, high readiness forces, and all the structural changes to collective defense posture that the panel with General Cavoli and Jacek talked about. Very important issues from the perspective of Eastern Flank, and the commitments along with a new defense investment pledge in Vilnius will be hugely important for the Eastern Flank to strengthen deterrence, to strengthen the defense within NATO, and how Moscow looks upon our efforts. One issue more, enhanced forward presence. I would expect that NATO decides for some additional steps to strengthen the posture that has been agreed upon at Madrid. So I think these three issues that are important and will be important in Vilnius: collective defense, structural changes, enhancing forward presence, NATO-Ukraine relations, and also Sweden finally joining the alliance.
Great, thank you. I think very briefly, we're about out of time.
Look, I think it would be a missed opportunity if they're not given that offer of membership, but clearly, as you say, that's the political reality. So I think it's an opportune time to essentially provide a commitment to, or at least announce a shipment of ATACMS and F-16s to make that alternative commitment, and also to start negotiations with Ukraine about NATO membership, even if we can't open up the possibility of membership immediately, but make an in-principle commitment that we are going to talk about Ukrainian membership, rather than see it essentially as never an option to come on the table.
Great, thank you. I wanted to thank our panelists and the audience. I think we're now between them and lunch, but thank you so much.
Sharon, thank you so much for hosting that panel. This has been very insightful. If you can come over here, I want to get your take on a couple of things. So what I really heard from that panel is that a lot of our assumptions about the way that the world works have been challenged. And I'll just bring up a couple of them. That we're done with taking territory by force. That's an assumption that no longer exists. That as a result, there's a peace dividend. That there's a march of democracy underway. I hear a lot more insecurity about whether our nuclear deterrent strategy works. And also with China, sort of the assumption that economic liberalization would lead to political liberalization and therefore peace. Those are big assumptions to have challenged, but this has also been a transformational moment for foreign policy thinking, I would think, for Russia and China. So what assumptions do you think they have had challenged through the war in Ukraine?
Russia and China?
Yes.
I think that Russia was greatly surprised by how much support and unified support. Of course, there have been divisions, but I think the level of support that the West has given, the way that things that were initially declared as red lines were provided, whether it was Patriot tanks, HIMARS, I think that's come as a great surprise. I think China.
Can you speak a little bit more into the mic?
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
I think what Russia will be looking forward to is how long does that unified support last, and can they outlast it? And I think China is looking at those same issues.
Got it. The other thing that stood out to me is this question about an acceptable level of risk. How do you see the West cohering around that idea? What does that process look like?
I thought that was so well put. The idea is that if you're not willing to take some level of risk, then Russia wins. And I don't think you hear that enough in discussions, at least not in the United States, about what that means, that there has to be some level of it.
Great. Well, thank you so much for moderating a great panel. I'm going to take this opportunity to invite you guys to go out for lunch now. But just a reminder, please come back at 1 o'clock. We've got a fabulous lineup this afternoon and look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming back for this afternoon's sessions. I think we had a really productive morning of ideas, and I'm excited to continue this. The next panel is going to be on a new hope, how to rebuild Ukraine, something really significant given the billions of dollars in war damage already accumulated. And we have a great panel ahead. It's Adam Eberhardt, the director of the Center for Strategic Studies with the Warsaw Enterprise Institute. We've got Anna Jarosz-Fries, who's the acting director of the Ukraine service, NIR.E. Benjamin Tallis, senior research fellow with the German Council on Foreign Relations. Ole Ustenko, an advisor to the president of Ukraine, and this will be moderated by Daniel Szeligovsky. He's the head of the Eastern Europe program with the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Let's give it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to the third session of the PISM Strategic Ark 23 conference. The way we have actually sequenced our today's discussion, so the route that our strategic arc have been sailing since this morning, is by no means accidental. So first we focus on how to win the war with Russia. But once we finally get there, this is not going to be the end of the story. There will be new challenges waiting for us, and this is exactly when Ukraine's post-war reconstruction comes into the fore. The biggest reconstruction since World War II, the biggest reconstruction project anywhere in the world, the world's largest reconstruction site. So these are just few headlines that I have come across today in the morning, which show us the scope of the challenge that lies ahead. And to unpack this challenge, of course, we have invited a stellar group of speakers who will help us navigate through these choppy waters. Without any further ado, Oleg, I want to start with a question addressed to you. So all these headlines point to the Herculean task that Ukraine reconstruction is going to be. Let us grasp the scale and the complexity of the problem. So where we are in terms of war destruction, registering the damage done, planning for post-war reconstruction, generally the Ukrainian vision for post-war reconstruction.
Okay. So basically, to start with, I would say that the damage we already received from this aggression is really huge. We are talking about huge numbers. The direct cost, if you are just thinking in terms of economic and financial costs, they're on a level of $750 billion US. This is the direct damage which we already experienced. But if you add the indirect damages we received, I would argue that the number is going to be much bigger and would be on a level of at least $1 trillion US. For you to understand, someone have to keep in mind that our historical maximum GDP, which we had in 2021, was on a level of $200 billion US. So we are talking about the overall damage of 5 times of our historical maximum GDP. And of course, when we are coming back to the issue of reconstruction in Ukraine, we are talking about, full compensation for this damage. And this is only the one issue we have to keep in mind when we are analyzing future plans for reconstruction of Ukraine. And then, of course, obviously, how we are going to proceed. Is that a role only for government? For governments, if you wish, of our government and the governments of our allies, or it's also a role for private sector. And I would say that for sure we can see here the role for both, for private sector and for governments of our own government, and as I said, for governments of our allies. From the very beginning of this invasion, I remember the very, first weeks of the invasion when the President Zelensky was very clear when he said that again, it was a second week probably of invasion when there was a task for everybody in the office that we have to think in terms of the rebuilding of the country. So I would say that starting from that, many groups started their work, their assessments of the future prospects, how it should be done. But in my view, it's no doubt that what should be done, if you wish, Ukraine has to be a candy, a candy which will be showing for everybody in the world that here it is an example and successful example of the winner of this war, which is Ukraine, the winner of this war, which is supported by the whole civilized world, by its allies, and here the results we are receiving. And the results we have to receive, we have to understand that, of course, many topics are under discussions now, and of course everything related to our offensive operation, which is extremely important, but at the same time, when we are talking about the economic and financial side of the issue, here we are talking about several tracks, if you wish, which we have to explore even at this time. And when we are talking about the whole damage and the necessity to rebuild Ukraine, we also mean so-called fast-track recovery. And this fast-track recovery is also costly. And as you are aware, we are running a significant budget deficit, and definitely we don't have money in our hands to do this quick recovery or fast-track recovery by our own. Definitely we need for that funding. And here we are talking about the amount of money of, I would say, between 15 to 20 billion US dollars, which are needed for to rebuild the most critical part of our critical infrastructure, which is our electrical infrastructure, which is our social infrastructure, including hospitals, including schools, including bridges and the most important roads which we need to rebuild, and this is the most urgent need. The winter is, or the autumn is approaching very soon, despite the fact that we are in spring. We remember the case of last year. So before that, we have to be fully prepared, which means that we have to concentrate our efforts in these plans as well. But when we are talking about the future recovery of Ukraine, the post-war recovery of Ukraine, which actually, again, which starts now with this fast-track recovery, despite the fact that we are in a state of war, despite that fact, we have to proceed right now. But in the future, when we are talking about the future, here we have plenty of options. Private sector, we see the role of private sector, of our own private sector, but for international investors as well. You definitely saw many meetings which President Zelensky held with big investors. We have to have a support from international institutions, and we see the role for international institutions here as well. And we see the role of governments. So all this is needed not just to rebuild the economy, but build the new country on completely new basis. Which means that the new economy have to be rebuilt, should be rebuilt as energy efficient economy, which was already announced, green technology, green energy technology, new technologies, and everything related to security as well. So many things are under discussions, and this is I would say, from my point of view, it's really urgent task, and we have to have consensus now. It's not like we are coming to post-war period and only after that we are starting discussion. No, the discussion are already coming in different capitals, including Kiev, but at the same time, you know, the most urgent one, as actually was already mentioned by President Zelensky in his latest European tour, when he said that fast-track recovery is something and extremely important.
Yeah, two quotes that I would like to share with you. The first one from Ursula von der Leyen is, "We stand ready to take a leading role in the international reconstruction efforts to help rebuild democratic and prosperous Ukraine." The second quote from Vice President of the Commission, Valdis Dombrovskis, "In the longer term, the European Union will lead a major financial efforts to rebuild a free and democratic Ukraine." Anna, I would like to turn to you now, of course. Yesterday at the dinner, I tried to figure out whether you brought with you from Brussels some big suitcase. You did, but it is not as big as I thought it could be. And my question to you is as simple as possible. So who's gonna pay for Ukraine's reconstruction, and what role would the European Union like to play in the whole efforts?
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start by explaining who is supporting Ukraine's efforts financially this year, because these are the figures that we know, and then we can maybe see how to look to the future. The Ukraine has two major financial type of needs this year. One is to stabilize the budget, so to keep the state functioning, and the second is the fast recovery, as Oleg just mentioned. The good news is that the budget needs are covered by own Ukraine effort, including tax collection and very prudent management of the budget that is really laudable, but also by major international effort in terms of financial assistance. And here, following the President von der Leyen statement, the Union has taken a lion's share, and also with macro-financial assistance plus, you know, that's how we label our instrument, 18 billion euros for 2023, has, as of last December, given to Ukraine not only size, but predictability of the financial flows. And this is incredibly important for the finance minister to be able to manage the budget, and therefore for the state to be able to properly function and continue to show the amazing resistance across the whole of government and the society. That predictability of the financial flow is crucial. And the Union has so far, in line with the agreed schedule of payments, disbursed 6 billion euros. The rest will come in line with the agreed monthly payments and quarterly reviews. And that commitment and predictability enabled both an IMF program that spans over 4 years and counts on significant continued donor support, but also, if you want, galvanized other international donors, the biggest among them after the Union being the US, but also Japan and a number of member states that contributed with bilateral assistance to budget support. So in a way, we are pretty much, as of about a month, in a good place in terms of having covered the needs of the state for 2023. What we have not yet covered is the needs for the fast recovery, which is the critical infrastructure repairs. And here the Union again will contribute with the budgetary means, but this is also where we use together with the government of Ukraine and the US government and the G7, the donor coordination platform, in order to identify where the gaps are and try to collect the missing support in order for the critical repair to be undertaken and financed now. Because for the bigger reconstruction to happen, certain preconditions have to be met. Part of them is that, physical infrastructure functions and that the society has means to return to Ukraine and that the economy has conditions to be restarted. And for that, these critical infrastructure repairs that Oleg mentioned are absolutely indispensable. And we are working with the international donors, but here the Union works hand in hand with the government of Ukraine and the US government to basically to collect the missing money. Thank you.
Yeah, the preconditions is actually what I would also ask Ben about. Many compare post-war Ukraine's reconstruction to the reconstruction, rebuilding of Europe after the World War II. And when we compare it to the Marshall Plan and to the post-war situation, actually there was one very important feature. So the economic aid was actually coupled with security guarantees. What's the security precondition if we are really to discuss post-war Ukraine's reconstruction?
Thank you very much indeed, and what a pleasure it is to be here at this excellent event in Warsaw and to discuss this, which I think is one of the most important issues we face today. You're absolutely right that these two things must be coupled, and I think it's essential also that we look at this not only in terms of reconstruction but construction, and remember that in fact the Marshall Plan came at a time of reconstructing a shattered Germany, a shattered Europe, but also constructing the kind of security order that kept us safe in Western Europe, at least for many years. And this is where I think we often actually get this the wrong way around when talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine, because what the reconstruction of Ukraine truly offers us is a chance to reconstruct or better construct our own security order and to reconstruct the chance that the democratic world has to win the systemic competition that we face. So I think we're looking down the wrong end of the telescope a lot of the time here, seeing this as a problem somewhere else to be solved, whereas actually this is a wonderful opportunity for what we often call the West, but I think we should be thinking more widely about the democratic world to reconstitute our hope of the future. And part of our hope of the future is Ukraine's hope of the future as well. And that's what we're truly trying to, I think, construct forward. And that has several elements, one of which relates to the security guarantees that will unnecessarily underpin any reconstruction or construction. And as was very well mentioned on the panel this morning, the only true security guarantee for Ukraine after the war in the medium term is NATO membership. That will also be the most advantageous security guarantee for the rest of Europe and indeed for the rest of the democratic world. In the interim, though, there are measures that we can take. Bilateral security guarantees or security guarantees of the willing, particularly nuclear armed states such as the UK and the US. The UK, for example, provided a security guarantee to Finland in the interim period before it was actually able to join NATO after it had stated its intention to do so. And I think we need to be looking into those kind of arrangements and the sequencing of those kind of arrangements in order to facilitate that kind of predictability that Anna mentioned in financial terms, but to have predictability, reliability, and reassurance in security terms as well. The other aspect of this is security in another way. And this security I talk about here is the security of hope in the future. We know that a crucial part of Ukraine's recovery, and indeed of the West's reconstruction, is about engendering that virtuous cycle of reform and reward that has been problematic in the past when the EU has dealt with Ukraine, and our hesitant embrace of Ukraine, which was as much about keeping Ukraine at arm's length as bringing it closer, was partly predicated on a vicious cycle whereby political goals were actually hidden behind this technocratic facade of meeting entry criteria and so on and so forth, which left Ukrainians with very little hope that they would actually be included and very little incentive to make reform. We've now seen a chance to break into that cycle, and I think this is essential to keep that hope going. And I think the Swedish Prime Minister's remarks at the Munich Security Conference, which went largely unreported, were really important in this regard. What he said was that Ukraine's entry, for example, for the EU must be merit-based. But merit-based cannot be an excuse to, again, go soft or go slow on Ukraine's entry. And it's that kind of commitment and progressive commitment to integration that will also provide the kind of guarantee, this other form of security, which the two work together, that will allow the kind of private investment that will actually provide the bulk of the funds that will be needed to restore Ukraine's critical facilities, to restore Ukraine's thriving economy. And so I think understanding this a little bit more clearly and putting these things together, Daniel, as you rightly said, is extremely important. The last thing I'd say on that, because you posed a question to us in advance of how to make this actually happen rather than just leave it to the nice words that we often hear at conferences or at donor reconstruction platforms or so on. This virtuous cycle, I think, is key to that. And we've seen that on the battlefield for Ukraine, nothing succeeds like success. That when Ukraine is taking territory, when Ukraine is moving forward at speed and pushing the Russians out, the amount of support they gain from the West and from elsewhere is higher. The same thing will happen as Ukraine makes its reforms, as Ukraine builds back better, in fact builds forward. And the more we can engender that virtuous cycle, the better it will be for buying in donors. The other part is alliance pressure. And there should be as much alliance pressure on the financial side here as there is on the military side. Keeping our collective spine stiff, keeping our eyes collectively focused on the future in order to actually engender those two reinforcing cycles of positive and protective security that we need to reconstruct Ukraine and indeed to reconstruct the West and our hope of winning that systemic competition.
I must say I've been patiently waiting for you when you're going to mention your term neo-idealism. You have not done it yet, but you will have a chance in the next round of questions. So I will turn to Adam now with two basic questions. When we should start reconstruction? If we are looking at the opinion polls, actually the Ukrainian society is divided by half. So half of the people say, do it now, and half of the people say, let's wait until the end, until the war is over. So this is the opinion poll done by rating group. When to start, and on what conditions? So they say there are no free lunches. Is there free reconstruction as well, or should we actually demand? Should we ask something from Ukraine in return?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Well, I think there are two conflicting perspectives on reconstruction. When to start it? There is a business one and a political one. So a private sector would argue that there is no large reconstruction before the war is over, because of obvious reasons. There are some fair points behind it. Well, first of all, as long as Russia fires missiles, it is an economic risk. There is a direct physical risk for construction companies to bring their people there. It is also the problem that Russia will be tempted to destroy what we have already been rebuilt. I can understand the logic behind waiting for whole reconstruction of Ukraine. There are some arguments that we should focus on restoring critical infrastructure. It was already stated. Indeed, no doubt, what international partners should do in the interim period is to focus on critical infrastructure. And we have already achieved quite a lot. Just let me give you an example of repairing electric network in Ukraine over the last half a year, which was a huge, even somehow underrated success by Ukraine and also world community. There was a huge support from Poland, from other countries in this regard. But my point is that waiting for a large reconstruction of Ukraine till the war is over would be a mistake. It would be a mistake because of political considerations. First of all, the very notion of reconstruction should be perceived in the way what was stated by Oleg, by others. It should not be just a building back. It should be a modernization of Ukraine with a final goal of bringing Ukraine closer to the European Union and eventually membership within the European Union. So this kind of reconstruction has a very important, also a moral point behind it. It is about motivation. It is about trying to get, well, you cannot wait with doing some important things for half a year, for 1 year, for 2 years, because first of all, it will be used by Russia to prolong the conflict. Once Russia is not able to conquer Ukraine, they will be trying to transform the conflict into a protracted one and delay the process of modernization in Ukraine and hope to transform Ukraine into a failed state. So we should show that we are able to achieve goals of reconstruction of Ukraine as fast as possible. There there is also a very important aspect which is connected with well, it is a front. It is an additional front of the war. So if we prove successful in reconstruction of Ukraine, if we prove effective in building back a better Ukraine, not an old one, but a better Ukraine, then there is a clear signal that we are successful. We cannot allow Russia to set the tempo of reconstruction. But one more thing, because you, Daniel, asked me about the conditions. You know, I think that there is one thing I really fear about reconstruction of Ukraine. So it is a ownership by Ukraine. Because according to all documents, if you take Lugano conference, it is stated that the reconstruction process should be led and driven by Ukraine. But what does it really mean? How could we arrange it in a way that Ukraine has an ownership over the program? Because, you know, I fear a scheme in which Western companies, which Western countries and institutions will allocate funds. Then they will select some attractive, from their perspective, assets, projects to be rebuilt. Then they will send their own companies with their own staff. They will build back the building. They will issue an invoice. They will get their money back, and they will departure. And it is a problem. It is a problem that such a reconstruction does not necessarily lead to modernization of Ukraine. It does not necessarily lead to creating small and medium-sized enterprises there. It does not necessarily lead to supporting modernization of Ukraine. So what I don't like, for instance, there is a discussion about areas of responsibility. Yes, but Denmark is already focused on Mykolaiv. United Kingdom is opting for Kiev. Italy is talking about Odessa. It resembles me, great powers carving out China in the late 19th century or Africa. So what I would be the most afraid of is having a reconstruction in a neo-colonial way, where we just allocate funds, when we just send construction companies from Western Europe, we rebuild buildings, issue invoice and departure. It is the biggest problem. How to make Ukrainians provide them with an ownership of the project. It is the most important. It is even more important than the question whether to start immediately or to start with some delay. Thank you.
Oleg, so back to you again. How you applause for Adam? How Ukraine plans to attract donors and investors, but still to make sure that your plan is implemented at the end of the day, not some plan that belongs to the companies?
So look, when we are talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine, we mean, of course, many different things. When I'm thinking in terms of social infrastructure, for example, hospitals, schools, I can see here definitely the role for governments and for allies. I mean, I can agree that it should be, of course, done. Everything should be done in a most modern way now. But when I am thinking in terms of plants, when I am thinking in terms of productional facilities, do we really believe that it's going to be an effort done by the government, or we see the role of the private sector? In my view, this is definitely the role of the private sector. Nobody from government could really understand what should be done in, I don't know, in metallurgical company or in energy company, but the private sector. So here I see definitely the role for private sector, and it doesn't mean that it's just for Ukrainian private sector. What I think that it's crucially important, we need to build an equal field for everybody when we are talking about private projects. So equal field means that those obstacles we used to have before the war. When I was talking to investors in Ukraine before the war, let's say in 2020, 2021, people were complaining for certain problems. Those were not enough protection of property rights. People were talking about judicial system and obviously necessity to reform the judicial system. People were talking about administrative barriers in Ukraine.
Some of these problems are still there.
Some of these problems is still there, but what is needed from the international community, and here I would agree completely with Ben, so is definitely to provide certain tracks which will motivate and stimulate these changes in the country to improve the business or, if you wish, investment climate in the country. And what are those largest motivations? Definitely EU membership, and absolutely agree with you, NATO membership. So those are two most important tracks which are going to stimulate changes in the country in a sense that it's not going to be picked up projects here and there, but it's going to be a normal field for all businesses, international and local, to operate in the country. And for that, we are coming also to the issue of money, funds. When we are talking about projects in social sphere, we know where to get this money, right? We have more than 300 billion of the Russian Central Bank under arrest, frozen now. We have significant money from Russian nomenclatura, which are frozen now, and we are still deciding how to use, right, this money, how to make this money available for Ukraine immediately, right now, for the compensation. But this is, you know, this is only a part of the story. And the most important part of the story is not even those money. The most important part of the story is the private sector. So the conditions are the most important one. And we are talking about rebuilding of Ukraine. We are talking about conditions. This is the most, you know, the most important issue. And I would say that I do not agree that there is even a discussion in Ukraine that half of our people still believe that we have to wait until the war is ended. No. The changes have to be done right now. What we have to start with? We have to start with this fast-track recovery. We need energy, we need houses for our thousands of people who, you know, who just, whose houses just disappeared because of this war. We need bridges, we need roads, we need hospitals. We need everything what will be, what will make our lives in Ukraine, if I can say, normal under these terrible conditions of war. The country has to be operational, and people have to understand that the changes are already coming. And again, the most important signal in here would be our NATO membership and our EU membership. And starting from that, we can, you know, make tremendous amount of good and positive changes in the country.
Okay, so you mentioned private sector. So imagine for a moment that I am a wealthy Polish investor. I have a nice suit, deep pockets full of Polish zlotys, and I'm considering whether to put my money behind Ukraine's success. Imagine you have 1 minute to convince me that this is a worthy case.
So basically, when we are talking about private sector, yes, the role for private sector now is just to be prepared. just to be prepared for the future reconstruction of Ukraine. But at the same time, if you are a private sector and if we are talking about projects which are going to be financed now, as I said, from the most the critical fast-track recovery plans, are you willing to participate in those projects which are already coming in the country? So probably I would say that yes, of course, we all remember that there is a relation between risk and the profitability. And of course, if the risk is high, the profitability of the project should be high. But at the same time, you know, it's just a starting point. You're just starting. You have to be prepared for your future projects in Ukraine, unless you are compensated for this project now. And still, you know, there is another issue, which is a war insurance. And we're still talking about war insurances, which might be provided for international investors also now. Then another issue, of course, which is, you know, highly related to this, is where we are going to have this insurance fund. But this is something which can stimulate the investor to come to the country, despite the fact that the country is still in the war.
Okay, so first past the post. And you mentioned EU membership, and there's been this buzzword that Ukraine's reconstruction will be linked to Ukraine's European integration. And I wanted to ask you what it means in practice, that you cannot follow with the reconstruction unless there is no EU membership, or what's the, how should we interpret it?
I would interpret it in a very straightforward and practical way from the point of view of any investor considering taking part either in the fast recovery in 2023 or any projects going forward also in 2024 and beyond. When Ukraine applied for membership and when the Union granted Ukraine the candidate status, Ukraine made a choice of a regulatory regime. That is basically saying, I, as a country and as an economy, want to gradually integrate into the Union's internal market, and I want to have my market operate by the rules that govern the internal market. For the investors, that's a very important message. We don't have a timeline, but we have a goal and an objective. And this has enormous consequences. It has consequences in terms of how the regulators operate in the market, in terms of the level playing field that Oleg was talking about, in terms of the judiciary, the rule of law, all the things that provide the investment climate and the soft security for the investors to go in. The product that will take out the tail risk that exists in 2023 and might still exist in 2024, war insurance, export credit guarantees, all these stuffs are super needed to start the process. But the real kind of guiding post and long-term or even medium-term information for the investor is that this is a future member of the European Union, which means that there is a lot of money to be made on the way because you know what is the objective in terms of the regulatory space in which you will be undertaking your investments. So I think that what it means that given the choice that Ukraine has made and given that the support to the choice that the Union has expressed by granting the country the candidate status basically frames in certain terms, the space, the regulatory space in which the reconstruction will take place. In this space, there are enormous choices for the Ukrainian government to make, for the Ukrainians to design the plan, the future of the country, the business model, etc. But the frame for that is provided by the future Union membership.
Ben, you've been working on Titanvent, and I have to ask you about it. We've been quite skeptical in Poland whether it really has been a watershed moment, etc. If you put it in a context of Ukraine's reconstruction, is German business ready to step in and engage financially in Ukraine now instead of Russia? What role would Germany like to play in the whole process?
Okay, thanks. But picking up just on a couple of things that were said and linking it to that question. So if I were a German investor sitting with a fistful of euros rather than a pocket full of zlotys, what would I look for in Ukraine? What would I see? I would see the pioneer state of our future. I'd see a place that's resilient, resourceful, innovative, inventive. We've seen demonstrated in the worst, most trying circumstances, human capital displayed going absolutely off the hook. I think we really see a potential proving ground for our technologies of the future as well. We see a low-cost, high-value place to actually restore our hope of progress. And if I were the German government, I'd see a place that I could learn from in terms of digitalization and bureaucratic efficiency, which maybe a deeper Zeitenwende would be needed to truly address. And I say that as someone who lives in and works in Germany. The Zeitenwende is here, it's just unevenly distributed. And we've heard quite a lot about the real changes that Germany has made. We've seen the big package of military aid that's been approved this weekend. We still haven't seen Olaf Scholz, or still haven't heard Olaf Scholz say Ukraine should win. We still haven't heard Olaf Scholz say that Russia should lose. We haven't seen the commitment to getting off Chinese dependency. So I can fully understand the skepticism that exists around Central East European countries and other places as well when looking at the Zeitenwende. But I think it's important to pick up on the positive changes that have been made and use those as a platform for driving the real changes that Germany does need to make. Because my personal judgment on that is that the change doesn't yet go fast enough, but it certainly doesn't go far enough and across enough sectors. And a crucial testing ground for that will be the role in reconstruction and in the commitment of Germany to Ukraine's institutional foundation for that reconstruction. So no going soft or going slow on EU membership. Talk to the Czechs. Think about embracing this sectorally differentiated and accelerated integration process that they proposed during their presidency last year, whereby that progress in a particular sector is rewarded with more integration in that sector, rather than actually seeing it as a one-off big bang that you have to do it all at once. This would engender precisely the more for more and reward for return approach that we seek and incentivize people to keep on going. And it's indicative in this regard to think of the slogan of the Czech presidency of the EU last year, which I'm sure all of you remember and recite each day, which was Europe is a task, or we see Europe as a task. And I think we have to see this process as a task as well, and a task of working on ourselves as much as on Ukraine. In very practical terms, it's the last thing I'll say, Germany has indeed convened the donor platform, the G7 donor platform for reconstruction. There will be money, but I don't think those are really the litmus tests of whether Germany is committed to Ukraine's reconstruction. And actually, a lot of it has to do with Germany making itself fit for the future as well. And the two things come together in a potentially really productive way, where we don't have to choose one or the other if we have the suitable vision and determination to bring them together in a meaningful way.
Excellent. This brings me naturally to Adam and the following question. What's in it for Poland? So we've been one of the biggest military suppliers to Ukraine. We've been a key economic partner for Ukraine. Are we ready to play a key role in Ukraine's reconstruction? What could we gain, or possibly what could we lose from the reconstruction of Ukraine?
Well, you know, Poland is a medium-sized country, and medium-sized countries do not have enough capital to undertake large investments. And because large projects, they require capital, they require credit capacity, they require some human and material resources, and first of all, it requires willingness to take the risk, to take the investment risk. So Poland is probably too weak to play a crucial role in this process. Certainly, we may be a subcontractor for bigger companies, but we well know that the added value is quite limited for subcontractors.
Do you see this willingness? Do you see this willingness?
Well, there is a willingness among some sectors of Polish economy which are mainly focused on infrastructure, which are mainly focused on development of urban spaces when it comes to urban facilities. But what I truly believe, what is a Polish advantage? First of all, we neighbor Ukraine, so there is a better connectivity. Secondly, there is Poles know the market better, so we know Ukraine better. There are also some social contacts that may allow us to get on the ground and understand the context better. You know, let me give you an example of my institution, the Warsaw Enterprise Institute. We are just setting up 4 offices in Ukraine, not just in Kiev, but also on regional centers in Lviv, in Łódź, in Vinnytsia. They will be open in 2 weeks' time. And it will be a place where we would like to bring Polish business community, where we would like to show them what are the options, where we would like to collect information from at the local level, from local institutions, from state administration, from self-government administration, to create a databases of companies, to collect questionnaires about needs for development. So what we can do is to prove effective at the grassroots level, at a regional level, that is off the radar screen of biggest countries and biggest companies. Certainly, one would say it is not reconstruction, but I believe we, during the first round of interventions, we agreed that reconstruction of Ukraine should be not just building back, but it should be about modernization of the country. So I believe this is an option for Polish business, and it is also beneficial for Ukraine, because such activity and Polish activity in Ukrainian regions at Hromady, at Rayon, at the oblast level is something that would also allow Ukrainians to create their own SME, small and medium companies. Poland is strong not because of large companies that could go to Kharkiv and rebuild the whole town. No, Poland is strong about medium-sized companies that are smart, efficient, and are able to get somewhere where large companies and large countries are not interested. By going there, by getting there, we could also create some synergies with local Ukrainian business. And it is something we try to do at the Warsaw Enterprise Institute.
Very sober assessment. Thanks for that. Dear audience, we do have time for a couple of short questions. Gentlemen, do we have microphones? Yes, here, gentleman in front.
Bartosz Owiecki. I represent Koch Industries, which is the second largest company in the privately held company in the U.S. And we have been approached by our Ukrainian colleagues already about reconstruction. And we've actually seen that there is some reconstruction going on in Ukraine. We see that in numbers, because we have, for example, a flat glass producing plant in Częstochowa. We produce glass which is used in windows.
Can we have questions?
Sure, that's my question is coming. And we've seen how there are, a year ago, a lot of trucks were going to Ukraine with our glass. But that number has dropped by half. And the reason why this happened is because there is cheaper glass coming from Russia to Ukraine. So the Russians are already participating in the rebuilding process of Ukraine, if you will. Now, we understand, obviously, you're in a very difficult position. We work together with Ukrainian customs, but at some point when the war is going to end, you will be faced with a situation where there will be Western products which are going to be more expensive, and you will still have products from countries to the east which were not really helping you, let's put it this way.
And the question is...
And the question is, what are you going to do to stop these products from the unfriendly countries coming in, because you will not be part of the EU yet? And what is the EU going to do about this? Because there will be Western money coming into Ukraine, so that the money is not being used to buy products from countries which are not friendly. And just to add to that, we already lost our assets in Russia. We had the best performing 2 glass plants in Russia, which we had to sell because of the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Professor Mikta.
Yes, Andrew Mikta, Marshall Center. A very quick question about the security dimension of reconstruction, okay? As I said, I think yesterday on a panel, maybe this morning, we need to look at securing Ukraine before we can really get private equity in there and businesses to invest. It's an obvious thing. So what is your assessment of the kind of defense establishment? What kind of a military does Ukraine have to have, number one? And number two, the larger question of Western security guarantees, including a path to NATO membership. How is this factoring into the conversation about reconstruction? Thank you.
So the third question, Mr. Nastrodlik.
Thank you, Justyna Szczulik, the Polish Institute for International Affairs. I have a short question because it was mentioned about the reconstruction of the security in the previous panel, also about China's role and the 12-point plan. And the last point of the 12-point plan is about reconstruction. So for the first time, China, in a sense of publicly said about this kind of reconstruction, probably would like to play a role. So I'd like to ask if we, I mean the West, also the Ukraine, are we prepared for the China's engagement in the reconstruction of Ukraine, and what we could do to minimize the risk and, of course, to maximize the benefits for Ukraine, of course. Thank you.
We have to stop here. Please feel free to pick up on the question, whatever you like, and we will start with Adam this time.
Well, on Polish glass, well, it is quite clear that there is a competition. And that there will be a competition. I think it is good that there will be a competition when providing Ukraine with some materials. But what we can do is to be at the regional level and to establish direct contacts with Ukrainian regions, because it is very important. We should understand that Ukraine has somehow changed as a result of a administration reform, and there is a lot of power at the lowest level, at the county levels, at the hromada levels. They do a lot of their decisions. May I have 3 sentences about infrastructure, because it is something which was not mentioned by us, and it is extremely important. It is extremely important for Ukraine, for Poland, and for connectivity within Europe. What we should do is to invest in bottlenecks that we have on the Polish-Ukrainian borders. When it comes to train infrastructure, road infrastructure, pipelines, electricity grids, all this stuff, it is something that should be the top priority, because it is not only about economic development, but it is also about security of Ukraine and Europe. Thank you.
Ben?
Thanks very much indeed. So an interesting set of questions. Let me tie them together with a response to what you asked before as well about neo-idealism. So Andrew, I think in terms of what you said in this regard, it's important to think about how we concretely tie and institutionally tie our destiny to that of Ukraine, which gives us the incentive to participate more strongly in their security going forward, which is also our security. This is an interests case as well as a values case, and the opposition between the two is strongly overstated, as Minister Baerbock put it in Berlin, speaking at a live event. She's called it total crap, which is a very neo-idealist position, I have to say, because you don't have to choose between those two things. And the importance of political vision in this was demonstrated very clearly and concretely on the 27th of February last year, when in 2 sentences, Ursula von der Leyen upturned 2 decades of EU policy on Ukraine. They are one of us, and they belong with us. Making good on that promise is the part of this security that you talked about, and actually giving the hope of the future that comes with that is there. It has to come with military support. It has to come with bilateral security guarantees until we get to NATO membership. But that vision of belonging is the key part of that, as far as I would see it. The last part to the question from Koch Industries, we will have a lot of work to do in this regard, and this goes to the China challenge question too, but this is part of, again, a neo-idealist position on friendshoring and its flip sides, how we pay that national security premium that we have to pay to secure our democratic futures. This is the costs that we have to explain to our populations why we will be paying them, and how to turn those costs into investments and to show that those are investments in the better future for all of us in the democratic world is the challenge of political leaders going forward.
Anna, what the European Union is going to do about it?
The European Commission is a very practical body, right? So should Ukraine decide to address these issues, because these are in the scope of the choices that at some point Ukraine will have to be doing, you do this through designing public procurement rules in a certain way. But again, these are the choices to be made, and in particular by the Ukrainian government, because it comes with costs and comes with ability to rebuild X or twice times X, depending on where you source your materials, and depending on how the business model of the country is going to look going forward. Maybe just to say, in terms of the security guarantee, I think a process with the towards the union membership, as well as progressive integration into the internal market in selective sectors, which is already possible under the association agreement, and further financial support that also already offers type of a soft security that bridges towards future steps. Thank you.
Oleg, final word.
Just a final word for the very first question we received. Let me be very, very clear. For Ukraine, Russian market is completely closed, just completely closed. We are not trading with Russia. We are not buying. We are not selling. So it's a huge development since the beginning of last year. If you go back to the statistics, you can find that before the invasion, let's say in 2015, for example, the share, obviously that Ukraine is export-oriented country. 50% of our GDP we were making from our export. 80% of our export was products with low value addeds. We are talking about metallurgical sector and agri sector. And at that time, the share of Russia in our export used to be on the level of 33-35%, meaning that we were paid in Ukraine by Russians for our export significantly. At the same time, in 2015, the share of Europe used to be on a level of significantly lower, let's say somewhere close to 25%. And obviously, the situation has changed dramatically. Now we don't have Russia as our trading partner at all. That's why actually there are many, and also related to the rebuilding of the country, that's why we have a number of discussions in Ukraine in terms of our future logistics and the development of our logistics. We are oriented only to the West. That's why we are talking about the size of our railways. Is it really necessary to keep it at the size as it used to be in the past, or we have to rebuild it, and how quickly we have to rebuild to match, to fit the size in Europe. But if you have those issues and you do believe that there is that kind of import we are receiving, then it's definitely should be investigated from our own authorities. And if you have that kind of information, please submit it to our authorities. They are going to do a very fast investigation about that. But it comes also, you mentioned a very important issue, and unfortunately we did not discuss it, but this is the issue of sanctioning policy. And this is exactly related to the overall issue of the sanctioning policy and how strict we have to be in our sanctioning policy, and what has to be done in the future to make sure that in the nearest future, when we are talking about the sanctioning policy, in the terms that in the future, when we are talking about of rebuilding of Ukraine, so this is the way how we can save our money, because the more sanctions we are introducing now, the less damage is going to be done for Ukraine and less money we are going to spend in the future in order to rebuild Ukraine. And these are issues also very important, and we have to keep them in mind also when we are talking about the rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine.
No Russians. Okay, so this way we are stopping the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our distinguished speakers for the very interesting discussion.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that wonderful panel. I've got a couple questions for the moderator if we want to clear for the next panel.
I will. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm all yours.
Excellent. Yeah, so I was really interested to see how much talk there was about balancing private investors' need for security with the opportunity that Ukraine presents. With EU membership, that comes with a lot of regulatory certainty. It also comes with a lot of regulatory weight. And so as we're trying to attract private investment to Ukraine, does the EU need to start thinking about giving Ukraine a regulatory reprieve?
I think we will have different phases of the reconstruction. And we will start with the public capital, the public spending that would come from the European Union, international financial institutions, the donor countries. I'm a bit skeptical in a way that I don't see private capital really flowing into Ukraine now, as Oleg mentioned. We will probably see it till the end of the war for some security guarantees. So there is really an important role to be played by the public bodies, by this donor coordination platform. Then, yes, providing that there are some conditions met in Ukraine in terms of regulatory environment, I think it is an interesting opportunity, an interesting market for the private capital. But again, different phases of reconstruction. We will start with public spending and then slowly moving to the private capital.
Fantastic. Well, with that, we will usher in the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we have turned the corner on our first day of our Strategic Ark conference here in Warsaw. We have finished lunch. We have just had a fantastic discussion about the prospects for reconstruction in Ukraine, and now we are going to take a big picture view of what could be one of the most fundamental series of events coming down the pipeline next year. You may have noticed, I certainly have, there's a presidential election coming next year in America, 2024. And so because of that development, this panel is going to look at the challenge of 2024 and the potential for change in American foreign policy. In preparing for today's session and thinking about this, it struck me that the only constant in American foreign policy over decades has been change itself, from the war on terror to the Obama pivot, and then to the Obama re-pivot back into Europe, to great power competition and the rise of war, large-scale war in Europe, and the threat of war in Asia. It turns out that the Cold War really did call, and it did want its foreign policy back. So with that, we are going to have a fantastic conversation and take up the question for Europe. What is the potential shift in American foreign policy, and how does that create a challenge for Europe? I'm going to invite our wonderful panelists up to the stage here. Please join us on the stage as I introduce you and give a warm round of applause to Thomas Klein-Brakow, the Goldman Distinguished Scholar for Geostrategy at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Bruno Macias, Foreign Affairs Correspondent for the New Statesman, and of course, former Secretary of State for European Affairs in Portugal, Maja Rouge, Senior Foreign Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations, Tomasz Wróblewski, who is the CEO of the Warsaw Enterprise Institute, and of course our fantastic moderator, Steve Clemens, Editor-at-Large. Steve, it's good to see you again for Semaphore. Steve, the panel is yours.
I think we have a clip. Steve Clemens of Semaphore, and I just want to say thank you to the organizers here. How many of you paid a lot of money for your ticket to get here? You are so lucky. Because, you know, the fact, I mean, it's just some of us paid so much. I mean, this is a great, great forum, a great conference. You should be charging, Slavo, to get people in here. So I just want to plant that idea because it is like getting a master class of free education in so many interesting ideas. So our job now, we've got this fantastic panel, the challenge of 2024, Europe and the potential shift in American foreign policy. You know, I want to just start out with one element of my own fear of this moment. After the invasion of Ukraine, the thing you heard over and over again is transatlantic relations are in a new renaissance. They have never been stronger, never been better. They've been revitalized. And I've been worried about two things. One, why did it take a shock like an invasion of a country to remind transatlantic allies why the relationship is so important? And the second thing is, we have something in American sports called a head fake. Is this moment a head fake? Are there fundamental structural problems in the relationship masked by this moment that we're not dealing with? And with that, and I think as we think about American politics, and I'm so sorry that we have to raise that issue here because it's complex, I deal with it every day, that as you think about the changes and shifts that may be coming along the way, you know, President Biden right now is in the G7 meeting, and you know he's not as robust and nimble as he used to be, and Donald Trump is as robust and as nimble as he used to be, and there are big questions coming about the choices Americans will make. But to that end, I want to start with really the European side of this and ask Thomas, if you would, to help set the stage and tell us, how is Europe organized around its own identity as it looks at its key relationships? What are the tribes on the European side?
First, thank you, Steve. To answer quickly, as a former basketball player, I know what a head fake is. So I don't think it's a head fake. I think there's a geostrategic change, and that change plays towards, not away from, that connection. What it takes. There
will be a nightcap tonight, head fake or not.
Yes, well,
Kleine-Brokoff versus Clemens.
You'll rename it. The second answer to your first question is also quite simple. We've had it too good. You know, why did it need that? Because we had it too good. But that was not your question to me.
Right.
I just felt I should help you with your own setup. So what's the European setup? I think the first, to start out with, we should acknowledge that there is a challenge. And that challenge is a potential seminal change in the foundations of U.S. foreign policy, and that goes beyond a man who says he'll end the war in 24 hours and has as a foreign policy platform, and I quote, preventing World War III.
Right.
End quote. So that goes beyond that, and our title says we're about the 2024 challenge. We should add to that the 2027 challenge. That would be the French election, and Marine Le Pen anteport us, because if you have the combination of these challenges, that also influences and precludes some of the ways out of this then potential mess. But you asked about the tribes.
Right.
I think the tribes that we're looking at are the two Europes that we've been discussing for a number of years now, but they're sort of coming to a head prior to 2024, and that's the debate between Euro-Gaulists and Euro-Atlanticists. We all have had quite our dose of debates about European sovereignty and autonomy and all of that. We've understood that there is different concepts of what a future of Europe should look like. And they come to a head in 2024 of who sort of wins this game. And the starting point, I think, for the Euro-Gaullist is the analyses that the United States is going to be an increasingly unpredictable, also maybe unreliable, maybe inward-looking or China-facing, one of the two, a partner. And the consequence to that, at least to the sort of the French-led school, is European sovereignty. And the problem with that, of course, is that it's not just about European capacity, European capability. It's also about a European position as Mr. Macron has told us in his latest visit to China, somewhere in the middle, in equidistance to the other poles, in trying to establish not a Western but a European axis and pole of power as a consequence of that American challenge. So the Euro-Atlanticists, on the other hand, I think are basing their future assessment on the fact that the United States, certainly more than ever through the war, have an enduring and a strategic, not just a tactical interest in Europe. Self-interest. It's not about saving Europe from itself or saving Europe from Russia. It's an American interest, and that American interest is important enough to stay involved. And I think the war has told us a story about that interest. That interest, of course, is connected in some way to the China challenge. I think Andrew Mikta, who was in the audience, has said it well. You cannot convince one set of allies that we're going to be with you as America when you're just leaving another set of allies in the sand. So there is some connection between the two, whether it's single theater or something that connects them is to be debated, but it constitutes an enduring interest, but it is an interest that we as Europeans, I think to cut it short, I think we need something that is a new transatlantic bargain that is geared to this moment and is geared to this challenge.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think it's great that you describe these two dives. And Mike, I want to jump to you, and I'm going to do it in a funny way. But to get it, it really asks the question: are Europe's choices and Europe as it sees it defined by what happens in the U.S., or do they go a separate way? I mean, does 2024, does 2027, react to that? So one is a function of the other. But the second part of it is, I was with Senator Joe Manchin at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and he was being attacked over what was called the Inflation Reduction Act being a protectionist measure, and he said, look, the only thing protectionist about the IRA is us Americans protecting you Europeans. And he laid down something which I think is very interesting, which is in the minds of some Americans, whether you agree with Manchin or not, they see, rightly or wrongly, European security as something America is giving, and there ought to be a quid pro quo for something it's getting. And when I heard Bruno Le Maire, the French finance minister, when I heard Robert Habeck from Germany come over trying to lobby for a different view, something with more of an equality and equals, it just showed me, even in this late day, such instability in the way Europeans and Americans are looking at each other, even before we get to questions of what happens with Donald Trump. But Maida, help us with this.
Hello, I wasn't sure the microphone was on. So perhaps to pick up on the question, are Europe's choices defined by what happens in the US? And I think, yes, they are. At least as long as we do not have sufficient capabilities to take care of our neighborhood to the east, to the south, and the Western Balkans. But it goes far beyond that. And perhaps to start with the scenarios, I mean, obviously we're talking about the US elections, what's going to happen in 2024. There's so many moving targets.
Right.
We don't even know who the Republican primary candidate nominee is going to be. There's uncertainty related to Joe Biden's health and age and Trump's legal status. So how do we make sense of what's going to happen? How do we prepare? Because in Europe, that is what it's all about. How do we prepare for 2024? And I think we can start by preparing on the basis of the things that we do know. And what is it that we do know is the shifts in the US foreign policy, which are structural and bipartisan, and which are going to happen, and we need to be facing no matter who wins. And these, I would say, are three major areas. You've brought up the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, there is a growing consensus between the parties, bipartisan convergence on kind of rejection of the free trade doctrine. and the kind of economic national pivot towards reshoring and strengthening production capacities at home. We have deprioritizing of the Middle East over a couple of administrations, starting with Obama over Trump to Biden. It's a region in which Europeans are going to have to pick up the pieces as US retrenches. And then we have the growing bipartisan consensus on China, especially on the strategic rivalry and the need for a strategic industrial policy, which Europeans will absolutely have to respond to one way or another. So yes, I would say we're constantly in a responsive mode.
Well, I think the responsibility there, I'm going to ask all of you in a minute, and Thomas, we're going to get to you in a second. Bruno, everybody, feel free to jump in on this. But, I think one of the other big questions of the moment is as you look at Europe's choices and where it's going and how it looks at its defense. Fiona Hill last week in Tallinn, Estonia, gave this pretty remarkable speech about the failure of U.S. foreign policy, and that the tectonics that we see today of worrying about Donald Trump are actually decades old, that we had many, many other preceding moments. And she actually said Osama bin Laden was essentially right, that America would overreact, make this, and we've been basically bouncing back and forth, and that we have a fatigued nation, a fatigued, particularly with national security and defense, that feels as if being engaged in the world benefits China more than it benefits the American middle class. So I'm just interested in those tectonic dimensions, that are we getting something wrong here, that we think that, reacting a certain way in Ukraine is going to fix. She said, essentially, Ukraine and the conflict there would not have happened if there was not a perception of U.S. strategic contraction in the world. So where are you on that, Maida, and then Bruno?
Well, I mean, definitely, if you look at 12 years ago, Bob Gates, who was the Secretary of Defense both under Bush and Obama, held a speech about the U.S. fatigue, exhaustion after the decade of wars. And I mean, if you listen to that speech, that could have been delivered in 2023. And it was delivered before the seizure of Crimea. It was delivered in the context of Libya intervention when the Allies ran out of bombs or ammunition after 11 weeks. And when it became clear that the Europeans cannot sustain their efforts without constant infusion of American assistance. So I absolutely agree, they are tectonic. And not only, I would say, not only focused on the burden sharing and the need for Europeans to step up, but many other issues as well.
Bruno?
Well, I think the crisis in Ukraine is connected to the retraction of American power. Not so much Afghanistan. The more we learn about how the war was prepared in the Kremlin, the more we realize it was being prepared a few months before Afghanistan. But the inability that we found to project economic power in Russia, I think it surprised us how incompetent the military operation was, but I think it also surprised us how resilient the Russian economy turned out to be. And I think that wouldn't have been the case a decade ago, that you'd have a run on the banks, a financial collapse, and none of that happened. Russia was able to develop structures that are relatively self-contained. And also our inability to influence Russian society. There are no liberals left in Russia. There's no one that looks up to the West. So that, I think, signals a retraction of American power in general. And it was a signal to the Kremlin that they could be bolder. Another element you're seeing of that retraction is, this transatlantic agreement used to be implicit. We all agree, didn't have to discuss it very much. And now it's becoming very explicit. The examples you gave, let's put it on a sort of a counting table on both sides. And that's always dangerous when a relationship becomes transactional. And we have actually to ask, inconvenient as the question is, whether the transatlantic relationship is becoming to some extent transactional, particularly in Washington. That's what we hear. I think the U.S. gets a lot out of this relationship. I follow very closely for 10 years regulation in Brussels, and we always choose a very soft touch towards American companies. particularly the internet companies. And why is that? You know, we're dependent on American security, we're partners. And I wish people in Washington realize this, that this is not just one-sided. It plays both ways. There's a bit of a danger of European isolationism, not American isolationism anymore. When we talk about Taiwan, I think we'll talk about this. But if Europeans get convinced that the Russian threat has disappeared, the temptation will be to say, well, we're safe now. The US has its confrontation with China. We support it in principle, but we're not going to be fully committed to it. So actually, I think the danger now is more of European isolationism than American isolationism.
European isolation. Tomasz, where are you on European isolation? Let me ask you, as you think about this, because you sit and live here in Poland, and I love coming to Poland because you get a different feel for Europe here than when you're in Paris or you're in, you know, Berlin. When you move westward, the tone changes, right? You know, there's a little bit more relaxed sensibility of these kind of big equities involved in foreign affairs and whatnot. But the intensity, if you're in the Balkans, if you're in the Baltics, if you're, you know, in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, is much more intense, is my impression. Am I wrong? And what does that say about your fellow Europeans and their seriousness?
Well, once a week I'm in Brussels, so I'm.
How's that going for you?
Jumping on a plane, I'm in different planet. I'm going to European institutions, and language changes not just from Polish to English, but completely different narrative. So yes, Europe is going in completely different setup, and I think as much as we discuss about American isolationism, about American going through some contraction, we do that every 20 years. Every 20 years, we see some internal problems in the US, and then how this is going to affect external politics, and whether they're going to withdraw from Europe or not. And at the end, everything comes out the same. So we talk a lot about it, but we don't see on numbers. I mean, we have at the Warsaw Enterprise Institute this index of wealth of nations, and we put how much you get back if you put, let's say, $100 into private business in Poland, in Italy, and any European or the US, and in public sector. And US is high fly. It's always coming top. If you look, if you compare data, GDP on G7, in 1990, US was 40% of GDP. Now it's 58%. If you look at dollar where it is, where you look at the investment, American investment in finances in Europe are going up. American companies, cyber companies are just a king. I mean, you don't have Polish Amazon, you don't have French Amazon, you don't have a Italian Google or so on. This is run. Why Europe is coming up with all those ideas about digital regulations? To stop Americans to take over everything because they don't have a capacity to run their own comparative business. And now President Macron comes out and says that he is fighting for sovereignty of Europe. And if you're going to Brussels, you have to hear it twice, because he says sovereignty from China and from the US. So we want to be sovereign from the US. So what is exactly he's talking? He's not talking to be Europe will be strong, independent, with a free market, with very good tax system, with better schools. No, he's saying that will bring a lot of protectionist barriers, a lot of new regulations, and will make Americans pay. What are they paying for? They're paying for access to 400 million people to access the market. Europeans can't compete on digital, they can't compete on mass production, they are on chemical, their laws are stringent, that they can't help their own companies.
Right.
So what they're doing, they're selling access to their own people. This is the biggest resource of EU. So if nothing changes in the US policies, if America will become more like Europe, be more overregulated, more the policies will be more, even more redistribution. Europe will be closing up in this bubble of the social protectionism, and the role will be diminishing. So what I believe that the only chance and hope for Europe is America will be more American, more competitive, and we'll see more European companies want to go to the US. All these rich people and
well, that's what the IRA is about, right?
Yes, exactly. And so
you're blocked unless you come in.
What will be response from Europe? More protections? No, they'll have to liberate market. They have to come with a new, better tax system, and internally change.
I need you to come to America because it's the rosiest picture of America that I've heard in a long time about that. We're all worried about the reserve currency status of the dollar. We're worried about, another bubble in the system. We're basically waiting for the sky to fall again, and you see it, high up there. But that's
well, the distance makes that. Yeah. That's why we look better from the U.S. From here, from Warsaw perspective.
But go ahead, Tom. Someone jump in. But I mean, on this broad side of when you look at where the direction may come, let's posit for a minute that Donald Trump wins in 2024. It looks like that right now that's a big possibility. He is by a major poll ahead of Joe Biden right now. If the election were held tomorrow, Donald Trump would win in the United States against Joe Biden. And that's a remarkable thing to be saying because it presumes that independents are breaking Trump's way more than they would be breaking Biden's way in this moment, despite legal judgments against him that are pretty significant. One involving harassing and defaming and abusing, sexually abusing a woman, which is a sensitive subject. So in that environment, he made very clear. I remember when President Trump came in, and I said this not as a derogatory thing, but just as a statement of fact. When he was first elected, the Japanese asked me, "What do you think is going to happen?" I said, "He's going to shake down his friends, and shake them down, like you would, offer, want protection money." And essentially, I'm just interested in how Europe responds to that possibility of Donald Trump responding. And I don't think it necessarily ends the relationship, but is Europe ready to fall in line to be shaken down again as the price of security?
Steve, allow me to, before I answer that question, and I will, to ponder a little bit that thought that Bruno just had on European isolationism. I don't think I've heard that before, so that's a new concept to be European isolation. And I wonder whether it's already the precise term. It's an open question to me.
Right.
Is it in the end what the Indian foreign minister now famously said, Jaishankar, the Europeans believe that a European problem is the world's problem, but the Europeans don't believe that the world's problems are Europe's problems. That it's more self-absorption rather than isolationism, or self-importance maybe, as a historical memory of an imperial past, rather than an isolation. And the question really is whether the economic globalization that we're so good at, we're also ready for geopolitical globalization. Australia, since the beginning of the war, has sent, I think, 1 plane a week in military equipment to Ukraine. It's not really a neighboring country. So I think they're trying to make a point. If we were asked to do the same thing, and I'll just say Taiwan, are we Europeans ready to do that? And is that isolationism that drives our reluctance, or our inability to sort of accept global systemic competition? And the last person who denied that was Mr. Macron in China.
Right.
So that it's an open question. I'd love to hear your thought on it, Bruno. But point one. But your question was about are we ready for Trump? I don't think anybody is ready for Trump too. And you should have a number of.
But you should be thinking.
You should be thinking about it. You would wonder how many planning staffs should sit around.
And let's just say for a minute, it could be Ron DeSantis. It could be any number of other people who, I think it's a mistake sometimes to get wrapped around a single individual and rather look at the tectonics that got us that person.
I would counter you on that one. There is a fundamental difference between anybody who has a sort of, talks about the retraction of America and has a different view of America's role in the world and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is sui generis as somebody who has attempted a coup and steal an election. So I don't think that's, I think we should make a strict difference between America's desire to have a different foreign policy and Donald Trump. He may be part of that movement, but as a president, he is structurally different, and we should and will take account of that difference. I think Donald Trump, too, will be very different than Donald Trump 1. He will have learned the trades. He will not have sort of the adults in the room, the people who try to cater to him but keep things in check. That won't happen. He will have learned to play the system, and his foreign policy, as you can see from even the mini remarks that he made to World War III, preventing World War III, will be very different. And we should have very warm clothes here. And I don't think anybody is ready for that. I don't think anybody is planning for it. But it is also the case that I at least cannot see in Western Europe that people would be trying to sit this one out. This would change the balance of the debate between the Euro-Atlanticists and the Euro-Gaullists in dramatic ways.
Where I disagree with you respectfully is that this notion that America's getting a bad deal in the rest of the world is a strong one that's growing in the Republican Party beyond Donald Trump, that it's there. And Maida, you wrote a really interesting article recently on the three tribes among Republicans, three different kinds of Republicans as you look forward, and looked at them with regards to what the consequences would be depending on which one of these tribes was ascendant. My worry is that the kind of nativism, the narcissism, and the, it's really a kind of isolationism growing, on the U.S. side, Bruno, is there, and we see it with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer fringe. She is very key in key places of power and has a bigger sound box now and able to kind of raise questions about every dollar that goes to Ukraine. So it just puts you in a situation thinking there may be these splits in Republicans that Democrats are actually unwilling to step forward. They've got their own divides, but tell us about the three tribes.
So basically, perhaps not to take too long to elaborate on each one of them, maybe to sum it up, we have a number of commonalities across the party regardless of which tribe may end up influencing the foreign policy agenda of the next president. And I think this is something, again, that we should be preparing for. So no matter whether it's DeSantis, whether it's Trump, or somehow miraculously, Nikki Haley or former Vice President
So
Pence
Nikki Haley would be a miracle for you.
That would be a miracle if they merged up from the kind of super low single digits. I would be very surprised. But let's just kind of, for now, say things can happen.
Right.
And so we have actually all three tribes represented in the spectrum of candidates. The way we looked at them is really based on the difference of how they see America's global posture and how they see America's role in the world in terms of its military deployment and capacities. And so you go from the spectrum of hardcore restrainers that we're all familiar with, who are in minorities, like Senator Mike Lee from Utah or Rand Paul from Kentucky, to then this whole inner circle, in fact, around Donald Trump, who continue to be influencers in the MAGA circle, such as Rick Grinnell, such as Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon. And they have added a really powerful voice to the restrainer camp, where they claim, and this is where the kind of whole projection of grievances goes on the allies in Europe, where they claim that it's not America's job to defend wealthy nations in Europe who have in any case loop-sided the commercial agreements, taken advantage of America's security guarantees, etc. And so next to it and very close to it, and it's not so neat, so people are shifting between, are the China prioritizers, who, to sum it up, basically think that the only way to make it until the end of this decade without Chinese invasion of Taiwan is to move heaven and earth to arm Taiwan to its teeth and to deter the potential invasion, and that needs to start yesterday. And so in their view, assistance to Ukraine is in a direct conflict with the needs to change the military balance in Asia and Taiwan. They do not believe in the value of integrated deterrence. And so that is a very clear, again, a minority, but a very vocal minority. And then you have a group that we know from the kind of traditional Republican internationalist position, and we've named them primacists, and they include the likes of Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo, former President Vice Pence, Bolton, etc.
Kind of along the transatlanticists that Thomas was talking about.
Kind of this, in fact, what's shared by most people here, the notion that America can and should maintain global posture, and that it needs to kind of maintain strong deterrence, not just in Asia, but also Middle East and Europe, etc. And so I think, depending what I see from the debates, the fact is that what we like to see as Europeans or like to hear is mostly coming from the congressional elites, such the likes of Mitch McConnell and the primacists. But the two frontrunners in the primaries, in fact, take a very different position on Ukraine. And I think this is something where, it's not something I like, but this is, I think, something that we seriously need to take into account and prepare for. And just one final note on Trump, sorry. David Frum has written the second book as Trump's first term was ending, called Trumpocalypse. I think it's a great great description of what might happen. And he has in there one brilliant remark, and he says Trump's concept of the relationship between the nations is very simple. It's either you're a predator or you're prey. And it's all about getting even and getting, obviously, better deals. Now, I think if we apply that...
Short form.
Yeah. No, I just think the Trumpocalypse is actually a very good term, because it is going to introduce a whole different level of uncertainty of US commitment to defense of allies, not only Ukraine, not only Europe, but also Taiwan. And I think that Chinese hegemony in Asia is probably more likely under a scenario of Trump than other Republicans.
So Bruno, if you were China and you were looking at a fatigued military, the long-term sort of strategic contraction of the US, a war that we didn't deter in Russia, or with Ukraine, wouldn't you say it's a good time to invade Taiwan if you were going to invade Taiwan? I mean, aren't the global circumstances ripe to do it? Wouldn't you do it?
I don't think China will do it in the coming...
I mean, one of the questions I think is very important is to look at our own habits of mind that make us look at sort of these big shocks and unable to do it. I have never believed that China would disrupt its economic miracle, to lifting hundreds of millions of people out of there, to basically take Taiwan forcefully, unless the global situation presented such a ripe situation that it was there. When you listen to Michael McCaul, the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, say that we are so distracted in Ukraine, he's not complaining about it, but so many munitions, so many supplies. You look at global supplies that are flowing into Ukraine right now, and it's created this massive defense shortage. Many of you are defense experts, you know more about it, that we're underprepared to deal with kinetic conflict right now in Taiwan. That's number one. That's before you get to the second issue we talked about, which is kind of this sense of fatigue and dismay that the United States is out engaging deeply in a country that was not an ally, Ukraine, engaged in Taiwan, coming back to explain it to an American public that's been gut punched over and over and over again in the last few decades for various things. I mean, so it raises this interesting question that if you were Xi Jinping, wouldn't you think that this is a really ripe moment?
I think China will try other other avenues first, and they're confident that they can make them work. I also think that it's not going to be an invasion. It's going to be something more ambiguous and more difficult for the U.S. to react to and to bring allies on board, perhaps a blockade. You know, if you look at Ukraine, I think Putin was successful in two things. Blockade of Ukrainian ports, it's easy to do. And he was successful also, in my opinion, with the nuclear threat.
Right.
And I think this is what Xi Jinping probably will do. They will try a more, you know, as a blockade, and then how does the U.S. react?
So
and how
stop
does
there for a moment. Will Europe care?
That's right. I worry that he won't as much as the U.S. expects. When I read the comments by Macron coming back from China, my reaction was not that he is somehow triangulating or making some kind of equivalence between the U.S. and China. I saw it as a manifesto of European isolationism. He was trying to reduce expectations about Europe's responsibilities and essentially saying, we'll think about this. We don't like this confrontation. We'd like to tone it down. And we're perhaps even considering that if there's a conflict where we think the U.S. is responsible for triggering,
right,
then we might actually not be involved at all. So it's more about reducing Europe's responsibilities than equating the U.S. With China. Can I just say quickly something about Trump? Because
really
I think
quick, yeah.
I think Steve, you're assuming that it's going to be relatively the same. I think it's going to be very different. So think about this scenario. Trump comes in. He tries to bring about that deal that he keeps talking about, a peace for land. And in that case, perhaps it's going to be people in Poland and Czechia that are going to be shocked with Trump. Last time around, there was some ability to work together with Trump. And it might be people in Berlin and Paris that are going to be behind Trump and saying, yes, let's do that. Let's have a deal. So it might look very different from the last time around. And people here should be getting ready for that.
I wouldn't disagree with that, actually. I mean, you know, I did a TV show this week with a guy named Jason Miller, who's Trump's, you know, spokesperson, and then also Bernie Sanders, head of his campaign when he ran. I had them on stage together. It was very civil. They had a great discussion, and you realized listening to them what a shared worldview they had of where the power was and the pockets to get within the American political base. And these are basically working class Americans, very frustrated with what's happened culturally. They are angry that they have been demeaned and left behind. I remember Joe Biden told me the Democratic Party had become a party of snobs. And I asked whether the snob problem in the Democratic Party had been fixed, and they both said no. So there's another dimension here that feeds into, it's a psychological dimension, that when you get involved then in conflicts and relationships, somehow that group of people have to find a space. And right now, it's not clear among strategic elites that they've figured that out, is my view. But Thomas, what's your view? And how are you handling it in Poland? Do you have a strategic elite working class gap?
I think in Europe, we have several dimensions of division. It's not only either Atlantis or not. The war showed different also dimension narrative between West and Central Europe.
Right.
It is a lot of elements into it because it's also economic changes and the growing Central European countries, their strength, political strength, economic strength, and growth at the same time, diminishing influence and the position of Germany and German and Franco composite. So this is another conflict which probably is not very well seen from other side of Atlantic.
Right.
But it's strong and growing. And you have to understand that some Central European countries the use concept, which initially was kind of academic, political use for diplomacy, 3 Cs concept, it's now growing in people's minds. It is more and more popular, not just in diplomatic circles, but in average people. It's not about strategy only, but also to build our own say and something to the position of the interests of Central Europeans, because we felt that it's not Americans who really threaten Europe, but Germans, French, who pretty much sold out Ukraine.
That's a tweetable moment.
And so our conflict is not with Biden. It's not with Trump. And there's this feeling that now we are very well treated by Biden administration because they need Rzeszów, our cities on the border, to transport arms. But once things changed, and let's say war ends, the Biden administration will be as scornful to Poland as Germans and French are. They go back to the German-Franco commitment and will talk to Poland through Berlin, like they did before. And we are quite aware of it. So when you're saying that
Go short form.
Republicans are endangering the peace and our balance of power in Europe, we are not so sure, because we are looking already day after.
Okay, so let's go. I'm going to go 30-second answers here because I want to get at least one question from the audience. I'm sorry, folks, this was more interesting than I had thought it was going to be, and we went a little bit longer. But I mean, I think that right now we're in an interesting situation. I'm just going to be honest. I think many of us look skeptically at the candidacies of Joe Biden and of Donald Trump. We see several major legal challenges coming down for Donald Trump, and we don't know what happens. History is very hard to predict. If Jack Smith brings an indictment, if there's an indictment about meddling in the Georgia election, that could shift independence so substantially that the Republican Party can't win. So we don't know what. I remember when Hillary Clinton was 38 points ahead of Barack Obama in a primary, and nobody thought she was beatable. Guess what? Stuff changes. So you've got major legal issues coming down the pike, and the broader side is just on the table with Joe Biden is age, and we have a year and a half before this next, more than a year and a half before this next election. So I just want to ask real quick, short form, what if neither of the two candidates who've declared that they're running against each other actually are on the ticket? How does that look? Does that, from a European perspective, Thomas, what if both parties in the United States, does that become something to be optimistic about, or does that send shivers down the backs of leaders in Europe?
Are you seriously asking whether if Donald Trump is not on the ticket, that would send down shivers?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, and Joe Biden. But I mean, I think both, because I think what will happen is there'll be a civil war in both parties, and that all of the things we're talking about come out more raw, more real, more nasty. I actually think Donald Trump is a known quantity. I actually think it could be quite bad in both parties. So.
I don't think that would be, certainly where I come from, that wouldn't be the sense. The sigh of relief. Also, think of that Donald Trump. Right. Whatever else is happening, it's not Donald Trump. That
so relief. Bruno?
I tend to agree with you that I think there are, and that changed in the last 4 or 6 years. There are now people in the Republican Party that I have more reservations about than I have about Donald Trump. Also, when it comes to relations with Europe, they are more radical, they are more ideological than Trump.
So not relieved. Maida?
It really depends who the alternative candidate would be on the Democratic side, because there's debates in that party as well. If we'd get someone closer to the realists or progressives, we also may see some shifts that come from different reasons ideologically, but also argue for greater
Well, some would say it would be Vice President Kamala Harris. Some would say that will never happen. That is the equation.
Well, it should, but I think in any case, regardless, again, going back, regardless who we have, there's certain inevitabilities that we absolutely need to prepare for as Europeans, and that is summed up.
Thomas, 30 seconds.
Well, whatever you have in the US, we have equivalent in Poland, in most countries in Europe. Wait for the stream of elections in Europe, you'll be even more surprised, because I think we have the same polarization, radical environment. So I think we are talking about American politics because it's very nice
we need a Maida Ruga playbook for polarization. That would be a great article.
Yeah, but Europe, I can assure you, would come up with new elections, and we saw it already in...
Okay, we're going to get one question right here, and I'm sorry that we're only going to take one, but so make it great. Is it going to be great? Okay, good. And tell us who you are. I should know, but yeah.
Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations, making questions great again.
Excellent.
Thanks very much for the great panel. I want to ask It's two questions, but they're very short.
Yeah.
One is, in Berlin, a lot of people talk about the challenges of a Trump election victory. What are the challenges of a Biden election victory for Germany?
Good question.
And second, Bruno, I think you're totally right when talking about isolation and isolationism.
Right.
It is a mixture of self-obsession as well, but it's not European isolationism. Europe doesn't exist at the geostrategic level. There is a huge split in Europe, and Macron pretending that this is a European position is driving a further wedge into that split and making it worse. What do we do about that?
That's exactly Thomas's beginning point, too. So let me get Maida, you want to jump in on
Well, maybe quickly on the
Biden?
challenges of the second Biden administration, starting with where we started off with. You know, Biden policy for foreign policy for the middle class is in many senses polite version of America First. So, you know, Afghanistan, AUKUS, what else was there? A third kind of slip? Oh, IRA, protectionism. I mean, all of the issues that we are already dealing with in a nicer and politer version. And I'd say possibly, if you look at the amount of the assistance to Ukraine, I'm not even sure it's going to stay at the same level under the Biden administration.
Thank you. Thomas, on Biden?
Same thing, free trade, IRA. Secondly, Benjamin, I think the closeness of the current Berlin government with the Biden administration will be a problem for them in a second Biden term, because they're going to have to adjust to a potentially different Biden too.
Let me get Thomas on Biden, and then I'm going to have you take on that.
I think the accumulation of problems we have now in the US will be just greater, and the possibility of internal clashes or some kind of conflicts will be bigger, and this will be, I think, much bigger danger than some kind of Republican in the US, not necessarily Trump, but someone who kind of would change the mood of American politics will be better.
Bruno, you get the last word.
Benjamin, you're right that right now, countries like Poland, Baltic states are very committed even to the Taiwan question. But, that's why I raised the scenario where Trump comes in, drastically reduces the U.S.'s responsibilities towards Ukraine, and then everything could change. And then both sides could go down an isolationist path. I think there are dangers here.
Will you please give a round of applause to Thomas Wroblewski, Maida Ruga, Bruno Macias, and Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff. Thank you very much for a great conversation. Thank you all. And I think we should make this session longer next year, okay? And it'd be great. Thank you all. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve, come over here as we say goodbye to our wonderful panelists. You can exit there on the right. Steve, you are a master moderator of panels, and for this one, your powers were on full display.
Well, that's sweet of you to say, and I'll pay you later.
But you didn't talk about the presidency of Robert Kennedy Jr., perhaps, what his foreign policy would be.
Robert Kennedy Jr. is not worth the time on this stage, regrettably.
But isolationism, this idea of European isolationism, that was kind of new and fresh. We heard a lot about American isolationism over these many years.
Look, I think everybody is having a hard time finding that equilibrium point with their publics where global connectedness, which is so important, we know that basically there's a fundamental stability, but what's missing from whether it's Macron, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's Scholz or anyone else, is that conversation with their public about why being engaged in these global challenges has a bottom line impact on them. And that is the biggest disconnect. I am a very big critic of the Biden White House for not having that conversation about why Ukraine matters. So this
FDR would go on the radio
is
every night,
everywhere. It's everywhere in the world. Every big nation in the world is either becoming a neo-mercantilist nation. So the thing that hit me here, everybody said we're going to be more transactional. We're going to see, a greater quid pro quo expectation in what we're doing. And that's where I do think things are going. That's a very different world than we've had in the last 75 years.
It just strikes me that every single evening or every week, Franklin Delano Roosevelt would go on the radio and explain why Lend-Lease was important, explain why Americans, even though we were neutral, we had to support our friends in Europe. We're not seeing a lot of that now.
No, we're not, and I think it's had a real impact. Look, I think that one of the things that Maida said was important in the three Republican tribes. There are a group she calls them primacists. I would call them conventional, smart, strong national security types. People like Michael McCall, people like Mike Turner, people like, even Lindsey Graham, other people, the sort of that John McCain element that we need to be strong in. They're both Democrats and Republicans at a certain level share that. There's another rejectionist crowd that said that our priority is there, that it's corrupt, it doesn't help citizens in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and they feel they fought the Cold War. I mean, the fatigue from the Iran and Iraq wars of these are military families for generations that served the United States. They came back to jobs that had been offshored. They came back to the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. They said they fought these wars, and it looks like to them that China won. And in that element, that's why it's become so easy to bash China. And I think that, we got to remember, China is America's largest trading partner. It's crazy to talk about decoupling. It would mean a global depression.
A fundamental change in the economy.
And so when you kind of look at this, there's a recklessness out there because those conversations with the public are not happening.
Okay. All right. Well, Steve, as always, good to have you on the stage. And as you exit here, we've heard from the European perspective. Now, let's actually get an American perspective. I have been really looking forward to our next session because it's going to be a one-on-one conversation here. All right. So I'm going to invite up our two next participants for our discussion on U.S. national security strategy, a conversation with Thomas Wright. Thomas, would you you and Łukasz like to ascend the stage, and I will introduce you now. So for those of you who know, or those of you who don't, Thomas Wright is the Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Strategic Planning at the U.S. National Security Council. Talking with him today is PISM's very own Łukasz Kulesa. He is the Acting Head of Research at the Polish Institute for International Affairs. Łukasz, the stage is yours. Please welcome our guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Peter, and I hope that you are not tired of hearing about the United States. In the previous session, we mainly focused on the challenge of the next elections, but before we go to that, we're still in the term of the Biden administration. So let's talk a little bit about the approach of the Biden administration and the grand strategy of the US, if there is a grand strategy. So Tom, let's move straight to business. In your pre-National Security Council days, you wrote a little bit about the great power competition, about the changes in international system. It's been also a key feature for the Biden administration. But I think one of the ideas, especially at the beginning, was this idea that we are in the great power competition, but this could be basically a responsible competition, especially between China and the US, avoiding certain things. We also heard about the guardrails to the relationship with Russia. We are right now in a slightly different positions, let's put it like this. So my question would be, what's this competition about? What should be the end state? Is it about competing, or is it maybe about winning? And in the last session, we heard a lot about the US fatigue in terms of leadership in the global scale, in terms of engaging with the world. Does the US still have the stomach to do this major power competition?
So thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be here, and I've learned a lot from the panels already today and from Elliot's speech last night. So just firstly, on the premise of your question and great power competition, and as you noted, I used to write about this before I joined. I mean, we see it every single day and every single week. I think we see it obviously with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We see it in the Indo-Pacific. We see it on the domestic front. I think for us, two things are very, very clear: that we are in an era, in the early stages of an era of strategic competition with China and Russia, and potentially other sort of like-minded countries with them. And then we also face these common sort of challenges that we need to address. We need to mobilize sort of collective action internationally. And I think how we fare, in our administration will be determined by the extent to which we can sustain competitive advantages, in that strategic competition and mobilize that collective action. And I think that that pops up all the time. I'm a bit sort of surprised to hear sort of the fatigue point, because I think if you just look at the last let's just take the last 4 or 5 months since the beginning of this year, and what we've seen the formal launch of AUKUS. We've seen a trilateral agreement with the ROK, with South Korea, Japan, and the United States, an agreement with South Korea, on extended deterrence and President Yoon's trip to Washington, a deep sort of technological agreement I set with India that I think will be backed up when Modi visits Washington next month. We've seen Finland, of course, joining NATO. On a wide array of areas, I think we've seen a deepening of alliances and partnerships, not just in terms of better meetings and better summits, but real material improvements in the collective position of the allies sort of internationally. We are, I think, systematically improving the country and the alliance's strategic position international. I forgot to mention the Japan piece and their investment in counter-strike capabilities, real meaningful sort of burden sharing on the international stage. And then there's a domestic sort of angle to this too that I think, for many years, because we were sort of trapped in this sort of old post-Cold War sort of paradigm, there was this sense that the market would sort of take care of itself, particularly when it came to the national security piece of it. And we had real work to do in the technological sphere to make sure we were making the investments in foundational technologies that will be absolutely vital to this long-term strategic competition. And we've seen real bipartisan moves in Washington through the CHIPS and Science Act and in other ways to really invest in those technologies. So I think when people look back, on this period, I hope they will sort of, they will take note of all of these sort of concrete actions that are being put in place to really build sort of a new situation of strength in what we're in this era into which we're entering.
That is indeed an impressive list, and we should probably feel reassured. But I would submit to you that on the bottom of most of these relationships is the power of the United States in the military sphere, in the economic sphere, in the other sphere. And we are, of course, watching the strengthening of the alliance and partnership systems, but we are also watching the discussions in the United States about the prioritization. The idea that the United States maybe is doing too much, but also that the United States cannot do everything, especially the prioritization between the Indo-Pacific theater and the European theater. So can you perhaps walk us through some of these crucial strategic choices or the trade-offs, actual trade-offs or potential trade-offs in terms of how much attention and how much resources could be devoted to particular issues? And even more explicitly, this idea that you're either supporting Ukraine or you are supporting Taiwan. And there are some voices I hear that are claiming that supporting too much Ukraine would somehow weaken the hand of the United States when it comes to Indo-Pacific. So how would you respond to that?
Yeah, I think the first thing I'd say on the Taiwan versus Ukraine sort of argument that I think we hear from not that many people actually, but I think they are relatively vocal. I think the first thing I would say is that is certainly not the view of our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. Like, they do not believe that our support for Ukraine weakens our position in the Indo-Pacific. Quite the contrary. And I think we'll see this at the G7 this weekend. Japan, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, very explicitly are all very clear that Putin cannot be allowed to succeed in Ukraine. And they have all, I think, they are all cooperating and supporting Ukraine in a variety of different ways. They are supportive of our effort and of Europe's effort to help Ukraine. So I think they understand that actually there is not a zero-sum trade-off. I would also say in our own strategic thinking on this. We are stronger in Europe because of our relationships in the Indo-Pacific, and we are stronger in the Indo-Pacific because of our relationships in Europe. And I would add sort of the Middle East into that too, because our sort of global network of alliances and partnerships is actually a strategic asset, not a liability. And it helps us that Europe is interested and involved and engaged in the Indo-Pacific, even if there's not 100% alignment all of the time. The fact that we are sort of liberal democracies working together with similar sets of values and interests that are largely compatible, gives us additional strength there. So I think if we were to sort of conceive of this as, we can't do very much in Ukraine, because we need to focus on Taiwan, that would be a very, very short-sighted, mindset. That I think if Russia was allowed to succeed in that case, in Ukraine, I think the consequences would not just be, catastrophic for Ukraine, and I think for Europe, but also I think it would send a terrible message sort of internationally that right makes right, and it would also signal to Europe why should they be bothered about what happens in Taiwan or in the Indo-Pacific. And the final point I would just make, Lucas, and I heard this mentioned earlier in terms of the defense industrial base, and sometimes this comes up in terms of trade-offs. We inherited a situation, I think, where there was real issues in the defense industrial base, particularly regarding munitions. The war, I think, has served as a wake-up call. This is a matter that gets a huge amount of attention and focus in terms of fixing that so it can deliver the type of capabilities that we needed to over the medium to long term. Our position in the Indo-Pacific is better off today, I think, because of the improvements that have been made in the defense industrial base, right? And we are learning from this conflict in Ukraine, we are from the war, we are learning the deficiencies that existed, how to address those. And so I think we will sort of emerge, collectively stronger, as a result. And I think it's incredibly, the final thing I would say is that if we are to ask our allies and partners to do more, we find that that's more likely to happen when we have honest and frank conversations and when we are also doing more, like we are also engaged sort of fully in doing what we can, not sort of pulling back and say, we have to do less and then, you need to take on more of the burden.
Let me still pressure you a little bit, because still, the time and attention and resources, especially of the top decision makers, is a scarce commodity. So I'm reading your comments as a way of saying, we can actually manage all of it. And I can see it when it comes to Russia and its aggression against Ukraine and some of the most acute challenges in the Indo-Pacific. But then you kind of enlarge the picture a little bit, and in the Middle East, it seems that the US is right now a little bit absent. We have another outbreak of fighting in Sudan that some people are saying is connected to a certain neglect of this region by international actors, including the US. So can you really be there for everyone at every possible time of the day and night?
Well, I do think, I think prioritization is important, right? And I think we have tried to do that, right? I think the president, when he gave the order on Afghanistan, one of the arguments for that was that we needed to turn the page from the conflicts of the post-9/11 era to prepare for the conflicts and the challenges that were, coming toward us, particularly in the area of strategic competition. Now, I don't know if anyone could have anticipated at the time how quickly that would happen in terms of the invasion of Ukraine, because that, of course, is in August of 2021. But I think that's an area where, difficult decision was taken. I think in the Middle East is what we are, seeing there is, and I think National Security Advisor spoke about this in a speech a couple of weeks ago, sort of laying out the case. But I think we inherited a situation where it's highly pressurized. I think we have supported integration in the region, a de-escalation. I think we see, we've seen, progress in the Yemen war, of course, with the ceasefire. I think we've seen a number of areas where we've seen some de-escalation and steps toward a greater, sort of more integrated region where we see more military and security cooperation, economic cooperation. We've tried to play an active role in that and been sort of engaged. Diplomatically, there are still challenges, of course, particularly with Iran that we're dealing with our allies. But I think I wouldn't describe that as disengagement. I think we've seen full sort of diplomatic, engagement. But we've also seen the need to correct the emphasis of, our attention, where for almost 20 years the Middle East sort of defined, our national security policy, and it was largely organized around many of the challenges there. We need to be, increasingly concerned about the strategic competition with the PRC and with Russia and with those challenges. And so I think there is a natural, adjustment there in terms of the investments we are making domestically and the deepening of alliances and partnerships to be ready for those challenges.
Let me now zoom into Europe. You mentioned the strengthening of the alliances and partnership, and that included also NATO enlargement, but also internal strengthening of NATO. I would also claim the strengthening of the relationship between the United States and the European Union. And of course, the war has given us additional impetus to get closer together, and that's true on this side of the Atlantic and on your side of the Atlantic. But how do you see actually the future of a transatlantic relationship? What are your expectations regarding the Europeans, and how do you maybe harmonize these expectations with the expectations coming out of Europe? We discussed them at the previous session, and some of us present in the room laughed when the President Macron's remarks were reported. But for me, there is an element of the actual concern or the expectations that actually the Europeans would be present in the room where some of the major decisions about the global strategy of the United States is being conceived. So consultation rather than the United States coming with the pre-arranged solution. But the basic question is, how do you kind of redistribute or distribute the burdens and responsibilities in a way that would be beneficial for the United States and also beneficial for the Europeans?
Yeah, I think we are seeing very significant burden sharing, in this war. I think we're here in Poland, obviously, has done so much and has invested so much, but also in its own capabilities and in the assistance to Ukraine, but also in the number of refugees that you've taken in and just the extraordinary contribution, I think, that Poland and other countries have made. I think other countries in Europe, have also done sort of an immense amount. I think we have done a lot as well. I think we all do that collectively because this is a hugely significant sort of moment. The invasion, in February of last year, I think was was a very rare sort of first order, challenge to peace and stability in Europe. And so it is going to require, an enormous effort by all. So I would sort of start out by saying that I do think that everyone is, contributing. And I think we will, of course, have ongoing, conversations about exactly what that means and what country gives what and how to ensure, those are, backfilled appropriately and, people's sort of individual sort of interests and security concerns are taken into account, and all of that. But we're very much still, in the middle of this, I think, and our focus throughout has been, how do we work toward our objective of a free and independent and sovereign Ukraine with the ability to defend itself and to deter future attack. And so that is our goal. I think that's the goal, of the alliance as a whole. I think there's questions then after the conflict, in terms of, the future relationship with Ukraine and, architecture in Europe and all of that, I think, that are also sort of significant, but, and we are, spending time on as well. But obviously, right now, I think that the primary focus is helping Ukraine.
I suggest that we still, since we are on the deck of this strategic arc, then we, of course, focus on the immediate challenge, but we also not losing sight of this broader perspective. And one of the issue here, at least for me, is this question of, how is the relationship between the United States and Europe evolve in the future in terms of kind of responsibility, sovereignty, or autonomy, if you want to use these terms, because for some, the U.S. position may seem a little bit schizophrenic. That on the one hand, we hear encouragement of Europeans taking more responsibility in their own hands and being stronger, but then sometimes there is also this feeling that if certain European leaders push too hard, then comes this warning that please do not violate the sanctity of the transatlantic relations. So what does especially the Biden administration wants out of Europe? To be more independent, to be stronger, to be in sync with the US approach? How does it work?
Yeah, look, I think we've moved beyond those debates a little bit, especially with the war, because I think the war has sort of underscored, that everybody needs to be, fully engaged and working together. And I'm not trying to sort of be coy or evade the question, but if you take sort of independence or autonomy or whatever you would call it, I mean, the question would be, well, how exactly, would that be sort of different in terms of what Europe would do? Because I don't see sort of fundamental differences of approach in terms of how to help Ukraine and how to push back and impose costs, on Russia. So I think we're very comfortable with Europe, increasing its own capability and playing a greater role because we, understand from our, consultations and from our, alliance that we're all sort of pushing in the same direction. We don't think that means that we can do less or pull back. We are very committed, as well. So I think that the war sort of underscores the commonality of the approach, in a way, and that sometimes these labels can sort of, get in the way of sort of realizing that, that we're not actually in fundamentally different places. I think we've been supportive since the beginning of the European Union, in contrast maybe to the previous, administration is seeing the EU as a key sort of partner. So I think we're comfortable with that too. Of course, I think all the efforts that are made to improve capability need to, need to work in a way that sort of, maximizes efficiency and doesn't sort of duplicate things. I don't think there's much sort of danger, of that. So I see some of those older debates as a little bit of a distraction from some of the actual, questions that we have, that we are facing. For instance, after countries have contributed so much, how do we sort of address the issues in the defense industrial base to ensure that, countries can get sort of, can rebuild their stockpiles and, rebuild their capabilities going forward? How can we do that across the Atlantic in a way that, that doesn't, that we don't see one effort sort of undermining the other, right? That they're compatible with each other. How do we think about that long-term relationship with Ukraine? So I think those are all the more sort of pertinent questions that we're
So it looks better in practice than it does on Twitter feed sometimes.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
But of course, if we go into the details on some of the things, then we would need to discuss also some of the diverging interests, for example, when it comes to the purchase and development of military equipment. Do you do it with the US? Do we do it as the Europeans? But that's probably the topic for another conversation. We, I think, have time for one short question. So if you can go in the first row.
You have two beside each other.
Very short one. Maida.
Thank you, Tom. Just a quick one. Could you tell us what percentage of your meetings are on Ukraine and what percentage on Taiwan?
Steve, I want to, or?
Maybe you can start with this one.
Right, okay. I can't put an exact number on it, but I would say, you know, the war, I think, is, you know, takes up an enormous amount of time, you know, obviously for all of us, I think. And the Indo-Pacific, I think, I wouldn't sort of just confine it to China, because I think it's sort of a mistake just to, you know, because we're obviously trying to build our alliances and partnerships in the region, not just because of China, but also because, you know, we believe it's the right thing to do anyway. I think what I would say is safe to say is that those two buckets of issues, I think, you know, are you know, that is the bulk of my job personally.
Apologies to Steve, but I want to give the opportunity for someone who didn't share the previous session. So who can attract my attention over there? Yes.
Patty Morrissey from the United States of America. I guess as an American, that previous panel was a bit disturbing. No offense, just because you were talking about reality, Steve. But I was wondering, Tom, if you thought there would be an acceleration or a ramping up of the education process for the American public about what's at stake here. Because we had some really great presentations last night and this morning about what's at stake here. And people seem to get it. And I just want to, just real quickly, my husband texted me something that an American soldier fighting in Ukraine had stated about what's at stake. And he said, sorry, just a second.
Maybe you can skip that part.
Real quick. Ukraine is where democracy-loving free peoples are coming from all countries to make our final stand against brutal, kleptocratic authoritarians. So, if we believe that, which I do, is there an initiative we can take in the United States to strengthen people's understanding of what's at stake?
Can I maybe just expand this question a little bit? Because one of the features of the Biden administration was to make the foreign policy that would be attractive to the average American or the American middle class. So can American middle class be persuaded by the argument that this is a final stand against the tyranny of the world?
Look, I think this is it's a very important question, and I think we see a lot of bipartisan support for our foreign policy. I mean, there's differences, of course, and politics is politics, and people will make, you know, criticisms, you know, all the time, and they do. But when you look at the details of it, right, on Ukraine, there's been overwhelming support in the Congress for various supplementals on Ukraine. Some of the voices that are very critical or want to get out and focus on Taiwan or just get out of everywhere, they may be pretty vocal, but they're not that numerous, actually, when you look at the overall debate and discussion. So I feel pretty good, you know, about the domestic basis of support for Ukraine. And I think when you look in allied and partner countries too, you know, there were also political debates there, but for the most part, there's very strong support also. Now, if you broaden out and look at what we've been doing, you know, on China, some of the things I mentioned earlier, AUKUS, ETCA with the Philippines, the stuff with Japan, all of that, hugely popular, and not seen as in any way partisan in any way, shape, or form. The domestic steps that were taken in Chips and Science Act and semiconductors and investing in key technologies, again, strong bipartisan support for a new form of industrial policy, some differences on aspects of clean tech and other things, and the Inflation Reduction Act, but for the most part, again, strong support. So I think when we zoom out a little bit from the sort of day-to-day and from the cable news, debates, I think what you see is it's a decent amount of continuity, actually, and a recognition, a very widespread recognition that we are entering into a new era. This is different than the post-9/11 era. It's one in which we have to be very attentive to domestic strengths and investing in the domestic part of foreign policy. Parties may have slightly different ideas about how to do that, but no one really fundamentally disputes, that premise. A recognition that we do need to be working more closely with allies and partners. And again, on support for Ukraine. So I don't want to be too Pollyannish about it, but I actually don't sort of see that fatigue. I don't, if you accept, the previous president from the conversation, which I know you can't, on it, I think he is obviously very unique and strong views, but I think that the rest of it actually, it's really striking how much, consensus is probably the wrong word, but how much overlap there actually is. And I think that does give me, a strong sense of optimism.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we needed optimism after discussing the Trump apocalypse and various other challenges at the previous session. So many thanks, Tom, for providing us with this fresh air of optimism and confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Łukasz, why don't you join me over here? Thank you very much. All right, so Łukasz, fantastic discussion. I heard a lot of cold water being thrown on this proposition that America must choose between Europe and Asia through your conversation. I thought that was a major takeaway there from your discussion.
Yes, definitely, but at the same time, it wasn't about the United States doing everything alone. I think Tom provided this very long list of measures to strengthen the partnerships and alliances of the United States globally. So there is this idea that the United States is stronger with the allies, and that's something that it's good to hear, because parts of this discussion in the United States, you could get this idea that actually the United States is alone in the world, and there is nobody which shares its ideas.
Values or ideas.
Exactly.
Great.
So
Great.
that was I think, of course, an official view in a sense from the Biden administration official, but something that at least for me, I ended up being a little bit more reassured about the United States staying in its global position.
Europe. Wonderful. Łukasz, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellent moderation. Okay. So, we began this morning considering the frame for our strategic arc, and it was a moment of extraordinary politics, and now we are going to be treated to an extraordinary conversation. This next conversation, looking at the strategic utility of unity, is going to take place between Foreign Minister Zbigniew Rau, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Poland, and Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, the the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine, and moderated by PISM Director Sławomir Debski. Gentlemen, will you please take the stage here? And we are going to be joined virtually by Minister Kuleba.
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now we are waiting for Minister Kuleba to join us. It will take a few moments. Yes. So let me start to explain to you why I decided to frame this discussion in the way that we should talk about unity as a strategic asset. Ukraine would have not prevailed without Poland, without the United States, without the coalition of the free world supporting Ukraine for all this time, providing hardware, providing financial resources, but also providing absolutely crucial assistance in terms of humanitarian aid. This fantastic coalition of countries, of the goodwill, of the political will, was driven by the common assessment of the threat coming from Russia, the common assessment of what's going on, that Russia violated international law, violated all foundations upon which international rule-based order was founded, grounded. So I think it was one of the most important condition upon which Ukrainian relative success was built. So starting from that, I'm going to go into more details because this coalition was in move. If we imagine what Ukraine could have achieved a year ago, hadn't been supplied by the kind of the hardware it's getting now, it's probably it's very likely that this war could have ended long ago, or at least Ukrainian success would have been much more farther territorially. So that was the reason why I decided to talk with two ministers, two foreign affairs ministers about strategic unity as the utility of unity. I don't know how we are, where we are, with Minister Kuleba is already connected. So I would like to welcome Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba. Thank you very much, Minister, for being with us, for contributing to the strategic arc. And I have just started to explain why we decided to talk about strategic utility of unity as a subject of our discussion. And I want you to take the floor first, but let me just sum up what I have already said. During the last speech in Warsaw, President Biden mentioned his first conversation with President Zelensky on 24th of February 2022. And he said that in a certain moment of this conversation, phone conversation they had, President Biden asked President Zelensky what I can do for you. And President Zelensky responded, Mr. President, please form the coalition of democratic countries supporting our defensive war against Russia's aggression. My first question to you, Mr. Kuleba, would be, how do you assess the efficiency of this coalition? How do you assess the unity behind Ukraine?
Thank you. First of all, I regret not being able to be live in person today with you, but I appreciate the opportunity to get connected online. Second, I want to explain my outfit. We celebrate the day of the national Vyshyvanka shirt in Ukraine. So I'm proudly wearing it today. And thirdly, unity. Yes, today many Ukrainians wear Vyshyvankas, not because there is an instruction to wear them, but because there is a sense of unity in the society. Be it the emphasis on our cultural identity, or be it the unity in opposing, repelling the Russian aggression. And without this unity, nothing would be possible. And when I take the issue of unity to the international stage, of course, when you fight against an enemy like Russia, when you tackle any global challenge like Russia is, or any other challenge that the world is facing at a global scale, you cannot win without unity. But this unity is required not only in words, but also in actions. And this is the difference between the 2014 and now. In 2014, when Russia was illegally annexing Crimea, there was unity in words, indeed. But there was no unity in actions. And this is why Russia succeeded. This is why it felt tempted to continue and to spill over the conflict to Donbass. And then years later to the entire Ukraine by launching large-scale invasion. Without unity, things would have been different. Fortunately, there is unity since last year, and we all do a lot of issues aside and united around one goal: common enemy. This is the only way how we can defeat the enemy, and this is why it is so essential to maintain unity. At the same time, we have, when it comes to a discussion on, for example, last year we had a discussion on granting Ukraine EU candidacy status. And some countries were telling us, some EU members were telling us, do not overemphasize the importance of this decision, because there is no unity in the European Union. And if you have to choose between exposing the lack of unity on the European perspective for Ukraine and maintaining unity without granting candidacy status, but with continued support on other tracks, choose the second option. And we thought it was completely wrong, because we saw no contradiction between between exposing differences among friends for the sake of reaching unity. And this is why when Ukraine was granted EU candidacy status, everyone in the European Union celebrated the achievement of this unity. We are experiencing the same story now with regard to the NATO membership, when we are asked not to push too hard because it will expose unity. So unity is crucial, it is important, but it should not serve, but the lack of unity should not be used as an excuse for not making crucial decisions. Because if there is time to make crucial decisions and build unity, it is now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuleba. Now I would like to turn to Foreign Minister of Poland, Zbigniew Rau. Well, during the last year, Poland has become or played a role both a unity broker and unity breaker. You know, numbers of times your minister, President Duda, Prime Minister Morawiecki, tried to shape this unity behind Ukraine in a very active way, proposing sending tanks, suggesting that Patriots should be sent to Ukraine, not necessarily to Poland, then about Leopards. So actually, how to find the right balance between being a leader in shaping unity and, to introduce some breaking pieces element?
Okay, I suppose that the simplest way to proceed is to do the right thing. And then, when you convince what is the right thing to do, then you can think about the unity or coalition of those who would like to do the right thing together with you. But I understand that we are talking about the unity vis-à-vis Russian imperialism and the unity behind the Ukrainian right to enjoy the national independence, state sovereignty, and territorial integrity. So, first of all, I suppose we have to bear in mind the fact that on these issues, we are obviously, I mean, we the West, or we the free world, we are obviously on the collision course with Russia, because Russia's aim is to divide us on every possible issue. Russia is considering us, considering the West, as a threat to its imperial identity. So, regardless whether we are talking about the present context of Russian aggression on Ukraine or any other context in which we can talk about the relations between the West and Russia, Russia's objective is to divide us and to look for such natural divisions within our camp, or to just create them, because Russia is strong vis-à-vis us when we are divided. And as far as Ukraine is concerned, certainly every state that belongs to the, whether it's transatlantic community, European Union, or just the free world in general, every country that is part of it has every reason to be very proud of the level of unity we have managed to reach behind Ukraine. But what is very important here is to draw a distinction between the unity of declaration and unity of action. Of course, it's much easier to arrange or shape the unity of declaration. Just think about voting in the General Assembly of the United Nations. The overwhelming majority was ready to condemn the Russian invasion. But the other issue is to show unity in supporting Ukraine in every possible way that Ukraine can simply defend itself, because it's entitled to do that, given the provisions of the UN Charter, for example, right? So, and here we see already a serious division within all those who declared the unity, but are not ready in the same way to support Ukraine in every, let's say, way that Ukraine asks us to do so. Now, why is this difference? The difference is because the unity is not, the unity of action is not any kind of unity, in fact. It's not an end in itself. Unity is an instrument of those who are ready to act together for a certain goal. So unity has to be goal-oriented. And if we assume that, we can show or indicate the criteria of success of those who act in the unanimous way. And now the question is how to create this kind of unity. Okay, you can look at the lowest common denominator of those who are not ready to do everything possible in order to achieve the goal that is the object of this unity. And there are others who would like to achieve much more. I will give you just an example. At the beginning of the war, at the beginning of the Russian aggression, I'm proud to say that Poland acted on the assumption that we have to help as much as possible and as soon as possible. There were our partners and allies who were acting on a different assumption, unfortunately, at that time. They were trying to help as little as possible and as late as possible. Could we talk about unity of these efforts? In a way, yes. But to what extent it was a goal-oriented unity? So, if we have to deal with this state of affairs, this kind of state of affairs, some of the members of the community that is presenting the unity in action has to take a more activist position, and exactly what we are doing. And I must say, you certainly recall the situation at the beginning of the aggression, when Poland offered to donate its jet fighters, the MiGs. It was, I suppose, the beginning of March.
Yes.
Last year. Well, and using your terminology, Slavek, we were not unity brokers, but at the beginning we were considered unity breakers, because the overwhelming majority of our friends and allies assumed that we went far too far. Some of them were afraid of a possibility of escalation of the conflict. Just to send jets there, it would be much too much. Then we declared, and we did it on our own, to donate more than 300 tanks. Soviet-made tanks, but still operational ones. So it was considered with some surprise. Yes.
Yes. Now I would like to turn to Minister Kuleba, because
where is he? Sorry. Hello.
And ask
Dmytro.
And ask him how he assessed this approach to unity, which actually, as as I understand, Minister Rao is about. He tried to explain the unity as a dynamic process, because if we imagine what kind of unity we had in 2014 or even a year ago, it was different kind of unity than we have now. So actually, what do you prefer? Do you prefer more countries to act as a unity brokers or unity breakers?
In the right direction, unity breakers, of course, yeah.
Well, it's a very good question, because how many countries do you need to be united to win in the war? How many countries do you need to send weapons to you to be united in the decision to send one or another type of weapons, as Big just referred to the story with planes? How many countries do you need to get united to pass the UN General Assembly resolutions? and this list of questions can be continued, and there will be a different answer to each of these questions. And this is why unity is not the concept that is set in stone. It's evolving depending on the context when you seek unity. And you have to handle each situation in a different way. If I am to pass, even if you take one of the questions, for example, how many votes do you need to pass good UN General Assembly resolution? The question of unity can be considered two ways. You all know that the stronger the language of the resolution is, the more difficult it gets for countries to support it. So you have to differentiate. You have to say, this is the resolution where I care for the number of votes cast in favor of it, and therefore I will make concessions on the language. But this, another resolution, it's more important to have strong language in it, even at the expense of the unity, which is on the number of votes that will be cast in favor of this resolution. It's the same on weapons. You know, unity on tanks implies one set of countries. Unity on planes may imply another set of countries. And unity on ammunition will imply a far broader number of countries. So unity is absolutely utile concept, but it has to be treated in every specific context with due regard to every element of a specific decision. And therefore, there is no universal answer. In principle, theoretically, the more united the world is, the better it is. But when you break this big unity into specific decisions, answers may vary. And diplomatically, it requires a lot of effort and wisdom to find answers to these questions. And that's what we're doing. And those countries who are united, for example, like Ukraine and Poland, we coordinate to make sure that we gain unity on every specific question, issue, in the proportion necessary for this, for the answer to this question to be effective, to be efficient. And this is actually where the space for diplomacy is. You know, to find the right balance and to strike the right balance of unity to make the most out of it.
Thank you very much. I mean, we have just achieved a great consensus between both ministers, between Poland and Ukraine. First, they told us that unity is a moving target, so it should be a more goal-oriented, but it is not written in the stone thing, and it should be that depending on the issue, this unity can be shaped or reshaped differently. So that's the experience of Poland and Ukraine during from the last year. My question to both of you, and it would be probably the last question, because time is running around. We have something like 10 minutes to go. What should be our next objective around which we should build a unity? Should it be Ukraine's membership into NATO, or should it be more assistance for Ukraine to do their job, to finish the war and deter Russia? So how you set the priorities around which this unity should be formed? Minister Rao.
Well, I believe the object of our unity, the unity of the free world, from now on, should be our common goal, of preserving the freedom and independence and democracy all the countries all over the world that consider themselves free and democratic, and they want to stay this way. So, to achieve this goal, ideally, we need a well-functioning, rules-based world order. This is an ideal condition that we should work for. Is it very realistic? No ideal, even no utopia can be realistic. So, quite frankly, having this noble goal in mind, we should, first of all, support Ukraine to end this war in the way that is acceptable, first of all, to the Ukrainians, but there is no doubt in my mind that also the Ukrainians believe that it should be in agreement with the rules-based international order.
Does it mean also Ukraine being a part of NATO?
Certainly, because NATO has proved that this is the international institution, actually the only one at this scale designed to achieve this end, not only among its member states, but worldwide, simply by the example. Certainly, the same goes for the Ukraine membership in the European Union. But I do agree with Minister Kuleba, I agree with Dmytro, that obviously, when we take a look at these three goals, so obviously, unity in international relations is a very dialectical category. So it differs with the passage of time and the place where we want to apply it, and the goals we are going to achieve together. But the trick is that these three goals that I just outlined, that we should support in our common efforts, can be combined one with another. Okay? Now, the wisdom, the political wisdom is the order of things. What should be first? Certainly, the victorious end of this war. And then the membership of Ukraine in all these institutions of the free world, which Ukraine deserves to be part of.
Mr. Kuleba, Poland has been very consistent in its support for Ukraine's membership both in the EU and in NATO. President Lech Kaczynski in 2008 in Bucharest summit was one of the leaders within the alliance, arguing in favor of accepting Ukraine into NATO. What would be your aim around which this unity should now be created?
Of course, I agree with Zbigniew that the largest issue that requires unity as broad as possible, is the understanding that Ukraine must win on the terms set by Ukraine. If countries accept this as the goal of their policies, then they will be making all the relevant decisions, and they will be making them fast. If you ask me to list other issues which require unity, where we are working right now as we have this discussion on building unity, it's definitely NATO membership, aviation coalition, non-exhaustion of sanctions, of the will to impose new sanctions, new strong sanctions on Russia. These are the areas which are absolutely essential to have unity on. There are many, many other issues, but if you want me to name the most critical ones, these are them.
So the one last question, and I would like both of you to provide us with very short answer. Is what would be your expectations from a NATO summit in Vilnius in regarding these aims, these goals mentioned by Minister Kuleba? What we should expect from the other leaders of NATO in Vilnius to deliver for Ukraine and to build or to move unity on new level? What should it be?
Well, first of all, we at the summit should show a lot of, first of all, respect and gratitude to our Ukrainian friends and partners, because in fact they are fighting and paying the highest price, fighting for the values which we all share. And I have to be very frank about it. Every person in our part of Europe is aware of the fact that they are fighting for our freedom. For our freedom. So this is the first thing that I suppose should be crystal clear at the summit. And the second issue, having said that, I would say should be the fact that first, let the Ukrainians state their expectations concerning the summit. And then, I can declare it, we are ready to support it.
Minister Kuleba, what do you expect from the leaders who are going to come to Vilnius, show unity of transatlantic area regarding Ukraine? What Ukraine needs from Vilnius?
Well, first, I fully align myself with previous speaker. Second, ideally, we would like to see in Vilnius, we would like to see a decision on defining a certain algorithm of Ukraine's succession, but it should not be a membership action plan. This is the story that is left behind. To cut long story short, I think any step that the allies will be able to make towards Ukrainian membership in NATO will be welcome. And I'm saying it because I understand that the issue of unity in this specific case is very burning. It's very topical, and a lot of work needs to be done in the coming weeks to build this unity around this concept, around the idea of making a step towards membership.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our time ran out. Please join me in thanking both ministers for being with us. I would like to express my gratitude to all people who actually managed and helped us to make this conversation possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Kuleba. I hope that next year you will be, at first, Ukraine will be victorious. Second, you will be able to come to Warsaw in person and talk to us in such a panel next year. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Jillian, We have had an incredible day so far, and we're not yet over. We have one more panel. And as Director Debski is escorting the minister out, I wanted to ask you, what is a major takeaway or impression you have had from the Strategic Ark conversation today? Because I'll tell you right now, it struck me how the center of geopolitical gravity in Europe seems to be shifting eastwards. And with this conversation between Ukraine and Poland today, I think we got a little display of that.
Yeah, I think you're completely right on this. One thing that's been really fascinating for me is Eastern Europe views Russia as the risk. Western Europe has been concerned about the risk of Russia and concerned about the risk of escalation and been trying to balance that. But I think Eastern Europe is winning the argument. And I certainly hope that that's true, because the thing I took away from the conversation of the generals is the extreme urgency of getting Ukraine armed now, letting it win now, because the longer this drags on, the more obstacles there are and the less ammo there is. What do you think?
You know, Jillian, it struck me also, we started this morning's discussion with an address by President Zelensky, and he invoked history to set the stage for our conversations today. He invoked May 18th. That was the day in which Russia, back in 1792, invaded Poland, and it united the geopolitical futures of both Poland and the United States. But also, we would be remiss to forget that today is also the anniversary of the victory at Monte Cassino by the Allies, led by Polish forces. So with that in mind, we are going to set up for our final conversation of the day, and it's going to look at the perspective of frontline states on Polish foreign policy in times of war. For our panelists, I want to invite you to take the stage as I introduce all of you. We are first joined by Władysław Teofil Bartowski, a member of Parliament of Poland and the Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Sejm, the Polish, and a member of the Polish People's Party. We're also joined by Radosław Foigl, a member of the Parliament of Poland and Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Sejm, and a member of the Law and Justice Party. Also, we're joined by Bogdan Klich, a senator and member of the Parliament of Poland, and a chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs at the European Union of the Senate, and he's a member of the Civic Platform. Finally, we are joined by Bogusław Liberacki, a member of the Polish Parliament from the left. We are moderated by the master of moderation here, Sławomir Debski, director of PISM. Sławomir, the panel is yours.
Thank you very much, and I think we will continue at the beginning our conversation about unity. Having the representatives of parliamentary clubs, the biggest parliamentary forces in Poland, hearing from the Minister Kuleba and Minister Rau how important political unity behind Ukraine has been and is still. My first question to all panelists is, how united is Poland behind Ukraine politically? So to what extent this line of the government is, I don't ask about whether it's like it or not, but is supported. To what extent political forces in the parliament stand on Ukraine, not necessarily with the government, but stand on Ukraine. So there was a conversation, I think, that the common point of two ministers that unity should be goal-oriented. So what kind of goal unites political forces in the Polish parliament regarding Ukraine?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Maybe a small correction. I am a member of the European Parliament, but I work together with my club at Polish Parliament. Unity. It's very rightly stressed. Unity, it means strength. Unity, it means respect. Unity, it means power. In the debate with Russia, and especially with Putin, he doesn't care about anything else but power. And because of that, I do believe that such an unity between political parties, political group, and in Poland, the Polish parliament, would represent basic parties, basic political forces in our parliament. And we are of a similar opinion. A similar opinion, it means we should support by all means Ukraine. By all means, it means military, but also sanctions against aggressor, it's Russia, and services. Poland is a specially located country and especially involved because we are logistic hub. So it means from Poland and to Poland is a beginning or destination of any trips, including President Biden. He traveled to Ukraine from Poland. And also sanctions. This is something special because what we need is really sanctions to be painful for Russia, sanctions to be effective, and sanctions not to be violated. At the European level, this role of unity is very important. And Poland, what is my satisfaction to say, is within those political forces, agreements which makes very much pressure on how we follow all sanctions imposed by European Union, NATO, or together with America. So from this point of view, I do believe that our role is simply positive.
So I would like to ask Bogdan Klichu's former defense minister. So thank you very much for joining us also in this capacity as an expert on defense policy. If we talk about Poland's role in assisting Ukraine, can you tell us what you think was done well and where actually Poland could do better?
I wouldn't like to begin with saying anything about what was done wrongly. I wanted to say that that we are united in supporting Ukraine because we understand very well that our security depends on independence of that country. And this is in Polish interest to support this country as strongly as possible. And it was a paradigm that we were attached to since the very beginning of our democracy and independence in 1989. So I do remember the second conference on the future of Polish-Ukrainian relationship that I had the pleasure to organize in Krakow in the beginning of 1993. It was the second one because the first one was here in Jabłonna. And the clear declaration of then the leadership of Poland and the leadership of Ukraine that there is a dependence between our securities and it is necessary to look forward. So the roots are maybe not in Warsaw, maybe not in Kiev of our approach, but they are in Maison Lafitte. This is Jerzy Gredroich who formulated this idea. And this is the paradigm of Polish Eastern policy, and I hope that it will be continued, at least for my political group. It is one of the most crucial paradigm of the foreign and security policy. What was done well, mainly that Poland is a strategic hub to support politically and to support military Ukraine, because we play now the role of such a hub, transferring, the main equipment necessary for, at the beginning, survival, and now success, victory of Ukraine.
So now I would like to invite the third member of the opposition forces in the Polish parliament before I go to representative of parliamentary majority. I'm going to make the conversation a little bit more spicy, because this unity, for the general public is boring. So I would like to ask Tofil Bartoszewski about, recent grain crisis between Poland and Ukraine. Because if we are united behind Ukraine, some people say that in all aspects this unity is actually strong enough. What would be your recommendation how this unity should be shaped, given the fact that in all areas we can be united in the same way?
Well, I don't quite agree. We can be united, providing we are competent. The grain crisis showed utter and complete incompetence of this government. And therefore, it's not a question of unity, because now the government sees what my party saw last July. Last July, we put a draft law in Parliament to prevent exactly this outcome which happened, and it was ignored. Now the government says, actually, you were right, but we've wasted 9 months or 10 months. So no, we are united. Of course, we have different interests. All EU members have different economic interests, and we have a different economic interest with Ukraine, the biggest agricultural country in Europe. And therefore, we have to think, because we do want Ukraine into the EU, but we have to think how to prepare it so we do not unbalance the whole agricultural market in the whole of Europe. The European Commission is equally guilty, because they said it doesn't matter that some millions of tons of grain and other agricultural products will reach Poland and Hungary and Slovakia and Romania, because if you take EU as a whole, it does not change the balance of the market. Yes, maybe not in Spain and Portugal. And that is why that was a problem. But it's not a question of lack of unity. It's a question of preparing for the consequences of our actions. We were all for removing the customs duties for products from Ukraine. But we said, but prepare for that. And that was not done. But it's nothing to do with unity. It's to do with competence.
And now, I would like to ask the representative of the parliamentary majority, are you happy with the level of unity the government and the majority in the parliament experience on Ukraine? What can be done more for Ukraine using, I think, if we are talking about politicians, which are not, particularly in the times when, elections are coming, are not interested in underlying unity. But Ukraine is the subject on which, first, the Polish public is ahead of the political leadership in this country, or political elites. So how you think about the quality of unity in the parliament on Ukrainian issue?
Thank you. Well, you invite a bunch of politicians. You hope they start argue, and here you are, a total disappointment. We need to start talking about domestic issues in order to start a little fight. Obviously, I don't agree with my colleague here when it comes to the grain crisis. In my perspective, it is the moment that we domestically took the matters into our own hands. We started solving the crisis. As long as we waited for the European Commission to intervene, it was a failure. But as I said, it is more of a domestic issue, not exactly connected with unity. It is natural that we're gonna have some contradictory opinions and issues with our neighbors, including Ukraine. but this doesn't mean that anything changes. So I must say that the fact that most parliamentary forces, at least all the big ones, are united, are on the same page when it comes to Ukraine is a good thing. It is reassuring, and it is really working. I may say from my experience, being a part of a few international delegations from the Committee of Foreign Affairs or joined with other committees, when we visit a country, both majority and minority in parliament, and we can show our interlocutors that we are united on this subject. Because other politicians, they usually know how polarized politics in Poland is. But if we can present a united, solid front on this issue, this is really meaningful. This really helps to convince our interlocutors in different countries that this isn't political, this isn't just a local issue, that this is an important one. But actually, I'm not surprised, because this is a matter of Poland's security and very existence. The future of Europe, the future of Europe's security is going to be decided in Ukraine. So helping Ukraine, being supportive and doing everything we can to end this war as quickly as possible is the only reasonable policy for Poland.
Okay, fine. Ukraine is not an issue in terms of Polish domestic, let's say. Belarus, no. But what about Russia? What should be the end game of the Polish policy towards Russia now? How we should think about our relations with Russia. So I would start with Teofil Bartoszewski, because this issue may be divided into parts: Russia of today and Russia of the future. What kind of Russia would like to have and would like to deal with?
Well, I'm talking in realistic terms and not in a wishful thinking. At the moment, we are going to defeat Russia in Ukraine. Ukraine will become an independent, sovereign state. And with Russia, we are going to enter a long period of the new Cold War, and we have to prepare for that. And this would be my suggestion if we talk about NATO later. My suggestion for that, because I do not foresee in any near future changed policy. As long as Russia and the majority of its citizens thinks that Russia should be an imperial power, and it's taking in Ukraine what was hers. And what President Putin was telling the Western allies just before the war, that actually, part of Finland is Russian, Baltic states are Russian, large parts of Poland are Russian, and other states from Bessarabia, basically going to 1914 and not even 1945. This is completely unacceptable to us. And as long as Russia has this outlook, Russia will be our enemy. Let's not beat around the bush. Russia will be our enemy, and we have to prepare for it. Yes, theoretically, if you think historically, Russia under Prime Minister Strove, maybe Russia under the February Revolution, maybe even after February Revolution, Russia wanted to be an empire. So no, basically, I do not foresee in my lifetime that we are going to be friends with Russia. We have to stabilize a relationship, not have a state of war, but we are more, in my view, we are going to the long period of a second Cold War.
Radosław Fogiel?
Well, we started with some historical remarks, but I'm not going into the old 1612 history. Right now, the situation is really clear. Russia needs to be defeated, needs to be put in place, and the only place to actually hold a conversation with current Russian leadership is the international tribunal in Hague. This is quite obvious, and of course no one knows what could happen if there will be a sort of coup and another Siłowik will grab power, or are we going to witness some sort of democratization of Russia? This is an open question. It may mean, I agree with Professor Bartoszewski, it may mean decades of a new Cold War, and we need to be prepared for this as well. But I can also imagine that in the future, Poland and the whole eastern flank may enjoy a civilized normal, I would say, normal relationships with Russia, but on the condition that Russia abandons its neo-imperialistic approach and abandons the idea of spheres of influence and things like that, and starts acting as an actor on the international stage that accepts the rules-based order.
Bogdan Klich, how Civic Platform thinks about our future relations with Russia now?
You know, it is necessary to analyze the strategic and operational goals of President Putin on the eve of the first and second invasion. I mean, first one in 2014 and the other one, this one. As for this analysis, I am pretty sure that President Putin, at the end of 2021, had two operational goals. It means that he wanted to destroy Ukraine as a viable state. By the way, he presented his concept of artificial statehood of Ukraine several years before, during the Bucharest summit, so it was nothing new. But he wanted, to undermine statehood of Ukraine, and it was his main operational goal then. And the other one, it was an extermination of the independent Ukrainian elite, at least elite. Now we see that he went further, that he is responsible also for extermination of a part of Ukrainian society. So not only those who led and are leading Ukraine, the Ukrainian sovereignty, responsible for that, but also those who are, let's say, ordinary citizens. And when we add to those two operational goals to other important for us, crucial for our strategic goals of President Putin, it means the destabilizing of Europe and paralyzing NATO. One could say that there is no return in a short and medium term perspective, horizon. There is no return to the policy with Russia as business as usual. I would repeat, what I wrote several times, just after the first invasion in 2014, we have to invent the new containment policy towards Russian Federation.
So now the Polish left, how are Polish social democratic forces foresee relations with Russia now and perhaps in the future?
Okay, first what we should, I do believe, keep in mind that Russia will be existing. I don't mind if the new Russian Federation is a little bit smaller, but will be existing. The second, Russia will be our neighbor, partly direct, partly behind Ukraine and Belarus. The third, I am truly convinced that our dependability on Russian raw materials, especially crude oil, coal, and gas, will never come back to business as usual, as you said, Director. That decision is made. Russia lost these markets forever. And we are, as the Union, doing all possible efforts to make it decided forever. And the third very important aspect is, we as Poland will be always weaker than Russia in terms of military power. But we as a union, European Union, we as a NATO, and we being simultaneously NATO and Union, and Polish army, which is growing, it will be quite reliable capacity to defend ourselves or to discourage Russia to invade us. This is the core of what we would like to achieve. And also, from this point of view, we should note that much has changed. Finland has joined the NATO. Finland joined the NATO, it means fact. St. Petersburg is almost blocked, because Baltic right now is NATO sea. I am a little bit even positively surprised that Putin was not able to block it. And it's a pity that some of our theoretically friends, as Hungary and Turkey, were blocking it. But it is my opinion. We should take a look in a positive way, having these three general aspects in mind. Thank you.
Wonderful. In the context of Russia, a few keywords were introduced, which will help me to introduce yet another topic of our conversation. So, containment. Bogdan Klich mentioned that the term. NATO. Bogusław Liberacki mentioned that NATO would play an important role, and our investment in our own military capabilities. So this gives me a good starting point to ask Bogdan Klich as a first speaker in this part, because NATO summit in Vilnius is coming. NATO is shifting from its strategic thinking, from the concept of deterrence by punishment towards the concept of deterrence by denial. What we should expect from NATO first, and then from ourselves, to contribute to this shift. What we should do, how we should lead this shift. Bogdan Klich, the former defense minister of this country.
3 or 4 major factors will be crucial before and during this summit. First of all, it is to keep in mind that we have a new strategic concept that should be fulfilled, that should be implemented. That this is the first time after 1991 strategic concept that in the preamble of this crucial document, Russia is indicated as an immediate and direct threat towards the alliance. Yeah? This is more than only mentioning within the document, this threat, when China, by the way, is described as a challenge, only a challenge for NATO as a family. So to implement this strategic concept, it is first. Secondly, to achieve all the, or to implement all the, to show that there is a process of implementation of other decisions taken during the Madrid summit, mainly new contingency plans that in fact should have been at that time and now should be even more defense plans, not only for the eastern flank of the alliance, but a new approach to contingency planning. I keep in mind, this battle that together with my colleagues from Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, we had with other colleagues in the year 2010, fighting for particular units to be designed for particular tasks within the contingency plans at that time. Now they have to be pointed out. It is necessary to have such clear contingency plans. And thirdly, it is to achieve this goal that was not introduced into any documents of the alliance, but presented by the Secretary General. It is reinforcement of NRF together with its new model. Absolutely crucial. Not only that we are moving from 40,000 to 300,000 of rapid reaction force, but also new tasks and new composition of those forces.
What should we do? What should we do? What NATO should do with a NATO-Russia Funding Act? With NATO-Russia Funding Act.
I hope that it disappeared, so that there will be no return to this document because this is outdated.
Radosław Fogel.
When it comes to the Funding Act, we should just, it is already dead, we should just bury it, I think. But obviously, we have the results of the Madrid summit, and we need to implement it. We need to make sure that the presence of allied troops will be significantly bigger than it is. But also, NATO has to adapt to the new security situation. And by that, I not only mean the full-scale war in Ukraine, which is crucial factor, but also what's going on and with Belarus becoming more and more just a proxy for Putin, becoming a carrier for Russian forces. And if the threats of placing nuclear missiles in Ukraine by Russia will become a fact, this will actually change our situation to be a country that has practically a border with Russia, although it is named still Belarus. So NATO has to be ready for that. I would also say, and I would expect Vilnius summit to end up with a decision that spending 2% GDP on defense is a starting point, not something that we should try, not a goal that we try to achieve, but a starting point. We need to be ready for a maybe a long-lasting Cold War. We need to renew our capabilities. We need to also implement and all the infrastructural solutions that right now end somewhere in the middle of Germany, because they weren't updated after NATO expansion. And also the NATO perspective for Ukraine. I don't believe the allies would agree, and no one actually does on that in Vilnius. But we made some sort of a decision in Bucharest in 2008. It wasn't a successful summit, but we had this open doors policy. We were scared by Putin's speech in Munich in 2007. What we got as a reward: Georgia 2008, Crimea 2014, and Ukraine again 2022. So we need to change this policy. We need to focus on deterrence and resilience, and we need to draw a clear path and make a very, very vocal political decision in Vilnius about Ukraine's future in NATO.
Wonderful. I would supplement this question by kind of the half sentence. What Poland's role should be in NATO, how we should behave within the alliance to achieve what we want generally.
Well, we should do what we began doing. It's what I expect from the Vilnius summit is, first of all, put this informal act of 1997 on a funeral pyre because it's long overdue. Secondly, make a decision that the NATO forces, which are on the eastern flank, in the units of the size of battalions, should be moved into brigades. Thirdly, because of what Senator Klich was saying correctly, I mean, what I meant Cold War means also containment, and containment means deterrence. If you have no deterrence, you cannot contain anybody. And deterrence means to create, within 3 years from the Vilnius summit, 30 battle-ready brigades. Battle-ready, not for
paper ready.
City, yeah, and within a foreseeable future, create 100 brigades, which means 300,000 soldiers, which are ready to contain and detain, to stop the Russians move, like it was in the Cold War. Also, what is in the Polish interest is, of course, go back to the situation of 2008 at Bucharest summit, where President George W. Bush was willing to put Ukraine and Georgia on a map, in other words, a membership action plan, which was strongly opposed by 2 NATO members. And now is the time to revisit this, that we should put at least Ukraine on a map. Because it's in our interest. What Poland can do, Poland has to do what we've decided in Parliament unanimously, voting for increasing the spending on armed forces and increasing the size of armed forces and increasing purchases. We can argue if this purchase or that purchase is more sensible or less sensible, but that's a different discussion. But the general direction is correct. We cannot depend on the United States of America coming to our rescue if we do not fight for ourselves like the Ukrainians do now. If the Ukrainians collapsed within 2 weeks, there would be no Ukraine because nobody would have helped. The fact that Ukraine fought now makes it a possible viable NATO member.
The same question to Bogusław Liberacki, how Poland should actually contribute to NATO's deterrence, and what's your expectation or your political force you represent from NATO Vilnius summit?
Okay, maybe 2 general points. First, Poland should or deserves to be treated fairly because during NATO intervention in Iraq, we were present despite of many accusations in Western Europe. The second, what is important, Putin made NATO stronger. If Putin waits 1, 2, 3 years longer, it would mean that Russia will be stronger, Ukraine will be still in such an langsam changes, and not discussion even about Ukrainian membership. So this failure, as Mr. Bartoszewski said, after 2 weeks, Russia was not able to defeat Ukraine, and today Ukraine has a chance to win. It means that we should present ourselves, this part of Europe, as, first of all, oriented toward keeping order, keeping peace, bringing Russia very much reduced in terms of its capacity, maybe even size. And also, forever, or for at least for a long-lasting time, Russians should forget about their imperialism. Russia should be maximum treated as a local power, not global imperialistic power. Plus, what is important for us is to contribute NATO into forgetting about that peace is granted, nobody is going to attack us, NATO is artificial structure, NATO is really fundamental structure. Also, we should remember that we are, for time being, focused on Ukraine, Russia. Okay, Indian Ocean, China, Taiwan, And we should put pressure on solving this Ukrainian war as soon as possible to avoid the situation that NATO forces should be located in two very crucial parts. Thank you.
Yes, and now the time is ripe to mention another our neighbor. Poland played during the last year the role of both unity broker and unity breaker. Part of these Polish activities also, produced cost, political cost, both particularly in Polish-German relations. German policy during the last year has not been particularly popular among the Polish public. So this kind of the conversation about the Polish policy in the future and the Polish, approach to our neighbors would not be completed without the answer, without the question about Polish-German relations. How we should shape this Polish-German relations in the future. So I would like Radosław Fogel to start this turn of answers.
Well, Germany is our neighbor. It is our biggest or one of the biggest trade partners. So this inevitably has an impact on our relations, and this will not change. Although there are other dimensions of that relationships that can be different on time. Obviously, there are some historical issues that need to be solved, and the whole parliament adopted a resolution about the reparations for the wartime losses. And this discussion with our neighbor will be going on. I strongly believe it will take time, but it will be successful in the end. This is a matter of a simple justice and naming things by their name. But this is an ongoing discussion, and linking it to the current politics, especially security politics, would be a mistake. We appreciate the Zeitenwende policy that was presented by Chancellor Scholz. We are looking forward fully implementing this Wende, this change into German policy. Of course, it was quite obvious that the idea of being an economic broker for the Europe-Russia trade, that was Germany's idea for some time, was a grave mistake, and it wasn't only Poland; it was the Baltic states, it was other countries of the region that tried to warn our Western allies about the dangers of Nord Streams 1 and 2, and so on and so on. The good thing is that, at least verbally, those mistakes are understood. I would hope that the pace of sending armaments to Ukraine would increase. We needed some push when it comes to Leopards. I hope this will give us the needed traction for the future. The recent visit of President Zelensky in Berlin may be crucial in that matter. We'll live, we'll see.
The information for the audience, I'm going to take 3 questions from the audience in the end of this conversation. Now, Bogusław Liberacki, what should we think about our future relations with Germany? How we should improve or develop this relationship?
First, we should stop spoiling these relations. Second, I ask my colleagues at the European Parliament, SPD, but also CDU, what is their reaction to this information coming from Polish government saying dictatorship and so on. So, you know what they answered? What made me very, very sad. They said, we ignore it. I would like to have, we accept it, or we do not accept it, but being ignored is something very unpleasant. It's first. The second, this is right now kind of a tendency of saying that Germany should lead and should not lead the European Union. It's absolutely not true. Germany is not talking about leading the European Union. Even take a look, Ursula von der Leyen as President of the European Commission. Within Spitzenkandidaten, we had somebody very different. And because of Polish government protest, we have Ursula von der Leyen. It seems to be very clear. So, for future, they are in the European Union, 5 leading countries: Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Poland. There is more than 50% of seats at the European Parliament. And I wish to have my country playing the game within this top 5, because this room, there's a 5th, was left free due to Brexit. And in future, we should go together. We should avoid the situation being ignored, and finally maybe to be treated as. And one more comment on this margin, because time is coming out. Lastly, it was a big discussion about unity of the European Union and classified majority in voting. Take a look. If there is possibility to vote in classified majority, 10 packages.
Qualified majority.
European Parliament, but also Council. Yeah. Council, not Parliament. These 10 packages should be implemented more effectively and swiftly. Because whom we had as an opposing, even up to date, buying ammunition, it's Hungary. Because there is friendly relation between Orban, by the way, beloved, some months ago, our partner, who always says, no, no, no. If we have classified majority.
For the record, Chancellor Scholz, in his speech in Prague last year, actually made the claim that Germany wants to lead European Union. So now the floor goes to Bogdan Klich.
I don't want to avoid to answer your question concerning our approach to Germany, but I'd like to introduce during this last round the issue of the European Union, and I will use your question as the way to introduce this issue.
Sure.
Crucial for our security, crucial for our maybe not so much hard security, but at least soft security of Poland. This is the table with 4 legs. It is much better to have 4 legs than 3 legs, or 3 legs than 2 legs, or 2 legs instead of 2 legs, only 1 leg. For years, our security table, or better, external security table was based on 3 legs. I mean, the United States, NATO, and the European Union, especially after the Lisbon Treaty, with all those devices that were introduced into the acquis communautaire. So from that point of view, let's not forget that together with Germany, we should take care of the future of the European Union's ability to act. If we ask ourselves about the sphere the spheres of those of this activity, I am pretty sure that there is and there will be in the future the division of labor between NATO and the European Union concerning military challenges. And when NATO will be concentrated on collective defense because of the Russian threat and because of out-of-area fatigue after especially Afghanistan. So the European Union will be more concentrated, and the strategic concept speaks about that on crisis management possible operations. Civilian, military, or both military-civilian operations. And this is the role of the European Union that I can imagine in the short and medium-term future. That's why we should also invest into the progress of the European Union capabilities. So from that point of view, there is a difference between the ruling majority right now and the opposition, at least my party, that would like to see the European Union more effective.
Teofil Bartoszewski.
Well, there's no Europe without Germany, let's be real. Germany is the fourth biggest economy in the world, although the Indians will probably overcome within 2 years and be the third. Germany is the biggest trading partner for Poland, but Poland is the fifth largest business partner for Germany. What is missing is the political element, because the Germans, despite the fact that the Russian Federation is in terms of trade with Germany, is now, especially after the sanctions, is irrelevant, it's minute. Russia is playing a much bigger role in the political mind of the Germans than Poland. We have to work on that, because we have to, together with the Americans and the Germans, we have a great role to play in Europe, because we, thanks to the behavior of the population of Poland and also regional governments and also the Polish government, we moved up in terms of appreciation on the eastern flank of NATO, and we in a sense, do represent them, which never did before, because they accept that we are kind of leader in that flag. And together with the Germans, we should reshape also the European Union. The way European Union works is far from perfect. What Chancellor Scholz proposed is not workable, because at least 10 out of 27 nation states says we will not do that, and you have to rewrite the treaties. Nobody has at the moment the stomach to do that. Also, the last person who tried to force a certain constitution, European constitution, that thick on the EU was Giscard d'Estaing, and he failed miserably in his own country, France. So we have to reform the Union, I fully agree, and we have to do it with the Germans. I also fully agree. We just need to know how to do it. Here, I would have a slightly different foreign policy than as represented by the current government, because there are various ways to skin a cat.
As promised, 3 questions, but be very, very brief. And please introduce yourself, and I'm going to take 3 questions altogether.
Thank you. Robert Stel, former Polish and NATO official. I was very heartened as a Pole with the quality of this debate and, frankly, with a lot of consensus on the key issues related particularly to Ukraine. Of course, the last part, there are differences now. But my question is about this. We heard also in previous parts of this excellent conference, lots of pats on the back, I think justified, for Polish, support to Ukraine, the role Poland is playing. The question is, however, in view of many people, the consequential change when it comes to the position of both Poland and the region, Central Eastern Europe, has not changed that dramatically. My question is, do you consider that a big issue? And what is it that you can do together? Because you need consensus similar to the one that has been displayed when it comes to support to Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay. And the mic to the first row, please. And then to the 4th row. Third row.
Thank you very much. Konstantin Eget. My question is to the panel regarding maybe the inevitable consequences of the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius, where Ukraine, as everyone thinks, will not get MAP, and it will be a kind of, not exactly return to Bucharest 2008, but something that will be still not sufficient for Ukrainians. What do you think the Polish political class and Polish leadership and Polish parliament could do with other, probably Central European allies, to kind of lift up and maintain the Ukrainian case concerning NATO, and probably what practical steps you think should be taken to advance Ukraine's membership, even if the invitation is not forthcoming in Vilnius?
And the last question from here.
Anton LaGuardia of The Economist. What happens if Donald Trump wins in 2024?
Perfect. So now, Mark goes to the panelists, and you can choose the way. You can choose whatever you want. So there is opportunity for cherry picking from these questions.
If I maybe take the second one. According to my understanding of recent developments within NATO, Ukraine doesn't need a membership action plan.
Yes.
It is not a necessary step to go further with integration of Ukraine with Euro-Atlantic community.
Finland and Sweden didn't have it.
Yeah. These are two good strategic examples that we shouldn't advocate for Ukrainian map as we did in the year 2008. Ukrainian membership in the alliance will be easier to be achieved without map, because map can be used also as a barrier, as an obstacle for Ukraine. That's why I would recommend, as we did, in the recent resolution of the Polish Senate, we didn't speak about map itself, but we recommended, to use the opportunity, this window of opportunity, and this way that Sweden and Finland used to go further with integration with the alliance.
Mr. Pszczel, thank you for this question. It's talking about new members from Central Eastern Europe. There is a big difference of interests. Let me mention about my personal experience. It was so-called mobility package. 1 week I received majority, and during voting we won. It means rejecting. 2 weeks later, I had 14 countries in favor. 2 weeks later, only 4. Everybody else was saying, okay, but Germans approached me, French approached me. They are right, we can benefit from, and so on and so on. So, and also take a look what's ongoing even within our community of 4. It was Visegrad group. It's no longer existing, in fact. But talking about Ukraine and what you mentioned, I think that if we decide about Ukrainian membership in Union, in 100% in favor, that's fine. But about road to the Union and how to contribute, we should decide it within qualified majority. This is the core of discussion.
Teofil Bartoszewski, if you could please to say a few words, what if Trump comes back?
I like Director, that you choose me for the difficult questions. Yes, it is a pity that the citizens of the free democratic Western world have no say in the choice of an American president, because we are all affected by the final result. Having said that, the Americans have a right. They are a sovereign country. They have a right to choose whoever they want. The good thing about the American system is there are certain checks and balances, and apart from the presidency, there's also the Congress and the Senate. And looking at the views of the congressmen and the senators in both parties, both Democrats and the Republicans, it is not at all clear to me that we are heading for a complete disaster if Mr. Trump wins the election, or Mr. DeSantis wins the election, or whoever else wins the election. Of course, we would like to have a president who is somewhat predictable and pro-Ukrainian, but we can't decide it. What we can is to make sure, and I think we do that, we make sure that we go to Washington and we talk to politicians of both parties, and there is even now a Republican group, get them on social media, called Republicans Against Trump. So there is an opposition to that policy, and let's hope that we manage to have something sensible at the end. But at the end of the day, it's not our choice. Even if the worst choice scenario happens, whatever that scenario may be, I think we will survive because we have survived worse.
As a former spokesman, I don't like unanswered questions left hanging, but I also gained the ability to be brief, so I'll try. When it comes to the position of Poland and the whole region, I actually believe that this situation, this war, brought us together, gave us some solidarity, some trust, and this can be used in the future in order to leverage the region's position. So I'm quite positive. Ukraine, making the case for Ukraine and Ukraine in NATO for our region. Well, this is already happening. I think that the presidents of parliaments of the region of the B9 are working already on some sort of resolution regarding Ukraine membership in NATO. We need to make political pressure. We need to use our expertise from the times that we were trying to become NATO members. This includes also our diasporas in the US and other countries. Yeah, basically. The third question, well, if Trump wins, this will be the democratic decision of American people, as it will be in case of any other candidate. And we are here in Europe, we'll have to live with this US decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in thanking our distinguished panelists for elegant and very informative debate about Polish foreign policy and what is ahead of us in this regard in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Vladimir, would you like to join me after our guests leave? All righty. That was back-to-back, Vladimir. You moderated not only 2 foreign ministers, but 4 active politicians. I consider myself a recovering politician, but you had 4 different political perspectives on the stage, and it didn't end in a cage fight. We actually heard strong consensus, particularly on doing away officially, once and for all, the NATO-Russia Founding Act. That was a big takeaway of mine from that conversation. What was one of yours?
I think that first, I was really grateful that this conversation proved that there is significant unity in terms of in assessment what is needed, what Poland should do, what Poland should do for Ukraine, how Poland should develop its relationship with Russia, how Poland should what role Poland should play within NATO. Of course, during the conversation with the foreign minister, there was a. I tried to hit it up a bit, saying that Poland played a role both as a consensus of unity broker and breaker, So actually, what we heard from the representatives of the largest political forces in the parliament is that actually a lot of continuation should be expected in this regard. So Poland should play an active, or is going to still play an active role in shaping this transatlantic consensus.
Unity and leadership from Poland. Wonderful. All right, Sławomir, thank you so very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for PISM Director Sławomir Dębski.
And with this conversation, we just ended the first day of PISM Strategic Ark. So relax and join us tomorrow morning.
9:30 a.m. here in the ballroom for those watching at home as well. We will see you tomorrow, and with that, we draw our first day to a close. Thank you very much.